everyone, I welcome you all to the live session on Excel full course by Intellipaat. This session is conducted by multiple experts who will be teaching you everything about Excel from basics to advanced level. Before we begin the session, make sure to hit the subscribe button and also like our videos so that it will motivate us to come up with more such interesting live sessions in future as well. On saying that, let's see the agenda of the day. Firstly, we will begin with basics of Excel like entering the data and referencing in formulas. After that, we will learn about data sorting and data filtering techniques. Later on, we will learn about data and file security. Post that, we will learn about pivot tables and lots of examples to give you a better understanding of the subject. Once we finish with that, we will learn about VBA and VBS macros. Then later on, we will learn about principles of charting and different techniques of it. Post that, we have covered lots of hands-on demo on creating a dashboard and interactive components. After that, we will learn about statistics function in Excel. Then later on, we have covered lots of shortcut keys for Excel to make your work faster and easier. Then finally, we have covered Excel interview questions and answers. So, this is the agenda of the video. Without any further delay, let's get started.
To start off with, what is Microsoft Excel all about? To explain this, let me just take an example. Imagine you are working for a company. You are working as a HR for that particular company. And your primary job is to ensure that you keep a record of all the employees in the company and against their particular department. So if you're working for a company, you have to note down all the employees, their departments, and also more details such as when they joined, which team, what shift they are doing, or any other information which could be helpful. So say your boss or your manager comes a day and asks you to give an employee detail of a particular department. If you have it in a particular notepad, you probably have to search it between many sheets to go to that particular department and get the employee details. Further to that, if he asks you for multiple details and not just for an employee but for many employees, imagine how difficult it can get. So the simple concept is you use something like a row to column, or in lines you mark it 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you put all the employee details and the departments and certain other information. Now this, it makes it comfortable on a piece of paper. But if you really have to use some information for a particular department, imagine how difficult it can get. So that is why Excel can be used for a lot of features, with its lot of features for a lot of useful information analysis. So one of the most important feature of Excel is for analysis, to utilize mathematical operations, inbuilt functionalities to get you the desired result. So what is Microsoft all about? Microsoft Excel all about? Well, in simple terms, it's a software applications. You can use it to perform a lot of logical mathematical statistic calculation on data. It has a basic feature of spreadsheet. Remember, I was talking about those lines, right, where you can put in the data. So similarly, in Excel, you have something called spreadsheets, and it is arranged in a grid of cells, which is in turn arranged in rows and columns. We will see more about this as we progress, but then simply put, Microsoft Excel is a spreadsheet where you can use data, use inbuilt operations to analyze, sort, and do what you want with it. Not just that, with the data available, you could create charts. You could use those charts in a PowerPoint presentation and then represent that data graphically. So if the question for you in your mind is, what is Excel commonly used for? I would say, simply put, it is to utilize data, store data in an easier way, analyze it, calculate data according to your requirements, your process, your team important, and then you also use the data to create graphs, charts, etc. These are some of the most common features or usage of Excel, but then the Excel is an ocean by itself. You can create multiple things depend on what your requirement is, and we will see some of them in the coming chapters. Hope this got you excited, because I'm surely. And let's see what is Excel all about in the next topic. So let me quickly go to the demo so that you could see and learn. Great. So now this is your first look of Excel, just in case you haven't seen it yet now. So the first thing which strikes you is, you see there are three sheets. There is sheet 1, sheet 2 and sheet 3. Now what is this? Of course, an Excel has some inbuilt features. You can see tabs, home, insert, page layout and so on. But then the first thing which you might have noticed is the sheet. So to explain this, let me just take a notebook. So imagine a notebook. You have multiple sheets, right? Where you can write different topics, different subject, different information. Similarly in Excel, you have multiple sheets for your usages. Now it's not just that. It's just not limited to 3 sheets. You can add multiple sheets, and how to do that we will see in the later chapters. So all these sheets put together is called as a workbook. So you understood, right? Simple. These are sheets. All this put together, this whole content is called a workbook. Okay, so now I'm going to use this particular sheet. I'm just going to type in sheet 1. Let's go back to our example which we spoke about. I have joined a HR firm and I am the HR. So I am going to note down the employee details. So I'm just going to put a header over here called employee details. And just simple date of joining. Okay, so I have one new employee who's joined me today. So I'm just putting in the employee name and date of joining. It would be around, say, 1st of Jan 2015. Okay, so this is how I've entered data into Excel. Once you do that, you want to save it. But just before you save this, I just want to show you something else. If you noticed over here, every time you open Excel, the Excel opens up as book 1. If I open another Excel now, it will show that has book 2 and this has book 1. So as the default, Excel will have 3 sheets and it will always name it as book 1. So this is something which I have worked, right? So let me save this. So how do I save this? So I go click on the Windows button over here. As soon as I click that, I have a set of tabs which I can use. For now, I'm just going to use Save As, and there is another button called Save. So the difference between these two is very simple. Save As is used when you're using it for the first time, and thereafter, if you're using in Excel, modifying it, adding, removing data, then you just use Save. We will talk about shortcut as we proceed, but for now, just let me save my first Excel. So I click on Save As. There you go. And let me put this on my desktop. Okay, so what should I name it? I will name it as my first Excel chat. So that's my new Excel name. And as you can see, the extension or the way the Excel is saved as .xlsx. Okay, so I click it. As soon as I do that, notice the changes. So my book 1 is no longer book 1, it is my first Excel Jan. Okay, so that's simple. So we just saw how you launched an Excel and then you save it. Now let's take, there's another employee who's joined. I will put it as Saran 2, and he joined on 2nd of Jan 2015. Okay, so I have just modified the Excel. Now if I close this and I do not save it, this particular data will not be there. So please remember, always when you do some changes in your Excel, you need to save it. Again, how do you do it? Simple, either go to Windows, click on Save, or you noticed there was a shortcut which showed here. If I just hover over it, you could see that there was a Control S, and that's exactly the shortcut for saving in Excel. So you just click on Control and S, so it saves your Excel. So simple, we learned to save an Excel. So I was talking about some customization, right? How do I ensure that Excel becomes easier for me? There are so many tabs out here and I'm not sure which tab does what. I probably need some shortcuts or some customization, right? How do I do that? So again, for that, what you do is you go to your Windows button, click on the Office button. You have here your Excel options. So click on the Excel options. You get the Excel customization options. So we will review these in detail, but for now I'm just going to something called customize. Once you click on customize, you have a lot of menu prompt. So these are the different set of buttons which are available, but we'll not review any of these for now. I just want to show you one easiest quick access toolbar. So if you come down, you can see this show quick access toolbar, right? So just click on this. As soon as you click on this, there will be a that's an error, show quick access toolbar, and you will see that. I'll click OK, and as soon as I do that, notice this particular toolbar. There you go. So right now I have different buttons, but then I promptly want to have a save button over here, which is going to be useful. I'm just going to do that again to show how you add it. So I go again to Windows, I go to Excel options, and I go to customization or customize. I have my show quick access toolbar. And what are the tabs I want to show? So here is showing customize your quick access toolbar. For now, I'm going to go and use the save button and move it towards my right. So I have a save button. I also probably want to use, let's take a redo and add that. That's how simple. Oh, probably that's already there. That's why it's not. Oh, I don't want a redo, so I'm going to remove it. So that's how I just create and modify the buttons I want and remove the ones I don't. And I click OK again. So simple. There you go. You have your save button. So this is a simple way for you to navigate Excel when you're learning and to use your Excel as you begin. So going back to our slide, we have understood how to launch on Microsoft Excel. How do I customize this? We saw how we could create a quick access toolbar, and we saw how to save and close an Excel. Let me just go to my next slide. So here I want to take you all through some very important areas of working. I call it 5 important areas. It's spreadsheet, grid, ribbon, formula bar, status bar, which you will see. Now going back to my spreadsheet, we spoke about sheets, right? Sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3. So what are the 5 important areas? And let me show this again. Here you have your formula bar. Here you have your status bar. Here is your ribbons and some additional features for you to view it in a different mode. You have a page layout and you have your normal break view. So most importantly, I want to quickly take you through the view of Excel. To start off with, what are these? You have A, B, C, D, E, F, and so on. So basically these are columns in Excel. So you have columns which is numbered as A, column B, column C, and D, and so on. So anything which is represented by letters are called columns, and anything which is horizontally represented are called as rows. So they are numbered accordingly. If you see, rows are numbered as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and your columns are numbered as A, B, C, D, E, or so on. Now, important thing over here is a cell is nothing but a reference or an interface of column and a row. So simply put, this is nothing but it's in D column and 6 row. The same thing can be seen in the name box. So we're talking about 5 things, right? So this is also the 5th thing, which is very important, a name box. So once again, if I move here, can you tell me what is the reference of this particular cell? Well, if you haven't noticed, it is H7, H7, H7. Good. So we learned about cells now. Seeing some other important things. So here is your formula bar. Now what is this formula bar? Formula bar basically showcases the content of your cell, or if you want to insert a particular formula, you use the formula bar. I will explain this in detail, but just as a reference, if you click on fx insert function, you get your insert function, which is represented in the formula bar. You could see an equal sign. That's what is going to happen. Now again, this has quite a bit of amount of significance. We will see as we progress. So we saw name box, we saw formula bar. Now what is the status? Here we can see there is a status called ready. So basically this status bar shows the status of the spreadsheet. It tells us what is actually happening in the spreadsheet. So right now it's telling I'm ready. What do you want me to do? So for now I'll just go to the data and see if it changes anything. We created the employee details, right? So let me just click on the employee details. Okay, it shows ready. I go to number and I just click on F2 and it shows edit. So basically what Excel is telling me is that you are inside a cell and you're editing a data. That is the significance of the status bar. So it now shows you're in an edit mode. Now let me just go and type in some other thing. So see, as soon as I type in anything in a new cell, it status shows enter. So basically what it is telling me is that you're entering a data. So every time I do something on the cell, it shows the status of that particular activity. You might be wondering that why is this important? It is important because there are times where you will be using multiple data and you will be using multiple functions. So when you're doing that, Excel might be showing whether it is ready, entering the data, editing, or in fact calculating the data. The last thing about status which I want to tell you is I just want to enter a formula over here. So how do I enter formula? I just click on equal to, or just let me do one simple math problem. I'm just going to put 2 numbers in these 2 cells and I'm going to add those 2 numbers in this particular cell E8. So as soon as I put equal to, I put a formula which means add this cell to this cell. Notice the status. It shows as point. So basically what Excel is telling that you are adding a formula, you are dealing with a mathematical function. That is where it is displayed as point. So understood with the usage of status bar, right? Great. So moving on to a few other things, but important ones. What is this 100% out here? So it is nothing but you're looking at 100% of the view. You could either decrease or increase the view basis how much data you're working with. So simple, right? Now this is scroll, which I don't want to tell you. I'm sure you're very aware of that. And moving on to the most important things, ribbons. Now, till now, you'll notice that there are different tabs, right? We saw home, then we have insert, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, and then some other additional tabs which I have added. So what are these? Now these are nothing but these are called ribbons. Now what do these ribbons do? These ribbons just have all your common tabs, usage tabs put together. Let me explain that with an example. Now under your home tab you have font. So what is basically font? You have anything to do with your characters or text functions, or you want to increase or change the font, it's available under this font ribbon. There is a small arrow. Once you click, it expands. So you You can see that you have the font type, you have bold, italics, or you want to underline, including coloring, filling the text with color, or just the text color. So basically ribbon is nothing but it combines the common used fonts under a particular ribbon. Under the home, you have your clipboard, your fonts, your alignment ribbon, your numbering ribbon, your styles, the way you want to format and style it. We will see more about this, and some other insert and some arithmetic functions, and auto sum, fill, and clear, which we will see. Similarly, if I go to insert, like the way it tells in terms of the word insert, you're basically inserting new things in Excel. So under the insert tab, you can basically insert a pivot into Excel. You could insert shapes, charts, hyperlinks. Hyperlinks is if you want to move between two Excels, you insert a hyperlink or any word art commonly used. Similarly, layout, as it says, it's basically page layout, more for printing, or you want to navigate it in terms of certain data only to be printed. That's when you come to page layout. Formulas. In the beginning of Excel, I did mention to you that we have so many different types of formulas, right? And Excel basically covers all of them. You have arithmetical, logical, date and time, trigonometry, anything which you want to know from a logical, you can get under this. And all that which we learned in school or college, you will find all those formulas. You just need to know how to use it. Then moving on to data. The word data is basically talking on whatever data you want to do some operations on data. That's when you come to this particular tab. You have sorting, largest to smallest or smallest to largest. You want to filter data, you want to remove duplicate, you want to consolidate, you want to validate. That's when you come to data tab. Review is basically it's about protecting the workbook. You want to review certain content, you want to check for some spelling, you want to search in the dictionary. That's when you come. And the last one, the view, is basically similar to what you observe over here. Zoom, or you want to freeze a particular row and move the rest, or freeze a particular column and move the rest, and you want to put a page break or change the layout. That's when you come to view. Just to remind you, all these tabs or all these ribbons which you can see out here can be added to your customized tab. So basis your usage, you could take any of this and put it out here. And you remember how to go there, right? Perfect. So that's some basic overview of Excel and some important areas which you need to work with. Just giving you some time to ponder over it. And what I would suggest to you is, now that you know how to open an Excel, open a new Excel, put in some data, whatever you want, your movie names, your family name, your friend's name, make a small list like how I've created, save it, and just play around to get familiarized with it. Good. We saw some 5 important areas in spreadsheet, and that should give you quite a good understanding of an introduction to Excel. Formatting Excel and shortcut keys. So I'll directly go to a demo so that I could show you how you could use tips and tricks on navigations and few shortcuts. Here we go. We have a new Microsoft Excel spreadsheet opened. So as it's inbuilt, we have 3 spreadsheets. Okay, so how do I navigate this complex looking spreadsheet? Or is it really complex? It is till you work on it actually, and once you start working, it is very, very simple. So the main keys which I'm going to use in my navigation would be Control, Shift and arrow keys. So I'm just going to demonstrate how I navigate this particular columns and cells with the use of arrow keys. So right now I'm going to use the down arrow and you can see what happens. Yep, the cell reference, the highlighted box moves down. And when I click on the top or the up arrow key, I see that the box moves on top. Very simple. And towards my right, right, and towards my left, left. Great. So what if there is a lot of data and I really have to go to, say, a particular column which is like DO? Should I keep clicking on the arrow key to navigate there, or is there a shortcut available? Yes, of course, that's where the tricks are available and which we can use. To showcase that, let me just come up with a particular table with some data. I'm going to randomly add some numbers out here. Okay, let me just put the numbers, and I will pull this autofill handler. I'll talk about more of that shortly. And I will also pull the autofill handler towards my column so that the data is available. So here, do not go by what the logic is, just look at this particular table which has a lot of numbers. So imagine you have a database, something similar to this, and there is a lot of numbers available. How do you navigate? So for example, if I have to really go to P3, which is this particular cell, should I from here keep holding my arrow key to navigate, or is there any shortcut available? Yes, there is. So I'm going back to my home key, so that's where I came. And now observe what happens. I'm going to click on Control and my arrow key. So I directly move to the table where the data is available. Okay, I'll do that again. Home, Control, arrow key. So now if I have to move to the last one, the one which I've marked in the color yellow, I still click on Control and the arrow key. There you go. So Excel basically understands that I'm looking at the data and I want to go to the last cell where the data is available. And when I use the Control and the right arrow, it understands that, oh yeah, there's this data, and let me move there. Similarly, if I click Control again and the left arrow, again Excel understands that I have to go to the first cell where the data is available and actually moves out there. So your question would be, what if I have to go to K3? Now in this case, of course, Excel will not understand that it has to move here and you have marked it in yellow, so you have to use your arrow keys to go to that particular cell. Okay, that's great. So we understood control and usage of control with the arrow keys. Now what is shift all about? So let me just go to my first cell and click on Control Shift and arrow. Please note that I have to hold all the keys together. Control Shift and my down arrow key. So as soon as I do that, you can see that Excel understands that the data has available in that particular column has to be highlighted, and it does so. If I use Control Shift again and my right arrow, it will subsequently highlight the complete data. Quite easy. So quickly, I'll just show it once again. Control Shift down arrow highlights the data completely in that particular column. Again, I'm going back. Control Shift right arrow, it highlights that particular data in the row. So if you use Control Shift and the arrow keys, they are good enough tips and tricks for you to navigate Excel accordingly. You need to practice this because the various combinations of Control Shift works differently. So the more you practice and understand the functionalities, the easier it will become for you to navigate Excel. Hope you learned something in terms of navigation. Alright, moving on. So we spoke about navigation. What are these shortcuts all about? Everyone likes a shortcut, right? We always find ways and means to do work in a shorter way or find out shortcuts. So thankfully, Excel, there are plenty of shortcuts. I'll just show you the simplest shortcuts available. So if I click on Alt.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What type of chart is useful for comparing values over categories. A. Pie chart. B. Column chart. C. Line chart. D. Dot graph. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
You could see that suddenly there is some highlighted letters in the spreadsheet. So I'll do that again. I'm just clicking on escape now, escape key. And now I clicked on alt key. As soon as I do that, there is a set of letters highlighted. Now I could use the combination of letters and alt key to get to where I want. Which means, let's take I want to go to home tab. So it shows H. So if I click on H, just observe what happens. I have the home tab. And beautifully under the home tab, all the respective shortcuts are highlighted. So you can see that I can use numbers, I could use letters, and I could actually use the combination of these two to not even use mouse, but I could do my stuff. Okay, just for an example, I will go ahead and use H again to see what happens. So it goes to color, and there again it shows the shortcuts. So if you keep using the shortcuts, right, what happens is just like how we learned riding a bicycle. Initially we had to remember so many things, but later it became automated, or it just your mind gets used to it. So similarly, consciously, if you want to use shortcuts, if you keep using this alt and remember those letters which needs to be highlighted, your brain memorizes it, and then thereon it's very easy for you to use shortcuts. I'll just show you a small example of that. There you go. Did you see me moving my mouse or the cursor? No, right? I'll just do that again. There you go, because I have memorized the shortcut to close this particular workbook. So how did I do that? I again used Alt, I used F, which is your Windows. You could see that Windows can highlight it. And then under Windows, I used C, which is highlighted to close. And that's why it asked me whether I need to save or not. So that's how I use shortcuts. I could do my work very simply. For now, I'm not going to do anything. Let me close this particular workbook and go back to my presentation. So in formatting Excel, we saw how to use tips and tricks, more in terms of navigation. How do you enable shortcuts and how you need to keep using it again and again for you to learn shortcuts. All right, what's next? Basic formulas. So a lot of things in basic formulas. How do I add, subtract, division, multiplication, and something called autofill. Yeah, so let me open up the spreadsheet again. So I have my spreadsheet open. So I have a small exercise already prepared. So let me open that for you. So for this, how did I do that? I actually went to Alt F, and these are my recent documents, and under that I have my intermediate exercise. So I opened up the intermediate exercise. So without too many things, let me go ahead to this particular basic formula exercise. Okay, so I was talking about school, right? So I have students out here, and for some reason I want to calculate the weight of my class, and that's where I've listed down how much each one of my students weigh. So I have Richard, Gavin, Clifford, Jason, Denver, Gary, and Greg. So to start off with, I want you to help me in doing these solve these particular problems. So the first one I have is I want to find the sum of Galvin and Jason's weight. So mathematically, this is very simple. I need to pick up Galvin 64 and Jason 76 and add that up. Great, I can take a piece of paper and write it and do that. But how do I do it in spreadsheet or Microsoft Excel? Very simple, similar to that. But Excel, you need to keep telling Excel what you need to do. Look at Excel as a program where you need to give inputs, where you need to tell Excel, oh, do this to me, or do this for me, and do this differently. And that's how Excel will keep understanding. Without you giving instruction to Excel, it doesn't understand anything. So here my requirement is to add these two particular weights of student. So simply put, I will go equal to, remember, any formulas in Excel starts with an equal to sign. So here I am starting off with an equal to sign. So I have to go ahead and put Galvin and Jason weight. So if I was doing in a piece of paper, I would pick up Galvin's weight and add it with Jason's weight. So similarly in spreadsheet, I will go ahead and pick up Galvin's weight. So immediately you can see that B4 is reflected. B4 is nothing but the cell with the value or the weight of Galvin's is showing. Now how do I add it? Simple. I told you we will go back to school days. We are going to use the plus symbol. And the next simple step I'm sure which you have realized is nothing but add Jason's weight. Okay, a couple of things for you to note down. One, you need to always start a formula with an equal to sign. And please note your cells which are referenced or the cells which you are using for your calculation are highlighted. So you can see here it's highlighted in blue. Here there's another color and it basically shows that you are in a formula. And also remember your status bar is showing as point, which means you're working on a formula. Here we go, B4 plus B6, and if I click on enter, there I go. I have magic. I got the weight. Simple, right? So just use equal to, give the cell reference, use the right operator, and then get the result. Okay, what if I don't know all this? What if I really am new to Excel and I want to explore and learn by my own self? How do I do that? Well, Excel also gives you that provision. So I'm going to do the same thing using Excel itself and without me or without the teacher. I'm just going to navigate to the next cell. Okay, here it is. And I'm going to add the same two weights. But this time I'm going to do it differently. I don't know what to do, right? I don't know how to add this. So I seek out help. I ask Excel to help. One, I could click on help in or F1 and get the help menu out. Or there is something called insert functions over here. I mentioned to you earlier, right, that Excel is full of operators, arithmetic functions and all that. I just need to keep giving instructions to Excel and it will help me to get there. So at this point of time, I will use insert function. Okay, there I go. As soon as I click, I have the insert function menu and I have some already inbuilt features here. So here it's asking me search for a function. What do you want? Search. Let me know. I am ready to help you. And then also it is showing me that there are some functions you already get using. So right now, since I'm new to this, I'm just going to type in I want to add two numbers and I click go. Okay, it's not understanding. Probably let me rephrase it in a better way. Add two numbers. Okay, there you go. So it's recommended me three functions. So it returns the sum of complex number, IM_sum, then it has got something called workday, and then it's got something called day. If I really go and click on this, it shows me the descriptions of those. It returns the sum of complex numbers. Okay, probably I can try this. Let me see what happens. So how do I do this? I click on OK. And then it tells me, oh, what is this number? Give me the IM number 1 or IM number 2. So here there is a small red box. I click on that and I showcase what is my first number. I click on the box again and it takes back to my formula. It's already showing me how it's going to look. Equals to 64. And then number 2, Galvin's weight. So I go back to Galvin. So probably I will just take, so it was Jason, right? Yeah, so I go to Jason and it's showing me the results equal to 140 and I click OK. There you go. So there is an inbuilt function which I can apply, and there is also some tips and tricks and a shortcut. Great, very easy. Okay, so now it's your turn. Can you find the difference between Clifford and Gary Sweet? Okay, so I hope you have got the answer. If not, let's see how I could do this. So here, similar to addition, the difference is very simple. So I have to do the difference between Clifford and Gary's weight. Remember all that you learned in school? Your arithmetic functions, you need to apply the same rules. Remember BODMAS? Yeah? If you know BODMAS, you need to use that. So here when I'm actually subtracting Clifford and Gary's weight, I need to use the bigger number and subtract the smaller. I can't do the smaller to bigger. Well, I can actually do that, but what will happen is it will show you a negative value, same as in BODMAS rule. So right now I'm just going to take Clifford and Gary's weight. So equal to, starting off with an equal sign, that means letting Excel know that this is a formula. I go to select the Clifford weight, and this time I'm going to use minus symbol or operator, the minus operator, and going to select Gary's weight, click on enter. There I go. 31 is my answer. If I have to do it using insert function, again for this time I will type in and search it because I know how do I subtract, but then just for your reference I'll type and search it. Difference of two numbers. Click go. So there I go. Recommended IM sub returns the difference of two complex numbers. Click OK. In this case, again click on the red box. I click on Clifford's weight. Come back. I click on I number 2 and Gary's weight and click OK. There I go. So now we learned addition, subtractions. Okay, some more things. Sum total of all the students' weight. Simple, right? You need to keep doing equal to 57 plus 64 plus 83 plus 76 plus 69 plus 52 plus 74. There I go, 475. Alternately, I can also click here, and if I notice on my home ribbon, there is something called editing option. Under editing, you have something called auto sum. So let me just click on auto sum. Yeah, so it's basically telling, do you want me to add these two numbers? No, that's not what I want. So I can actually hover over this and move this to where I want it to add. So I'm quickly moving over here and expanding this to show the auto sum. Okay, so there you go. The formula also is displayed a little differently. It's equal to sum of B3 to B9. So basically it is taking B3, cell reference B3 to B9. That's how it is calculating an auto sum. Let me click on enter and see if it matches my other operations. There we go. So 475, 475. So we saw adding it individually, and we saw adding it using AutoSum. And if I have to again manually use another functionality, it would be equal to sum open brackets. Please note, syntax will always be displayed when you're using an internal operations or functions. So it's important or imperative that you follow the syntax absolutely the way it is displayed. So it's telling me equal to sum open brackets, select your number 1 and then put a comma and number 2, or you could just drag the numbers once I select and close the brackets. There you go. So we learned 3 ways of doing a particular simple sum total. Interesting? Okay, I hope this gets even more interesting. The last thing in basic formulas. I want to take average of 3 weights, Greg's, Richard and Denver. Greg, Richard, and Dan. How do I do that? Again, simple, equal to.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
I would want to select Richard plus Greg plus Denver divided by 3. That's what we learned in school, right? Add the weights, add the number of people and divide it by the quantity. So my average is 154. Let me just do this using a insert function. So now I want to find average. So I'm just going to click on average, go. Oh, here we go, average, click OK. So what's my number 1? I have Richard. And what's my number 2? I have Greg. And what's my number 3? You notice that the numbers kept increasing, right? I can just keep increasing the numbers if I want. Okay, so I've just put 3 and I click OK. Whoa, it is showing 65. So what happened? Why is this showing 154 and showing 65 over here? Some mistake I might have done. Of course, the insert function can't be wrong, so probably there's a mistake in the way I've written a formula. Let me do that. Let me do that using something which I learned in school called BODMAS. Open the brackets, because remember, every time I need to use average, I need to do it within the brackets. So this time I've selected Richard plus Greg plus Denver divided by 3. So there you go, it's showing 66. Here it's showing 65, probably because I wouldn't have selected the right numbers. So let me just do that again. Richard, Denver, and Greg. Absolutely right. Okay, so just to recollect, we used plus for addition, we saw subtraction, we also saw how we could use average, and we saw how we could add up all that sum total, average, and some division as well. Yeah, and just the last thing, now that I have so many decimal points, I can go to number, and under number, when I use this decrease decimal, I can either decrease the decimal or increase the decimal. Easy. Okay, so just before we conclude on basic formulas, one last thing, autofill. So in my previous exercise, when I was showcasing how do I add numbers, you saw that I could actually type in some numbers and pull an autofill handler or the plus symbol. So Excel actually is inbuilt and recognizes certain formats. So in this case, in this case, Excel recognizes that these are 3 numbers. And there's a small box, or when I go close to it, a plus symbol comes. When I used and drag this, it actually puts the sequence. So basically Excel is understanding that this is a number sequence, and when I use the autofill handler, it adds the numbers. This autofill handler can come in handy a lot of times. For example, I am entering months, so Jan, Feb, and March. So I know that these are nothing but months. Similarly, Excel also knows that these are months. So this sequential data, if I use the autofill handler, it fills it up. So just saves some time of mine. And lastly, if I have to use any sequential data, such as say odd or even numbers, Excel also understands that. So here I'm just showcasing how Excel will understand whether it's an odd or even number. There you go. Yeah. So you saw that Excel autofills anything where there's a sequential data. So coming back to our PowerPoint, you saw how we used basic formulas: addition, subtraction, division, multiplication, and autofill. The last thing would be find and replace. How in a huge set of data you find something which you want and replace it with something you newly placed or changes, and also something about advanced find. Okay, so let me open the spreadsheet again to take you through find and replace. Here we go. I have come up with a small exercise for you to learn find and replacing data. So I have a set of employees again and some random employee numbers, some team which they work on. They are from training, there's from facilities, some are from estimate, some random names of TRM, EKO on EMA and ATRM, just to make it a little bit more good number of names. And I have close to 128 people. Okay, so in this example, let's take the name of the department M&A is actually renamed to, we'll just make it something. The new department is called Math. So how do I do that? So the easiest way to do that is I have to keep searching where M&A is and change it to Math. And I keep doing that for all the number of M&As which are available in this data. This is all right because the data is just 120 rows. But imagine I have to do it for 15,000 rows. Do you think we will have so much of time? Absolutely not. So that's where find and replace comes into picture. I'm just replacing this to the original format. Okay, so how do I get the find coming out? So simple, I hit a Control F, commonly used, which is find and replace. So as soon as I click on Control F, I have this wizard which shows like, find what? What do you want me to do? Let me know. So in this way, I just want to tell Excel that find me where M and A is. So there are two things out here. So I have find all and find next. So when I click on find next, it basically takes me to the cell with the new next M and A is available. This is very useful if you want to see who's there or when you actually want to scroll down by a particular constraint. So I'll just do that again, find next, so there are only two. So find all is nothing but it picks up all the data where M and A is available and also gives you the cell reference. Beautiful, right? So you have find next and find all. So we are not done here, right? So we want to replace. Let's go to the replace. So it's now I've found the data. What is that you want to do? But before that, let me just close this because I want to show you individually. So I have find what and then replace, and I replace it with math. So here, if I do find all, it will find all and replace it with all, or I can replace it singular. So for now, I'll just go with replace all. There you go. It has replaced all M and A with math. Simple, right? And see how useful it is when you have a lot of data. So this is a simple find and replace. Okay, so if this is simple find and replace, what is an advanced find and replace? Actually, that is also pretty simple. Okay, let me explain that with an example. I will just color this data in green, probably two of them, and I'm going to use find and replace. So again, I clicked on Control F, which brought me find and replace. Now I don't want to put any data out here. I'm removing any data content. Okay, there we go. Because if you do not do what Excel already has inbuilt, it will throw a error. So that's why I want to ensure that whatever I'm doing, I'm getting it at its normal form. So just before I do anything, I just want to click on this options. So as soon as I click on options, there is a lot of advanced find which comes. It is the same, but it tells, do you want to do it within sheets? You want to do it within rows? You want to look a particular formula? You want to match a particular case, match entire cell content, etc. I guess these are pretty self-explanatory. So you know match cases, it will only search if it is in a capital or lower letter or lowercase. Match entire cell content is basically it will search whether it is completely trainings or it is client trainings. So in this case, if I actually give a replace for trainings, it will also replace something called client trainings over here, which you can see because I have not matched the complete case or sorry, the complete content. So it's important you know when to use advanced find and when not. But the most important thing which I wanted to showcase, which generally you might not know or people tend to forget, is apart from match case and match entire cell content is format. So now I want to showcase that there is find and replace by format also. So I click on format. As soon as I click on format, a new window opens up, and then either I can choose a format by giving the format, or I can choose format from cell. So I do this, I select this particular format, so it will find that it's telling, oh, this is the format you want me to find. All right, then what you want me to do it. Then I can tell replace that with a new format. So I want to just go to fill and probably do it red color. Okay, there you go. So it will select this in green and select the cells in which is in a particular format and replace those cells into a red format. Please also note I'm not giving anything in the find and replace content cells out here because then it'll get confused. Okay, so I'll leave it at that and I will hit a replace all. Let's see what happens. Fingers crossed. Will it work? Of course, it works. Okay, so it replaced facilities because I've selected that particular cell only. Yeah, but because this particular content was different and that's why it did not select. Now, this particular color or this particular format or find and replace is very useful when actually you have marked a cell and you forgot where it is or you want to locate that and change it to another color. A simple example I would give is, let's say this particular guy has left the organization and hence has marked as red, or he's basically joined us and he has left now and I want to mark it as red. So I can just select the green, change the format to the way I want, and then I actually replace it with the format I want. So simple. So int find and replace, we learned a simple find and replace, which is a control F, just select it and do it. Then I did not demo that, but then that's for you to work and ask me questions if it is there. In advance, we saw how we could find and replace by match case, matching entire cell content, and also by format. Okay. Before we recollect the session, I have some exercise for you. I have created a small basic formula exercise for you, which I want you to copy and probably put this in a particular spreadsheet which you're looking at and work with it. So let me explain this particular basic formula exercise for you. So here I have a table. I have the serial numbers. I have purchase. I have name of the items which I have purchased. I have a camera, which is Canon PowerShot, a Nokia, a PS3, a compact Presario, another printer, an Apple iPod. I've also made the note of the cost and also shipping price. Okay, that means I'm basically owning this shop and this is the list of customers I need to ship it to. So what I want you to do is, from the basic formulas which you've learned, I want you to find out the price. Now, how do you find the price? You basically add cost and shipping, which is these two. Then I want you to find the total price, which is nothing but price into the total quantity, which you give the total price. Then I want you to find the subtotal. Okay, subtotal is nothing but add the total, the complete totals, and you get the subtotal. Of course, tax is everywhere, right? We can't let go of tax. So I want you to find 4.5% of the tax.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What is the intersection of a column and a row on a worksheet called? A. Column. B. Value. C. Address. D. Cell. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So subtotal, you need to find 4.5% of that, which is your taxable amount. Then that's your grand total. And I have given you 1,60,000 rupees. So what I want you to do is, I want you to find how much money is left over. So this is a small exercise I want to do as a homework. Again, since I can't send the spreadsheet to you, I want you to replicate the same spreadsheet with the particular format for you when you're free, and then please practice this exercise. All right. Here I have a list of items which I have purchased or I need to send it to a customers, and I have the cost of each items. I also have the cost for shipping. So what I need to find out is the total price they need to pay, the quantity they have ordered. So what is the total price quantity or the total quantity based on the price which they need to pay, the subtotal of that particular price. Then we have to find the tax at 4.5% of the subtotal, then the grand total, and what is the money left over when I've actually given 1,60,000 rupees. Okay, so how do I do this? Very simple. I first go find the price, which I mentioned over here. It is nothing but cost plus shipping. So I go down here, I start a formula with, that's right, equal to sign. So equal to cost plus, which is an additional symbol, shipping. That gives you my price, which is cost plus shipping. So once again, equal to, select the cost, use the addition symbol and the shipping, and hit enter. Well, you recollect we had done the autofill handler, right? So now again there is a pattern out here. So I could just use the autofill handler and Excel will do the needful for me. So if you notice over here, the formula, if I look at your formula bar, it shows C8 plus D8. Again, C9 plus D9 and C10 plus D10. So your autofill handler has done the job for you, or you might have to type in the formula again and again. How do I get the total? Total is nothing but price into quantity. So for that, I put total is equal to price into, which is the star symbol, into the quantity. So it is E6 into F6, and you see the highlighted cells. There you go. This time I'm not going to type in the formulas again. So I'll simply use the autofill handler to get my desired results. There you go. So I've found the price. I've also found the total. Now how do I get the subtotal? Subtotal is nothing but just add all this. Either I could use equal to sum, open brackets, select all the numbers and close the brackets. So that is one way of looking at it. Or I could also use the auto sum, which is available here. Click on auto sum and it will show the same formula. The last thing which we learned is you can also add it individually. Equal to addition to the next cell, to the other cell, and the last remaining cell. So all displays the same result. So whichever is convenient for you, you could start using that. For now, I will just use the auto sum, which is the most convenient for me. How do I find tax? So I've got the total, but I have to find 4.5% of this as tax. The simple way of doing that, or if you have to really go back to your school days to understand that, it is 4.5% of 153036, which is nothing but 4.5 into the number divided by 100. So that is one way of doing it. But you have some easy inbuilt functions in Excel. So in this case, I will just put equal 4.5% into the subtotal. So when I put this particular formula, Excel understands that it is nothing but 4.5% of this, because I put this 4.5%, and calculates the amount. The other way of doing this would be 4.5 into 153036 brackets divided by 100. But Excel, just putting 4.5%, understands the requirement. There we go, we have the tax. So grand total is nothing but add the subtotal plus your tax. Great, so I have my result. So what's the money left over? Very simple, just take equal to, select the cell where you have the total amount available, subtract the one which you got from grand total. So your money left over is 77.38. If you got this result, then you have successfully completed the exercise. Absolutely right. Okay, so here we saw the basic formula exercise. Relative reference, the first thing in the references topic. Now, this is a most widely used type of cell reference in formulas, or even when you're doing simple text functions anywhere in Excel. And this basically is nothing but it takes the relative cells reference as basic cell reference, and then according to how the formula moves down, it adjusts the relative reference and changes as you move it towards the left, right, or down in a spreadsheet. So this basically is more like an autofill, which we saw earlier. When you drag down the autofill handler, it basically pulls out that autofill reference across the particular cell. Similar to that, relative reference is basically it moves relatively to your cursor positions. Okay, to explain this more, let me go to the demo and then take you through how referencing works and what is exactly relative reference. So just let me come out of my presentation. I'll open up my intermediate exercise, and here I have relative reference. Now, even before I go ahead and explain to you about relative reference and we work on this particular exercise, let me simply take you through one very easy exercise which gives you an understanding. So while we were talking, I opened up a new spreadsheet. Now, let me just do a simple arithmetic problems. This you can really recollect from your chapter 3. So I have two numbers over here, which is say 2 and 3. Now, I want to add up or sum this particular two numbers in this cell, which is G11, which I marked in the color yellow. So how do I do that? The way we learned from chapter 3, it is using equal to 2 plus 3. That's how we do the summation. So basically what Excel is telling me over here is, here you're giving instructions to Excel that add G9 to that of G10, or irrespective of the cell position, which is G9 and G10, Excel is basically telling that add this content of the cell which is above the cell out here to the one above that. So that's what Excel is understanding, because if you recollect again what I was talking from the beginning chapters is Excel is something where we keep giving information, and according to the information which we give, Excel basically does what is required. So in this case, I have added a summation of two particular cells. Let me click on enter. Yeah, so this is what was expected. It showed out the result as 5. Now observe one thing out here. If I copy this particular formula and paste it to another cell, say this cell, which now I am marking in the color red, notice it's giving you 0. And to make it a little bit more complicated, or if actually easy, let me click on F2, which shows me the formula. So basically here the formula is showing is I9 plus I10. But what was the first formula which I gave to Excel? It was G9 plus G10. So how did Excel actually do this? Excel basically used the same reference, which means Excel understood that I have to add the cell which is above me, the summation, to the one on that, and continued the same logic when I moved the cell reference. So I moved the cell reference from G11, which is marked in yellow, to I11, which is marked in red. And Excel still remembered that it has to add to here and display the result in this particular cell, which is G11. And Excel will continue to do that wherever I copy and paste this particular formula. I'm showing this again and pasting it in a new cell, which is O11, and let me mark this as green. There you go. If I click on F2, again you see that there's a difference. It is showing blue and green, which is my formula, and showing the summation out here. So this is continuing with the relative reference, not just in this particular spreadsheet. If I copy this formula, I'm opening up a completely new spreadsheet. There you go. I did that with a shortcut of Control N. Now I go to a new spreadsheet and I just paste the formula. It is no longer G, I or O11, right? So I'm at J7. So it still remembers that the formula I gave was to add the cells above the particular summation cell, and it is still showcasing the same result. Now this is nothing but the cell reference or relative reference. Relative to the position of the cell or the cursor for that matter, it will keep adding what instructions I have given. So according to the cell reference, it will repeat the steps again and again. Okay, so let's go back to our workbook and let me close these particular two new spreadsheets which I opened. I don't require this and I do not require this either. Okay, so here is my relative reference small exercise for you guys to work with. Now, let me explain my first relative reference exercise number 1. So I have basically purchased 3 items, right? So one is a mobile, another one is a TV, and the last one is a fridge. So this is the cost of all the 3 items and the tax associated with all the 3 items. So mobile has 1000 rupees tax, TV 2500, and fridge 1500. So as an exercise, what I need to do is I just need to find the total price. My total price is nothing but cost plus the tax, which is my total price. So how do I do that? I simply use my summation again, is equal to add the cost plus I add the tax, which is B5 plus C5, and click enter. Now that's my result, right? So I have my cost plus tax down here. Now notice one thing, either if I copy this formula and paste it down and I just clicked F2, it still understands that I have to do that. And even if I pull down the auto sum value, it still understands what exactly it needs to be done. So this is nothing but relative reference. So according to my relative position, when I move down, it will keep continuing referencing the cell formula relatively. So once again, F2, it basically the formula I gave, which is to add B5 plus C5, and then when I come down, it continues to move the cell reference down, which is B6 to C6, and it continues to do so. Simple. Let's move on to some more relative reference exercise to get a better understanding of it. So here, the second exercise I will explain to you, and again pause for 30 seconds for you to work on that, and then you can come back and see how I solve it. So I have relative reference exercise 1 here. So again, a little different exercise. So I've bought 3 items, which is 1 a mobile, second TV, third fridge, the associated cost, but the quantity. So now what I want to do is, 1, I want you to find the total. So it's basically your cost into your quantity, which is equal to total, and so do you find it for the rest of the items. Okay, so simple exercise similar to the one we did for the first one. Let me do that for you. So what I asked you to do is to find the total cost I had the cost, I had the quantity, so I had to find the total cost. So basically, if I had bought 2 mobiles, the cost would be 20,000, which I calculated manually, but in spreadsheet, I would simply do that by equal to cost into quantity. Simple, cost into quantity. That's how I found it out. There you go. Now I'm just using my relative reference. I'm using the autofill handler and copying the formula down. So 25,000 into 4 is 1 lakh, which is absolutely right. 15,000 into 3 is 45,000. So again, I used relative reference. I can see that when I go to the formula cell and click F2, and I can see my highlighted formula rows coming down, again highlighted formula rows. Simple. Okay, great. So you've already solved 2 exercise on relative reference. Let me go to the last one, which is a little bit more complicated, but not so very much as well. Okay, so here I have actually a problem which I need you to find a solution to. And just let me mark this in a different color so that it doesn't confuse you. Okay, here you go. Okay, so I have basically, imagine me as a distributor who distributes movies for a lot of agencies. So I have 3 movies listed down out here, and I have the sale of those 3 movies out here, which is ticket sale Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. So what I want to do is I want to find out how much is the total sale of tickets, and I also have to pay tax to the government. So the tax to the government is 2,000 rupees for movies ticket, the movie 1, and 10,000 rupees for movie 2, and 6,000 rupees for movie 3. Again, this is just assuming figures, nothing related to actual movies. So 2,000, 10,000, 6,000, and what I actually want to find out is my profit when I've invested the amount 8,000, 45,000 and 25,000 respectively. So what I want to find out is my profit given the sales of the movies tickets for 3 days and the tax deduction which I have listed down over here. Okay, so first what I need to do is I need to find the total. So how do I find the total here? So I click on equal to sign. I add the sale of tickets for 3 days, which is B23 plus Tuesday, which is C23 plus Wednesday, which is D23, and click on enter. There you go. I have 10,500 as a total sale of tickets which I've got for movie 1. I again use the relative reference. Either I can copy and paste the formula. I'm using the shortcut as Ctrl C and Ctrl V. If not, you could also right click, copy, come down to another cell, paste. Yeah, so there you go. So I have solved the first half of the problem, which is found the total sales for the 3 days for all the 3 movies. So here I have the tax deduction. Okay, so for that what I'll do is I will insert a new column over here, and I will make a header, or I'll name this as total minus tax. Here, so this is how I've added. Notice the Excel immediately following a particular pattern or format which I've already done. It's just intuitive. It just follows if you have created a particular format. And why again it's not follow the LO? Because predominantly it's this particular format, and Excel choose to follow the dominant format out here. So here I'm finding out total minus tax, which is nothing but equal to total minus tax. All right. And I'm using the copy function and pasting the formulas across the cell. So there you go. I have found total minus tax. So basically it's showing my amount of total minus tax, which gives me actually how much amount I have I have used for the movies. So how do I find profit? So basic, I could use investment minus the total minus tax amount. So it will show a 500, and I could just copy that and again paste the formula down. Okay, so here it is showing me a negative value because my total minus tax is actually 50,000 rupees, 34,000 rupees and 8,500, whereas my investment is 8,000, 45,000 and 25,000. Okay, so just to make it a little bit more easier, now instead of minusing the tax, which I did apparently for no reason, I'm going to add it. So total plus tax. So let's see what happens. Now what I wanted to show you by this particular example is how your formula once given automatically changes once you have referenced the value. So here my formula is basically total plus tax, which adds the total as the tax deducted. So you can see it's E23 minus F23. Now instead of the negative, I'm going to make it positive by adding the plus sign. Okay, there you go. Can you see immediately the profit number changes? We'll come to that. So 10,500 plus tax deduction, which is 2,000, and I'm going to do that the same thing for the rest by using relative reference. So there you go, my formula, the formula is correct here, and my profit, which I have already referenced to, which is 8,000 minus 12,500 is minus 4,500, and 45,000 minus 70,000, so 25,000, and 25,000 minus 46,000, which is 21,000. So here simple relative reference at work, and you saw how relative reference can help you make your Excel task a little easier and do not have to repeat the formulas again and again. So great, easy. All right, so with you understanding relative reference, now let's step back to a little bit more complex references. You might probably keep wondering about the profit as why it's minus, but just a note, just to make it a little funny, movie business is generally not profitable. Yeah. Okay, so moving on to my PowerPoint presentation. Now that you have understood relative reference and also seen the demo of relative reference, the next thing would be absolute reference. A little similar to relative reference, but then you need to understand this very well so that you could apply relative reference and absolute reference according to your needs. So what is absolute reference? There are situations where a particular cell reference must remain constant, or it has to be the same. You need not change the relative reference of that particular cell. This is especially when you move the formula down or up, that particular cell reference has to remain constant. You will see that in examples. So at that point of time, we use something called the dollar sign, which I will show you, and we use that to block the position of that particular cell or the reference. This way, that particular reference where the position of the cell is held constant, blocked, is nothing but called an absolute reference. So you're making that as an absolute value, which means it remains intact no matter any changes to your formula. So that is what is absolute reference. Understood? You will understand it better when I do the demo. So let's quickly move on to the demo. Okay, I have my absolute reference worksheet. Alright, so I have designed 3 exercises for you to help you understand what absolute reference is. Let's quickly review it, and hopefully this gives you a better understanding of what I was trying in terms of a theory. Okay, so here I have a problem. The problem is nothing but I need to get this, I need to multiply 2 into 6 and display the value in this particular cell. And when I move it down, I need to multiply 3 into 6 and 4 into 6 and display the value here, 5 into 6 and display the value here. Simple. Let's use what we learned in chapter 3 and apply it out here. So the way I do that is multiply the two numbers, which is equal to 2 into 6, right? That's how we do multiplication. So when I click on enter, I have the display which is 12. That's correct, right? 2 6 are 12 or 6 2s are 12. Now if I use what I learned in relative reference and copy the formula and paste it down, let's see what happens. Wow, 3 6 is not 36. Okay, did you observe that 12 3s is 36? No, not yet. Okay, let me do that again. I'm copying the formula. I'm copying the formula here and pasting it down. Okay, 144. 4 6 is not at all 144, right? That's different. So what is happening out here? So to make it a little easier for me, let me actually go to the formula and see how it's reflecting. So when I click on F2, F2 looks fine. It's multiplying 2 into 6, which is perfectly fine. When I come down and I click F2 again, it's multiplying 3 into 12. That's not my requirement. My requirement was to multiply 3 into 6. When I move down, again you notice that it's multiplying 4, which is fine, and into 36. So there is something wrong out here. So the requirement was to make 6 a constant and not actually move it down. But every time I'm using the formula, it is understanding relative reference and moving the cell reference accordingly. Now, in the first exercise, we saw how relative reference was good and it actually helped us. But in the second exercise, when I'm actually learning absolute reference, it's not of much help to me. So how do I solve this problem? The problem can be solved with using absolute reference. So the way I do this is, I need to go to B3, that's the cell which I want to mark or make it absolute or make it constant. I'm just going to change the color for your reference. Let me make it green. So this I have to block. So for that I'll go to the formula. My cell is B3. So I go to my insert function bar and I click on B3. I have selected the B3 and click F4 on your computer. So observe what happens when I click F4. Once, this is once, I've clicked F4 and I see a $B, $3. I click F4 again. It becomes no $B, that is plain B, and $3. And I click F4 again. So it becomes $B but plain 3. And when I click again, it comes back to its usual format. So what exactly is happening over there? Let me explain that and come back to the spreadsheet. Okay, let me open a quick notepad. Okay, so here we go. So here we were looking at B3, right? Okay, I'm just going to enlarge the fonts to make it a little bit more visible for you. Let's just keep it at 26. Okay, so this is what was our cell B3. The first time I clicked on F4, it did this, which is $B and $3. So next time when I click the F4, which you can try in your laptops or your computer, it basically did $B, $3. And the next time it was $B, nothing or plain 3. And the last time it got back to me to the same format as where I started. So let me just put that again. So this is what happened. This is for first format. So first format, once I click F4 2 times, 3 times, and it gets back to the normal put. So basically what this particular thing signifies is something which we learned in the first chapter. So a quick question for you, what is B represented by in our spreadsheet? If you have told columns, that's absolutely right. B is represented by columns. So in that case, 3 is obviously represented by rows. So when I actually put a $B, $3, or when I click F4 for the first time, what it is doing is it is completely blocking the Excel.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What type of chart is useful for comparing values over categories? A. Pie chart. B. Column chart. C. Line chart. D. Dot graph. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Or blocking the row and column. That's what it is doing. So when I click on first time, it blocks the row and column, which is $B, $3. So when I click once again, so what is the dollar symbol in front of? It is in front of 3, right? So 3 is nothing but row. So in this situation, it is just blocking the row. And the last one, what would this be? If you have told it blocks the column, that is absolutely right. So in this situation, it is actually blocking the column. And this is back to normal. Okay. So this is our normal. In this case, it blocks both the rows and columns. In this case, it blocks just the row. In this case, it blocks the column. And then if I click F4 again, normal. Okay, this is very important. I want you to understand this properly. Now let me represent it in Excel. Once again, I select B3, I click on F4, notice $B, $3, and again F4, B, $3, F4, $B3, and B3. All right. So in this case, what would be an ideal solution? We want to block the complete cell, right? So we don't want any row or column to be blocked, but the complete cell, because that's what our exercise is, to multiply 2 into 6. So I'm just going to select B3, click on F4. So here you see it's $B, $3. Enter. So when I copy this formula, let's see what happens now. Is this correct? 3 6 is 18, 4 6 is 24, 5 6 is 30. So let's just go to the formula and see what exactly it is showcasing. So when I click on formula, you can see the blue highlighted cell is multiplied by 6. When I come down, it is actually multiplying 3, but 6 remains constant. Here it is multiplying 4, but 6 remains constant. So what I'm using here is actually absolute referencing, so where the 6th cell or the cell B3 is an absolute reference, and I'm using absolute reference to complete my exercise. Simple? Good. So the exercise 1 for you to work on. I'll just explain this to you and give you some time to work, and then we can come back. So in the exercise 1, I have basically noted down the kilometers traveled, and I have the cost. But I have just want to let you know the cost per kilometer is 9 rupees or 9 per kilometer. So basically I want you to find the cost, which means you're going to multiply the kilometers traveled into the cost. So either you could put in formulas multiple times, or something how we have done here, you could use absolute reference and get it done. So quick 10 minutes pause for you to try and then replay the video. So here I'm going to use the same formula, equal to 240, and similar how we multiplied by 6. This time I know the cost per kilometer is 9. So into 9, that's my formula. But when I pull it down, I'm getting 0 as my answer, which is incorrect. Again, the reason for this is when I click F2, I notice my formula is multiplying 250 into 9, which is correct. When I come down, it is multiplying 123, but it is moving down because I have not given any instructions to Excel, right? Now notice another thing. When I move this down, it moves one step further because my initial instruction was multiply this cell with this particular reference, and every time the relative reference kicks in, it does the same on the other side. So how do I solve this? Simple. Absolute reference. Select G11, click F4. Okay, enter. And then I pull down the formulas. I've got some values to just check if it is correct. Click on F2, 240 into 9, 123 into 9, 432 into 9, and 123 into 9. Absolutely right. Easy. If you have not, no issues. You could of course pause the video and now try it by yourself. Alright, moving on to the last thing on absolute referencing, exercise number 2. Similar to the one which we did in the exercise 1, a little bit more difficult. So I have vehicles, I have the kilometers traveled, and the cost of transport. Just that here I have 4 modes of transport and the cost of these transport varies. So what I want you to find out is the cost of transport basis the particular vehicle. Okay, so car has 11 per kilometer, so you have traveled 987. So what's the cost of transport? Similarly, bus, jeep, and tempo traveler. Simple, similar to this, just that you need to do it 4 times. So cost of transport equal to 987. What's the amount for the car? It's 11 rupees. So I do into 11, enter. And this time my G23 becomes absolute reference. I hit on F4, enter, and I do this just for the car. If you notice, yeah, it's reflecting 988 and 988 into this. Now bus equal to this into 29. There you go. Just checking if the formulas are correct. No, there you go. It's moved down. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to multiply by bus. So I go back. I've not put an absolute reference. So put an F4 and copy the formula down. Yep, for Jeep, it would be 968 into 15. And go back to G25. Click F4, enter. And to the last one, tempo traveler into 17, enter, F2, F4, enter, copy and paste. Okay, there you go, tempo, jeep, bus, and car. Perfectly showing correct. Okay, so this exercise would have given you good amount of inputs in terms of how you use absolute reference. Hope you understood absolute reference now. Moving on to the last part of referencing, which is our mixed reference. So let me open up my presentation. Okay, so what is mixed reference? I'm sure you would have understood by now that mixed reference is nothing but a mixture of your relative and absolute reference. It is basically usage of those dollar symbols which we saw in multiple combinations. I gave an understanding about how dollar is used to block a column, block a row, etc. Right? So here it is all about doing that together using relative and absolute and using mixed reference to solve your problems. So in terms of definition, a mixed cell reference is either an absolute column or a relative row, or an absolute row or relative column. Understood the different dollar sign which I was showing in the notepad, right? So that is what it means. When you add the dollar before the column letter, you create an absolute column, or before the row, you create an absolute row. Mixed referencing is when you use both relative and absolute referencing. All right, excited to see mixed referencing exercise? So let's proceed. Okay, so how do you use mixed referencing exercise over here? So what's the problem? The problem is to multiply these two and find the values of those particular numbers in this particular cell, which is 5 multiplied by 2, which is here, 5 multiplied by 3 here, 5 multiplied by 4 here, and so on. But the trick, or what I want you to do, is use one single formula, just one single formula, which means I put a formula over here, 5 into 2, and I copy the formula down, and I copy the formula across. I should be able to get the answer. And as you can see, because I have not used the right referencing, my formula is exponential, or it basically is not correct. So again, a 10 seconds pause for you to play around and to try to solve this. And if you're not, I will help you out once you're back. Okay. So it will be a little difficult here because it will take some amount of practice to get the mixed referencing right. But then if you understand absolute and relative reference, it makes it very, very easy. Okay, so what is that I'll be doing different? Nothing. I'll just be playing with my reference to get the right combination to solve this particular problem. So first of all, let's understand the formula. It is equal to 5 into 2, which is correct. So this is my formula, which is actually correct because 5 2s is 10. Okay, let's see if I use the autofill handler and pull the formula down, if it will work. So I have tried this. There you go. 5 2s are 10, but 6 2s are not 60. So what is happening over here? Again, I go back to my F2 troubleshooting to see if it works. So when I click on F2, I see it's 5 into 2, which is okay. When I click here, it is 6 into 10. So then I notice that the reference is supposed to be 2, but it is moving down. So that is my first problem. So how do I solve that? So one, I could make the B3 an absolute reference, which would be fine. So I pull it down. So when I do that, it is working fine. So 5 2s are 10. And 6 2s are 12, 7 2s are 14, which is working fine. But then when I move it across, let's see if it works. So I'm done good here. When I move it towards my right, 5 3s is not 20, right? 5 3s is 15. So what's happening? So let me go here and click F2. So you see my 5 position is moving to 10. And when I move to here, its 2 is remained constant and 5 is moved to 20. So it was A4 into B3, which was okay. But when I came here, my A4 became B4, but my B3 remains constant. And when I move down to here, my A4 becomes C3, but my B3 remains the same. So it's not moving right. So how do I do this? So let me do something. I can try and block this also, which I could put F4. And if I do so, it is not giving me the right value because I blocked two cells, right? Everywhere I'm going to multiply the two cells. So the complete absolute referencing is not working. So I need to use a combination of either rows or columns to get this done. So if you recollect, I showed you this blocks the row and column completely. This blocks the row only, and this blocks the column only. So probably we need to use that. So let's play around with that now. So first, my solution is to solve this problem, which means I need to block the column here. So what is my column reference? It's A4. So if I need to block the column, so I need to block just get $A and leave the row reference free, because row 4, 5, 6 are work in progress, which is what has to be done. So I'm going to click on this. So now I've clicked F4 once. This is blocking $4, which is the row, which is not what I need. And once again, here we go. So it's $A4. Okay, so let me see if this works. Great, it's working for me. It's 5 2s are 10, 6 2s are 12, 7 2s are 14. But when I move across, no, it doesn't work, because here it's fine. Here it's still fine, here it's still fine, but 2 is the problem because it's getting stuck on this. So for that, this is a row, right? So going by what we learned, we need to block the row in this aspect. So in here, I am going to click F4. I've blocked the row, which is my third, and then click enter. So let's see if it works now. Fine and fine. 7 4s is 28. Can you see the reference changing according to the position of the cell? Okay. This problem I was able to solve by using absolute and relative reference, which is nothing but mixed referencing. So how is the formula working? Simple. Here I have used $A, which means I have blocked the column and let the row free. So if you notice, it's $A4 over here, but when I come down, it's $A5, which is A is constant, 4 is now changing to 5, and 5 is now changing to 6. Similarly, here I've blocked the third column, but B is free. So when I move down, B now becomes C. Notice the formula, C. And when I move down, it becomes D, but it's all in the third row. So by using mixed reference, I was able to solve this, and I basically just have to put one formula, which is the formula, and get the right amount of referencing done, pull the formula down, and it will solve the problem. Okay, easy? It might not be unless you practice, which means it's time for you to do the mixed referencing exercise number 2. Just that I want to give you a little bit more difficult one. So instead of we using multiplication out here, I want you to find power of function, which is 2 to the power of 1, which is nothing but 1. What is 2 to the power of 2, 2 to the power of 3, 2 to the power of 4, and so on. So remember your school days math, which you learned, power function 2 to the power of 1. All right. So difficult to figure how you use the power function? I thought so. So instead of multiplication symbol, what you will use out here is equal to 2. Instead of multiplication, which you can see, you will use shift 6, which is like a small arrow pointing on top, which is nothing but power function. Here you go. A14 into B13. That's nothing. So when I pull this down, it's already throwing an error because my referencing is wrong. But just to see if the power function is working fine, 2 to the power of 2 is 4, equal to 2 to the power of 3 is 8. It's 2 into 2 into 2. Yeah? Okay, so let's get back. Now we have the formula. Now how do we use the referencing? Similar to how we used in this particular mixed reference exercise, we use the same logic, excuse me. So it's A14, right? So in this case, I have to block the column A because my value 14, 15, 16 has to be moving freely. So I select that, I click F4, and I block only A, let the 14 free. In this, I want to block the 13th row, let the B free so that it can change to C, to D, and then to E. So in this case, F4 again, B is free, $13. Okay, so I pulled it down, 6-1, all remains the same, which is good. And when I pull the formula across, absolutely right, 6 to the power of 3 is 216, and 4 to the power of 3 is 64, which I know, and 4 to the power of 4 is 256. So here we go. So it's using three referencing type, which is our relative, absolute, and mixed reference. We're able to see how we could use one formulas to solve problems and one formulas to do exercise. Okay, data validations. So what is data validation? If I go by the definition, it is basically a feature in Excel you could use to restrict certain values or allow users to pick up those values which you restrict. You could configure data validation to prevent users from entering data. Like, for example, you want users to just enter numbers and you don't want them to enter numbers which are greater than, say, 100. Then you could actually restrict it according to your requirement using data validation. You could also put in input messages which alerts the user to tell what data they are supposed to enter in a cell, or if they enter a wrong data, it will throw up an error. So that's an advantage of data validation. Now, let me just explain this with an example. I have tasked you to create a small form, and I have asked you to create a form for one of our common friends' birthdays. Now, in this particular form, you want to capture information such as how many people are going to attend from your friends and what time they would attend, and would they prefer vegetarian or a non-vegetarian food. So you could come up with a data validation which restricts values for just vegetarian and non-vegetarian food, so that tomorrow if you want to see how many people are just going to select different types of food, you just want to keep it restricted to veg or non-veg so that it gives you the number. Similarly, we could put a cell where there is a time, and people could just select the time where they want to come, like say 6 p.m. in the evening, 7 p.m. in the evening, 8 p.m. in the evening. So it gives you an idea of how many people are going to come at a particular time. So that's how data validation can use. This becomes even better when you actually have to pass this particular spreadsheet to your friends, or you want to put it in a local shared drive where people want to access and input the data. So data validation becomes extremely useful at those occasions. Okay, so I hope the theory gave you some understanding. So let's now go ahead into practical and see what data validation is all about and the different types of data validations. Okay, so before I go ahead and talk to you about the different type of data validation, I quickly want to give you a demo of a particular data validation spreadsheet which I was talking about. Now, I'm just going to quickly create a spreadsheet keeping in mind our birthday form which we spoke about, and then I'll get into detail about how do we do data validation and how you could create. Now imagine this has your, within the square has your birthday form, and you just want these fields to be empty, which would be, say, name to start with, address, time or arrival time. Let me put that like that. arrival time, number of people, and food preferences. Okay, so I have this, and using format I'm just going to make it a little beautiful so it looks nice to people who are going to use this form. Okay, so here we go, almost done. Just make it nice looking by using some inbuilt formats and some colors. Yep, let me just use some lighter color. Okay, there you go. So now I just want to explain this with something called data validation and without. So first one would be without data validation, and this one with data validation. So I'm using the shortcut to expand the column width, which would be Alt. Remember, we could use Alt key, and then it opens up the complete menu command, and then I clicked O, C, A. That's how it expanded the column. Okay. So with data validation, without data validation and with data validation. So for example, now I am typing data without any data validation. So I write name, I write address, 14th cross MG Road, just for the namesake. I don't actually live in MG Road. So arrival time, I would randomly put say 6 o'clock. Okay, so that's how I put. Number of people, I would say 14. Yeah, and food preference, I am going to write biryani, chapati, and sweets. Okay, so this is how without data validation an individual would keep entering on this particular forms. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use data validation to show to you how I could actually restrict certain data. So of course name and address I cannot, but arrival time, right? So here I'm just going to go to data validation. I am going to talk to you guys about in detail about this. So instead of any value, I'm just going to put list. So 6 p.m. comma 7 p.m. comma 8 p.m. Okay. So do not worry about what I'm doing. I am going to talk to you guys in detail about that. Yeah, but just I want to show you the benefit of this. Okay, so here I have my form. I have some data without data validation and here with data validation. So I'm going to arrival time now. As soon as I go to arrival time, I have a drop down. Okay, so I just want to type in something over here like how I did 6 o'clock. See, I cannot because it will not allow you, and it's now just throwing up an error. So here I have my time, which I am forced to select, and again number of people. So let me just put 50 for the fun sake of it. Again, it will not allow because I've already given a restricted value. So I am forced again to put in the right amount of people. Food preference, I no longer can type in all that I need. I could just put veg or non-veg. Okay, so I hope this gave you a good understanding of how data validation is used and the different type of data validation which we are going to learn about. Yeah, we will come back to this as we are learning, But I hope this gives you an idea how you could also start thinking about using data validation in your day-to-day lives. Shifting back to the presentation. So what kind of data validations are available? So there are different types of data validation. Namely, we could restrict data to predefined items in a list. So you saw how I used veg and non-veg, right? So similarly, if I know the menu, I could just restrict the complete items in that particular list and force users to select just those data values.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What is the intersection of a column and a row on a worksheet called? A. Column. B. Value. C. Address. D. Cell. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So that's what data validation can do. Restrict numbers outside a specific range. So in the form again, we saw how I could enter numbers from 1 to 20 and I could just restrict the numbers to that particular specific range. And again, I can make it decimal places or I could use whole numbers according to what I want. Restrict data outside a certain time frame. Now, a certain time frame, again, like how we saw within 1 to 10, I can also tell only enter numbers greater than 50. So it will restrict data outside that particular time frame. Restrict times outside a certain time frame. So how many times a particular data needs to be entered, that also I could restrict. Okay, I think I typed in 2 times. Restrict times outside a certain time frame. Please ignore this at the second time. Limit the number of text characters. Now, in the birthday form example, I wrote in biryani, chapati, and I could keep going on till as if the birthday party would provide me all the food which I want. But then you will get people who will try to do all that, but sometimes you need to use data validation to restrict it to a certain length of text, and that's how I could do that. Validate data based on a formula or values in other cells. We will see this in detail. So basically, I could keep data somewhere in Excel and reference that into that particular cell so that only data reference in those cells can be picked up and nothing else. Yeah, so too much of theory. Let's get into practicals and see how all this can be actioned. Okay, moving on to our data validation spreadsheet. I'll just keep this as a reference and I'm going to my data validation spreadsheet. Okay, so here I have created a small exercise to you guys so that you understand different types of data validation and what all can you do. So first of all, I want to use this particular cell range which is marked. I'm just going to make it a little colorful. So in this particular cell range, in this green color, the light green color, what I want to do is I want to accept only whole numbers between 1 to 10 and I want proper input and error message to be displayed. Okay, I'll repeat that. So I just can enter numbers between 1 to 10. If I enter any numbers, let's say 36, it should not, or it should throw up an error. And another thing is, if I do a mistake, it should throw up an error. That is the requirement. So how do I do that? So first of all, to enter data validation, I need to select the cells where I need to enter data validation. And then go to the data tab, the ribbons which we have, which we spoke about. Under that, go to data validation, click on data validation. I have multiple options. I have data validation, circle invalid data, clear validation circles. This is more complicated. I'm not going to touch base on this point of time. So data validation, click on that. I have options out here. So there are 3 tabs: settings, input message, error alert. So under settings, the requirement over here was to just type in numbers between 1 to 10, right? So I'm going to go to whole numbers, not to any value, that's the default. The next one I'm going to select is whole numbers. Now I have this data between, so if I drop down I also can use any of these, not equal to, greater than, less than, few of the options which we spoke about in the previous slide. But for now I'm just going to use between. I'm going to put minimum value 1, maximum 10. Simple, very easy. Ignore blank. It's basically you just have to click it. It will ignore the blank as it claims. So just click whole numbers between 1 to 10, input message. So input message is the message which shows when you go close to this cell as what data validation is there. For example, here I will put as title data validation, input message, data validation cell, please input numbers only between 1 to 10. Yeah, that's my data validation input message. Error, if anyone enters a wrong data, what should be the error? So here I've told stop. I can make it warning, I can make it information. I'll just put it as stop. Here again I'll put stop data validation, data only, numbers data can be inserted. Okay, so here we go, simple. So first I went to settings. I have actually selected the drop down. Under the drop down I've selected whole numbers. Under the data I've selected between 1 to 10. I have inputted my input message alert. I've also inputted my error alert. Okay, click OK. There you go. So it already shows my data validation input. If I go back to another cell, I don't have the message. So I go back here. As soon as I want to enter, it will show that this is the data validation. This is what it is. So let's see if it's working. So 1 to 10. So I'm just trying to go to 4. Okay, so the reason it's taking 4th Jan is because there is a format, which for now, let me just change it. Format cells. So there you go, custom, it is a date So I'm just going to make it general. And there you go. Yeah. And I might have to change the complete formats of all the cells. Let me do that quickly. Format cells. And I'll make it general. Click OK. So I have 4. I'm going to hit 6. It's working. Now we just told 1 to 10, right? Let me click 0 and see if it works. There you go. Stop. That's what I put. Data validation. Only number data can be inserted, whatever message I give. Yeah. Even if I put anything more than 11. Okay. How about 9.5? Because it accepts only whole numbers. Very simple, right? So select the cells, go to data, data validations, use the options which are available. Okay, so moving on. Next is the range should have the gender male or female. So this is very easy. So we select the cells which we need to have just male or female. Under that, I again go to data, data validations, and I click data validations. Now what I'm going to do is I'm not going to select whole numbers because of course it's not whole numbers, right? Male or female. So I go click list. In the source, I type in male and comma female. Okay, there you go. Again, I'm going to use input message, data validation. Please select from the drop down. Error alert. I'm just going to make it something warning. This is the symbol which will be displayed. Validation. Select from the drop down. Click OK. There you go, already showing up. So I have, and when I click on the small drop down, I have male or female. Yep. So if I want to type in something, let me just type in something instead of selecting. Okay. Validation error. You saw the symbol I selected. Select the drop down, continue, yes. Well, it is allowing you to continue, but then it is also showing up the warning. So I recommend that you should continue. If you would encourage people not to continue, just you can put that in your validation message that please only select from the drop down and do not hit continue. That could be one of the messages. So if I have to remove it, just click on delete and then come back and select the female from the drop down. So simple. So we saw two things. We saw how we could use whole numbers. We could see how we could use the range and type in male or female. Okay, so the last one, which is pretty simple. In this particular cell preferences, what I want to select is, I want to select the values which are available in another column. For now, I have kept the values in the R column, which is showing as colors, but not necessarily that it has to be here. It can be anywhere in the spreadsheet and you could reference it because now you have learned reference. So how do I do this? Again, we select the cell content, go to data, data validations, click on data validations. In our settings, I click on list. Instead of me typing like the way I did for the male and female and veg and non-veg, I could simply go ahead and select source by clicking on this red small button. And when I do that, I can select the source data out here. My recommendation to you is when you're actually selecting a source data, keep a couple of cells empty, like say here, which I've done. I've kept 4 cells empty. So what it has done is it has referenced the data. Can you see this? $R, $26, $R to $34. That's an array, basically a combination of cells. And it is clearly referenced that. And what does dollar symbol tell? If you have told the answer as absolute reference, that's very good. Yeah, so we have got data validation done. I'm clicking on OK. I'm not going to put in any input message or error alert. You could do it when you're practicing. Click on OK. So here we go. If I had put an input message, you could have seen it like how I've done here, and a validation check, which for now I have not put any error message. So I have the drop down, the same list of red, green, orange, blue, and purple colors which are here in this particular drop down. The reason I asked you to keep some cells free empty is you can see that there is some free cells, right? So tomorrow, if you want to add another cell or another color into this particular thing, you could just come and type in rather than you redoing all the validations again. Hence, I asked you to keep some space. That's a little small trick for you. So I'm just going to put another color, red, green, orange, blue, purple, and yellow. Okay, there we go. As soon as I do that, because I have left some space, can you see? Purple, yellow. Similarly, any modification to your source, removing orange, would do the changes here as well. Okay, simple data validation. Outside the 3 exercise what we have done, you could also work on the other validations, but that's pretty self-explanatory. You could use list, you could use decimal, date, restricted only to a particular date, time, text length is how much length, like similar to how much numbers you could restrict the number of length of that particular text to minimum to maximum, just like how we did it to the whole number. And outside the text, like you have custom. So under custom, again, you can give a formula that it has to be or greater than equal to a particular number or lesser than equal to a particular number. So these are some inbuilt function which are used for data validation. Again, data validation can be used in a combination, which would be very helpful, because in macros or when you actually use Excel as storing databases, you could create the form, ask people to enter the data using data validation, and then extract the data out of that and keep it in a database. So that's how data validation can be used. Okay, so this is data validation. So start with, now what is a column chart? Again, let me explain this with an example. Let's say you have sales of two particular products month on month.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So you have one sales of cars and you also have sales of bikes, and you have this data for say 12 months. So you basically want to see in a chart how a car sale is and a bike sale is every month for the 12 months. So that's when you use a column chart. It effectively shows a comparison of one or more series. So here I was talking about one or more series, that's car or bike, and at a data point, and is useful in comparing multiple data series. So I can just not have cars, bikes, I probably can also have some buses, or even add some different types of cars to look at the comparison. So one or more series of data points through a particular time frame is what column charts can provide to you. In column charts, the vertical axis is basically, which is called as y-axis, always displays the numerical values, and the horizontal axis, which is nothing but the x-axis, displays times or other categories. So you could imagine the horizontal axis, which is x-axis, showcasing Jan, Feb, March, April, and so on, and the y-axis showcasing the numerical values such as the number of cars or bikes sold. Okay, now enough of theory. Let me showcase this in a particular diagram, or actually in a chart, and then you could associate more to it. So let me quickly open up the spreadsheet and get out of this particular presentation. Here we go, spreadsheet. I'll randomly add some data for us to talk about that bike and car sales. Okay, so Jan till December, I have cars, I have bike, I will use rand between. I'm sure this has become a favorite formula now, right? So let's keep it between 50 to 150. I'll copy that formula till December. Okay, here you go. And bike sale, again I'll use rand between, but keep it within 100, so probably 40 to 100. Okay, there you go. And before the formula keeps changing again, let me make it value. So this is a random data I've picked up just to create a chart for you and show how it is. We will talk in details about that, but just for your reference, how do I create a chart? I first need to select the data series, which I have done. And under my ribbons, I go to the insert menu. And in the insert menu, if you observed, there are charts, right? And it shows the different types of charts which are available. You have column, you have line, you have pie, bar, area, scattered, and other charts. So for now, I'm just going for column. Okay. As soon as I click on column, I have different types of column charts available. So I have a 2D column, I have a 3D column, different shapes of that column such as cylindrical, cone, pyramids, and so on. This all chart type is nothing but if I select on this, it basically shows all the different types of chart available in that particular menu. Not getting into that, just this is a simple chart which we are creating. So select the data, I go to insert, under the chart tab, click on column. And for now, I'm just going to take 2D columns. There you go. Simple. As soon as I do that, Excel will use my reference data and put it into chart. So what we learned from our presentation on column chart is nothing but The column chart, the vertical axis always display numerical values. You can see this vertical axis, which is our y-axis, displaying a numerical value, and horizontal axis, which is x-axis, displays time or other category. So there we go, time. And the data of car and bike is represented by column. So you have the blue, which is represented by car, and red by bike, or that orangish or whatever that color is. So here you could see the comparison. Jan, the car sales is up to 100, but the bike sales is up to 60 plus, which is actually 66. And that's how I create a simple chart. Easy? Of course, right? Out of all the topics which we did so far in the chapters, I'm sure this would be the most interesting, if not the most colorful for sure. Easy? Alright, so let's get started. Let me just close this, or let me just retain this for now. Probably we could use this reference time and again. And open my intermediate exercise worksheet. Okay, so where is my charts and graphs? Okay, here we go. This is the chart which I designed for today's exercise, and we will go ahead and create all the different type of exercise I want to do with this particular chart, and I'll teach you how to do it. Okay, so what's my data all about? So here I have a list of team members who report into me. These basically imagine me as a manager of a particular company, and they are the people who report into me, and this is the productivity they do. That means, like, if I was referring to task, right, or reports which they need to do, so this is the number of reports they are doing in a particular week or a month, and the quality of that particular report or task in percentages. So I have quality percentage and the respective percentage which they have achieved. So this is my data. Now I want to represent this particular data in using the chart wizard. I want to create a column chart and display the following: productivity and quality of team members. So let's get started. So the first thing in Excel is select the data and give instructions to Excel to create a chart. So how do I do that? I go to my Insert tab, and on that I click on column. And for now, let's just use a 2D. There we go, something similar to the car and bike exercise. So default Excel puts this in this particular spreadsheet and creates this particular window. You could move around the window. There are various aspects of this particular window. So here you could see the chart plot area, and this is nothing but the complete chart. So this is the plot area which is got highlighted. This is completely the chart. These are called series, and this is your x-axis and y-axis. Now all these are independent, and you of course can move by itself. So for example, the plot area, I can make it small or I can make it large. Including the chart, I can either make it large or small. All this I'm doing using my shift button and my mouse. So you could of course try and play around it when you're doing it. Yeah. Okay, so let's get to our exercise and see how we could create this. Now, the one thing which I want to quote before I actually start processing this is charts. In charts, you have so many options, and it's up to your creativity how beautifully you can make it. You could use multiple combinations of colors, which I will show you, and make it as good looking as possible. And it's up to you to use all that is available in the chart menu and try and make it as good looking as possible, because this is what you're going to represent in the PowerPoint, which probably is something similar to what I'm doing, and that data goes to your managers, your business, and so on and so forth. So it's important that you try to be as creative as possible, and I will give you some short tips as we go ahead. Okay, so coming back, I selected the data range, I created a chart, and as soon as I create a chart, you must have noticed, if not, you can see that there is the small chart toolbar which comes up. This chart toolbar basically has three tabs. It has design, layout, and format. So if I remove this, just to do it again, there you go. There is nothing called chart toolbar. So as soon as I select the data and insert a chart, I have my chart toolbar which appears. So before I go ahead and start the exercise, let's quickly review what is this chart toolbar all about. So here in the chart toolbar, similar to our ribbon concept, we have different ribbons. So in this I have the type. So basically I can change the chart type, so which if I click gets me to the different charts available. For now I will not change the chart type, I'll leave it the way it is. Save as template, I want to switch rows and columns, or I want to reselect the data and make it a little different. We are not dealing with reselecting the data, etc. at this point of time, because I just want you to get a hang of the basics first, and then we will go into more complex versions. So switch rows and columns, select data is to play around with the data. The chart layout is an important ribbon which basically tells how you want to place it. So here it gives you a preview of your chart. So currently I am in this particular preview. That's how it is. And if I want, I can change that to say this, or I could make it smaller or bigger. I'll just retain to the first one which I like. Yeah. In the chart styles, Excel gives you some default set of styles which Excel has inbuilt. This again is there for a particular reason. You have some default good looking styles which you can use. You have some 3D with different color settings. So for example, I can use this. It changes the way the color is reflecting, or you could go with some plain colors of orange, or you could design it all by yourself. So I'm going back to my original, which is the first one which I've selected. Yeah, so that is under the design. So basically anything to do with the design is reflecting in the first particular tab. Now if I go to the layout, it's basically to do with all the layouting of that particular chart, which means I can insert shapes, format my selection, I can change the selection. If I want to insert a text box and make it something unique, chart name and all that, and anything to do with labels, we will see more about this as we progress. And axis, grid lines, will again come back to it. These are called grid lines. We will talk about it a little later. Plot area, show plot area, do not show plot area. Yeah, so all that which we could play around with this. And then more additional options if you want to add a trend line, you want to do some more error bars, more statistically in nature. That's what happens in layout. Yeah, and then format, similar to all the other formatting options available in Excel. Shape outline, text outline, you want to make it bold, small, change the length of a particular text, make it bold, or change the font of a particular text. All that is available in the format. So remember this very importantly. As soon as you enter create a chart or insert a chart, you have the chart toolbar which comes up, and that chart toolbar is good enough option for you to play around and find out what exactly those tabs do. And if you use them rightly, your chart can be extremely attractive. Okay, with me till now? Alright, so let's move on and do this particular exercise which I have designed. So the first thing is I used this particular data and I created this chart. So using the chart wizard, create a column graph and display the following, which I've created a column graph. I've displayed the productivity and quality, and this data, the way productivity or quality percentage is taken from the headers, and all the team members' names are taken from this particular column and displayed in the horizontal axis. Okay, so using a chart wizard, create a column graph, display the following. First one, productivity and quality of team members. So I have productivity, I have quality. Create a title for the chart, June team performance. Okay, just a random name is what I gave. So I have a chart title. Just in case I did not have this chart title, where should I go? Layouts, and I go to chart titles, and in the chart title I have different options. I have center overlay title, which basically overlays the title over that. If not, I could make about the chart, or I could also go to more title options. I can make border color, styles, shadow, and so on. Yeah, for now I'll leave it about the chart, and I'll not exactly name it as June team performance. I'll make it as team performance. Okay, there we go, team performance. The next one, remove all grid lines. So I have this lines which are passing by, right? I want to remove them because I just want the bars to be highlighted and not exactly the grid. So for that, I go to Axis, I click on grid lines, primary horizontal grid lines, major grid lines. For now, I just want to show you what it will do. Vertical grid lines, none, and primary, none. Yeah, so when I click on primary major, it appears. You can also, as per your likings, can make it minor, which means there'll be more grid lines. And then I can also make it major and minor grid lines, which you can see not necessarily I use grid lines, so I'll just make it as none for now. So I've removed the grid lines. So it gives it a particular shape. Yeah. Place the legend at the bottom of the chart. So here I have the legends towards my right, which is this. Now I want to place it out here to make it look even more attractive. Can I actually drag and drop this? No, see, it doesn't work. So what do I do for this is I go back to my layout. I have the legend. So under the legend I have multiple options. So show legend at the right, that's what I've selected, or to the top, or I can make it to the left.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What type of chart is useful for comparing values over categories? A. Pie chart. B. Column chart. C. Line chart. D. Dot graph. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Or the one which I wanted at the bottom. Yep. Okay. So I'm done with chart title. I gave the legend which is down, but I also want to give some data labels. So I want to label this because it's difficult for me to actually understand what the sales is. So how do I get the data labels? So one, I could go ahead, select the complete chart and go to data labels and make it center. So can you see I have the data label? So I could either give it outside end or inside the base. So there are multiple options which I can play around. I'll just keep it outside end. Let me check if what else options are available. In this particular option, I can do outside in, center, inside, or I could also format this into different number formats. For example, percentage, which actually shows weird numbers because I don't want them in percentage for now. So general, and for now I'll just make it in the center. Okay, one at the center, one on the top. And the way I've done this is basically, once again to showcase to you, I've selected that particular data label, so it selects the complete productivity data label, and I can actually once again click on this and it will select just one, or I come out and once again click on it, it will select all that. I could either go to data labels and go to more data labels, or I could go right click and format data labels. Both goes to the same option. So I can make it inside base or center the way it is at this particular point. Okay, so now I have data label to make it look nice. I've had one inside at the center, one at the outside. So we are done with display the value labels also, or the data label. Change the plot area color, change the series color is the next two things, right? That's what I made. Now, I'll not just stop at that. I want to see all that I can do. So I'll just keep this in the middle, expand it a little bit more so that you could see all that which I can do. So like the way I told, you need to be creative to make it look good, right? So I mentioned team performance. This also is good for now. For now, I'm going to the plot area. Right click on the plot area, sorry, and be very careful about when you're clicking, because be mindful about what is being selected. For example, see, now the data label is selected, not the plot area. So you need to move a little bit more higher and select that particular plot area. Now I could go right click, format plot area, and I have multiple options, fill options, no fill, a solid fill is more like a color, a gradient fill is more like I have two colors which I can mix. I can fill it with a picture or a text, or I could just leave it as automatic. So I will go to solid fill and mix up two colors, gradient fill and mix up two colors. So preset colors, I have some, I will use this. So it is light and moves up, and I have directions, so I will just make it linear down, and I have angle which I can change. You can see I can make it more 70-degree angle. I could leave it at 90. Gradient stops at 1, 2. So basically does different change in color patterns which you can play. Looks like my system is stuck. Please bear with me for a second. There you go. It's back. Yeah. So I was just playing around with my plot area. So once again, let me click that, format plot area, and I have used gradient fill, change the colors. I've used two colors, and then I could of course do different transparency or change the position of it. You could see the transparency changing the way the blue looks. Yeah, so I could play around to make it as attractive as possible. So I'll leave it at this particular color, and then I go to the chart area and I can also add a color at the chart area. So for that, format chart area, again I could use solid fill. So in this case I will just use a darker color, probably a gray. Not looking good, so just let me use black. No, it's probably, yeah, I'll leave it at black for now. Okay, so there you go. Of course, all my legends are not being seen, so I need to change my legend color. So for that, I could just go to my format, and I could change the shape fill to, let's take white. No, let's not do a shape fill. I could probably use this. Let me just right click on that and format fonts. The color would be, yeah, there you go. So your options in Excel to make it look good is either you work out of the chart tool, design, layout, or format, or select the area what you want to do and right click and you have options out there. So for example, the team performance, I want to change something. The font color, I right click, font, and I make the color orange. Okay, so there you go. Looks better. And not just that, I have options to change single line items as well, not that I have to change everything together. For example, I'm just going to select the productivity. If you notice, I just click on that particular line and it selects the complete productivity. If I again click on that, it will select just that one particular productivity. So if I want to modify just one of the columns, I can do so, or I could modify the complete set of columns. For now, I want to change this color of this particular column. So I'm going to select all the columns, again right click, format data series, I will go to the 3D format and change, let me just actually fill this with a different color first, solid fill, and make it green. Okay, now I'm going to go to 3D format, change this through a special effect to make it look something like a 3D, and lightning as well to this, and close. Okay, there you go. I have changed that. Now I'll make this also get into a 3D format to make it look better. So format data series, 3D format, first fill, solid fill, let me make it red, too gaudy, right? Probably a little, how about a blue? Similar to that, let me give it something like, I'll give it a red, or let me go to more colors and select a different version of red. Yeah, there you go. So I have a red, but a little lighter red. Okay, I for that what I did is basically I went in solid fill, I dropped down on the colors, I clicked on more colors. In more colors, I pointed my cursor to a particular version of red, and this is the darkness of it. So I kept it a little on the lighter side, clicked on OK. And then right click again on the same data range, format data series, go to 3D format and change the material to make some effects so that it looks good. Yeah, better? Now, like the way I told, I can also highlight a particular column, right? So let's take this particular sale of Hari or the productivity of Hari has been very low. So I want to highlight this. So I can just click on that particular column once, right click, format data point, which means just that particular column. And this time I'll fill it with a red color to show that there's a problem. Yeah. Fill, solid fill, and red. Okay, so this one is to highlight that this particular month this Hari was not doing good. Yeah, so now you notice how I have used this particular chart and how at least I've tried to make it attractive. Probably it is not as attractive as it can be. Again, like the way I told, it's up to your creativity as how attractive you can get it to. I've just tried to put some colors and play around with it to get it in this particular format. Not just that, I can also format the way the chart look and feel is. So I could right click on this, format chart area. I can make this a 3D format. Yeah, so this also becomes 3D format. And when I actually copy this and I'll open a new PowerPoint presentation, I can paste this, and that's how my chart looks. Yeah, little attractive, right? Yeah, and you can see, probably you could notice that this is, it looks like it is actually a 3D format. Yeah? So that's how I could create charts and make it as attractive as possible. Okay, going back to my spreadsheet. Okay, so we changed the plot area color, we changed the series color as well. Yeah, so to reiterate the column chart, which we are now done with, so basically I used the table and I used the insert ribbon to insert the column chart, and then I used the different chart tools available in terms of design, layout, format to format the look and feel of the chart. I could also go ahead and select individual data series or data points, right click and format those to different options, which is available either using colors or different methodologies. Yeah, so here we go. I'm just doing it again, solid fill. Probably let me just keep it as black. Yeah, so I am using right click out here. So that's how I use charts in Excel. and I could create charts and column charts. Before I move on to other charts, a couple of other options. Now within this, there are options to change the chart type, which we saw earlier, right? So I could go ahead and change the format, change chart type. So for this, the current option I've selected is this, but I want to make it cylindrical. I could select this, and you could see immediately and click on OK, it will start reflecting cylindrical. So this is a different version of it. I'll let you play with it, and probably you could find out what is the one which you like according to your taste. Again, the simplest way of doing or changing the chart type is going right click, change chart type, and I can make it cone. Yeah, there you go. So whichever you like, or probably your manager likes, or based on your occasions, you can make it fun and not that. And also to make it even more nice, the chart area, I could insert some image. So for example, picture or text file. So there you go. So this is like I can use something from file or clipboard or clip art. Let me see if I have some clipboards. If I have from file, I don't think I have any images, but just trying from sample pictures. So I have some sample pictures over here. So probably I'll use this jellyfish, insert, and click close. There you go. So on the image, this particular chart is inserted, and then I can move this to make it a little bit more interesting. Just be careful how you select. So here I've selected the plot area. I'm moving it a little down, and then now I can paste this into a presentation. Okay, so just click on F5 to make it look. So this is the original one. Now this with some inserted picture. So you have different formats which you can use. So all according to how you want it to be displayed. You just need to use the options available in the chart toolbar, and also few options like, say, when you click on format chat area, there are multiple options. So based on your creativity, when you keep playing with this, you'll come to know which is the one which is right and which makes it look very beautiful. All right. So hope this gave you a good enough understanding of how to do a column chart. I will pause this particular video for 10 seconds like usual and give you a time to work on the same spreadsheet, which you can download from our website, or you could also create this particular table and work on all that which we learned in the column chart, and then you could come back and we will move on to line and pie chart. Okay, so here's the pause for you to do your bit. Now, going back to my presentation, we were talking about column chart. So you got a fair enough understanding of how column chart works. When to use column chart? It's basically used when you need to compare different series of data over a time, and the effectiveness of column chart is when you have different data. So if column chart is so useful, then when does the other types of chart come into place? So let's review those type of charts. The next one which I want to teach you is the line chart. Now, what is a line chart? Similar to column chart, a line chart is basically a line moving in, displaying a trend on a time axis, on a time scale. So basically the vertical axis out here will always display numerical value, and the horizontal axis will display time or other category. Okay, so similarly in column chart you had X and Y axis. Here also you have X and Y axis, but here the Y axis will always display numerical value and the X axis will display the time category. Okay, the line chart is effective in displaying trends for multiple series. As you will notice when I actually do it, each line can be made into different colors, and it is also effective to show a particular trend in a line series. Okay, so similar to how we actually did a column chart, let's actually do a line chart and understand this in particular detail. And when you see this, you will know when to use a line chart versus a column chart. Opening up my spreadsheet, and I want to go to a line chart exercise. Okay, so I have an exercise for you, and probably you could work with me while doing this. And just to make it a little bit more colorful, I'm adding columns and formatting the data to make it look good. Okay, so let me explain the data first to you. So I have the month-on-month sales for car, bicycle and scooters, and I want to create a line chart to review this. Of course, there is no harm in creating a column chart out here. We could do that as well. But again, the column chart might not give you a trend analysis, which a line chart can give you. I will do both and then you could see the difference. Okay, so here is my line chart. The first thing what I need to do, I need to select the data. Once I have selected the data, what is that I do? I go to insert and then what will I select for my line chart? I will click on the line chart. So this creates it. Again, there are options. There are 2D and 3D. So I will just select the simple 2D line, and there I have my line chart. Now, of course, it looks quite haphazard and irrelevant, right? But then let's do it better, and I'm sure you'll understand the meaning of it. So I'm just expanding it. Okay. So what are the things we need to do? Show the sales of the vehicle for Jan to December. So I have the line for car, I have the bicycle, I have the scooter. Create a title for the chart, sale of vehicle. So how do I do that? Go to layout, chart title, about chart. What shall I name it? Vehicle sales, sale of vehicle 2015. Okay, the sale of vehicle 2015 is what I've named it. I want to remove the grid lines. How do I remove the grid lines? I go to the grid lines, under the layout, I click on horizontal grid lines, none, and I have the grid lines gone. So in this chart, do you think grid lines make more effective, right? Makes the chart look more effective. So let's actually place a grid line, and let's place minor grid lines. Okay, and also the major grid lines. So major grid lines and minor grid lines. Okay, so it's just allowing me to place one. So I'll leave it at minor grid lines. Place the legend at the bottom. That is something which we did in the last chart as well. Simple. Go to legend, show legend at bottom. Okay. And I don't want to change any plot area out here. Change the series color, plot area color, display the value label for scooter, and change the color of the line. So if you notice, I can actually display the values out here. But if we display values, so if I actually go to data labels and make it center, so it becomes too cluttered, right? So for now, I'm not going to display the values. I am just going to make it no value displayed, but for something which is consistent, or when there is a sales, for example, if you see the sales of this, if I select, you can make out that it is scooter sales, it is predominantly better than the other two. I want to make it and change it to a different color and probably change this data label itself. So I want to change this chart type to format data series. I want to change this marker line. I want to increase the width of this, so I'm just making it bigger. So I have different options. I'll do this in this way. Compound, I'll make it this way, and line color solid line, let me make it a dark green. Okay, and marker is those small boxes which you're seeing. Solid fill, I'll make it black. Marker options is I have built-in. I will select these triangles, or let me try this and make it a little bit bigger in size. Yeah, and close. Okay, so can you see how it is showing? Let me do that for the rest of it also, and maybe not as big as this, but make it more effective. So how do I do that? I select the data series, right click, format data series, marker fill, solid fill, and this time I will give it probably a little different color, and marker option, let it be square. Line color, it's blue now, so I will retain it as probably darker blue. Okay, and marker options, built-in, and make it triangle a little bigger inside. Okay, yeah, probably it is looking too cluttered, so let me just remove the marker option. And make it smaller. Here, there you go. So you can notice that basically what this graph is telling, you could go ahead and modify more such options out here, and and again change the plot color and so on, which I will do in a minute. But then the important thing which I wanted to showcase to you out here is you can see a trend, right? We could also put this in a column, and let's notice the difference. So here I'm going to insert and just make it in terms of a column. Okay, so here you go. So here you could notice that probably it is not showing you the trend of the sales. So but when you come here, you could see the sale of vehicle a trend. So for example, if I actually look at the scooter sales, so for Jan it is showing 1000, for Feb it is showing around 800, and then for March around 800, and which is very difficult for you to find out in this particular column. And it clearly shows that compared to the other trend lines, your scooter sales, there is no much of a dip, it is constant. But when I look at bicycle, there's a huge fluctuation, and there is a time when it has come very low. And also if I look at car sales, there is a time in April when it has come very low, and then okay, it is stabilized. So this particular line chart basically helps me in getting that particular trend which column doesn't give. Yeah, so that's the beauty of the line chart. So I'll remove the column and probably make it look good, and then we will put it into a presentation. So this, I need to be careful with what colors I will use. So I will use some light colors, solid fill, and I will use some light colors such as this, or make it a little bit even more lighter, around bluish. Okay, and let the trend line be the way it is. And here the fonts, I will select the fonts, and I want to make it bold. Okay, and here as well I want to select the fonts and make it bold. And why just make the fonts bold? Let us make the legend as well bold. So I select the legend, font, make it bold, click OK. Yeah, so there we go. And just to make it more nice, for one data series, which is my scooter, I will add data labels. And let me place the data labels above. Yeah, so just to showcase that the scooter sales were the most. Okay, now copy this, going back to my presentation, Yeah, there you go. Does it look interesting? It looks good, right? So imagine I'm presenting this as at a sale conference to show that yes, the car sales, or sorry, the scooter sales are stable, but there is a dip in car or bicycle sales. So how I use the data from my spreadsheet and came up with a good looking graph and present that in a wider meeting. So that's line chart all about. So understood how to do a line chart, we understood how to do a column chart, we understood the difference between column and line chart. Now let's move on to the third type of chart, which is a pie chart. Again, before I move on, I'll give a 10-second pause for you to work on this particular exercise. You have the data in front of you.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
We saw, going back to my presentation, we saw line chart. We understood when line chart is used. Now, I'm going to the third aspect, which is my favorite. It's a pie chart. Now, what is a pie chart?
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What is the intersection of a column and a row on a worksheet called? A. Column. B. Value. C. Address. D. Cell. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
I'm sure we all know what pi is, right? It basically is just taking one series of data and showcasing in that series the proportionality of how much a particular aspect of that series is. So if I have to go by definition, it uses the series identifier in the chart title and displays the value of the series as proportional slices of a pie. The easiest way of me to explain this is through by imagining a pizza. So pizza is the complete series, the proportionality is those different slices. So let's demo this and let's understand what pie chart is all about. Going back to my spreadsheet, and I'm going to my pie chart exercise. Okay, cricket is something which is favorite for a lot of us. So I have created an exercise with cricket out here. So let us, hopefully this is interesting than the other two charts and also more visually effective. Okay, because unlike the other two charts which we did 2D, here we are going for a three-dimensional visual chart. So what is that we need to do? So I have a list of cricketers and their ratings. So I have to create a pie chart of this particular list. I have to name a title, then move the legend to the bottom, not just let the data the way it is. I want to give it as a percentage of each of the segment and do some manual selection, change the color, fill some different gradient fill and separate one segment and make it look very different. Okay, so let's do all this using pie chart. So how do we go about it? First thing, select the chart and select the data, go to insert and select the pie chart. So while I'm doing this, I want to select the 3D pie chart. All the other two exercises, we select the 2D pie chart, but for now I selected the 3D pie chart. So there you go. I have the complete pie chart. You can see that it is a complete series and the ratings are displayed by different proportion of that particular series. So first thing, provide a chart title, cricketers rating. So chart title, chart tools, go to layout, chart title, about the chart, and I'll type in cricketers rating. Okay, so I have the chart title done. Move the legend to the bottom. That also we know go to legend, show legend at the bottom. Let me expand this. Okay. And display percentage each of the segment of the pie chart. Okay, this is something which we did not do, but I gave you a hint in the previous chart. So for that, first let me display the data labels. So I select the chart, click on data labels, I make it inside in the center, and I have the display label, so I have the numbers. But then what I want to do is I want to change this to percentage, because we have a series of the proportion, right? So we'll make it to show as percentage. So again, right click, format data series. Okay, I'm sorry, that's not the one. Right click, format data labels, and under that now it is showing as value. So I don't want to show as value, I want it to show as percentage. There you go, close, and I have displayed it as percentages. Okay, I can move it a little bit more towards the side just to make it look attractive. And what do we do with the color? I'm not very happy with black, so let me change it to white in color. So how do I do that? Select the data series, format under the font, and I will select it to white, and probably let's make it bold because that's what we want to highlight, right? Okay, there we go. So I've done with selecting the percentages. So for manually select the segment of Rahul Dravid rating and separate it from the rest of the chart. So Rahul Dravid, let me select Rahul Dravid's rating. So which is Rahul Dravid, which is 8, light blue color. So once I click, I select the complete pie chart. I click again, I select only Rahul Dravid's rating. So I'm going to hold shift and drag this outside. You can see the blue dotted line, which means I'm dragging it outside the chart and leave it like that. So you can see, just like a pizza, I'm removing this particular piece out, and I want to change this to a separate color. So let me make this format data point. So fill, solid fill, and make it blue, and close. Yeah, you can notice that it is, and I can do that individually also. I can select this again, I want to change this to different color, format data point. I'll just use some bright colors to make it look very nice. So easiest option is to use the colors which I've already used before. Close, I have a red, and let me use a brighter green here. Oh, okay, no, it selected everything. Okay, format data point, fill, solid fill, and a green, close. Notice as soon as I do that, accordingly different colors, the respective colors are showing out here. This orange, let's make it a bright orange. Okay, bright orange, and this a bright purple. So creativity to make it look attractive, close. Okay, and this one to fill, solid fill. Okay. Format data series. I'm just running out of colors out here. I'm just wondering what will make it look good. Let's go with yellow. We don't have a yellow in that, right? Yep. There we go. Oh, okay. Didn't work. What happened? Format data point, fill, solid fill, and I've selected the yellow. Close. Okay, so a little bit more brighter, looking good, hopefully. and I've selected that. So what's my next one? Select the separate segment and fill. I select the separate segment again and select fill effects and gradient tab. Select two colors and select the separate segment once again and select fill effect under the pattern type and select using pattern. Okay, so basically what I told is I want to use different patterns. So let's make the yellow with a different pattern, and for this I'm going to go to format data point and fill. Instead of that, I am going to use a gradient fill, which means there are two colors. I'll go with the pre rainbow color. There we go. And I also want to select this and probably make it a different format. So fill, gradient, or let's go with a picture or text and make it, let's give it this particular green. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so the pie chart, again, there's a lot of options for you to play around with it. We can make it beautiful, we could make different colors, you could remove even different segments again out. It is just that you need to know how to do it. One click you select the complete pie, another click you select just that particular thing, remove that also out and make it as attractive and the way you want. Yeah, okay, so just that I want to change the plot area just to make it a little bit more colorful. Solid fill, let's make it a black. Okay, and change all the fonts to white in color. You could use this option as well. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so you can see that I have just going to remove two of them to make it look attractive. Yeah, there you go. So that's how I have created a pie chart. So you understood pie chart now. So we have seen three different charts. We saw the column chart where you compare data series together on a time, line chart which is used basically for a trend analysis, and a pie chart which is used to create, it is basically using a pie to represent the complete series data. And then we saw how to change it into percentages, how to modify the colors, use different gradients. You individually modify a data series to completely modify a data series. So these are the main few important things in the chart. The way you need to use the tools you use in charts is the chart tools, or select a particular data series, right click and use that. So good enough information on charts, and like the way I mentioned in earlier during the chart, the main important things are column, line and pie charts. But outside that, we also have few other different types of charts which we will quickly review and check. Okay, going back to my presentation, we saw pie chart. The next thing is other charts, which are bar chart, area chart, scatter chart and surface chart. Now I'm not going to get into details about that, but quickly use the chart which we have created and see how these are represented in that particular different chart label. So I'm going to remove this. So like the way I told, there are different chart types, right? So I've selected the data. In the insert, I go to bar chart and I'm going to click on bar chart. So just that, it's not going to show horizontal, it's going to show vertical, and I'm just going to show the data. So you can see that the data is represented horizontally and not really on a vertically, and that is bar chart. Now I can change this again to different. So area chart, the data will be showed differently. So let me just showcase this. So it's basically representing the data in terms of quantity, percentage and productivity. So this is the productivity and quantity, but again, not really makes so much of a sense as much as in columns, right? So that's how the data is represented. Colors or 3D options if you want to use it. And then if I want to showcase into X and Y scattered axis, it's basically showing the data scattered, which again, not very much understandable because it doesn't make any inferences out of it. The last thing is you could show probably from a bubble. Yeah, so all those are the different types of charts which can be used. But then, like the way I mentioned, I'm sure you could have understood that these are not exactly showcasing the data the way, or you are able to represent the data the way you really want to, right? So the easiest and the best way to represent the data is in the three types of chart which I taught you: column, line, or pie. If you know that, that's good enough for you to understand charts and work on charts. Alright, so these are the different types of charts outside the three which I showed. Of course, you can play around with these charts to see what all it shows, but then like the way I told, it is basically representing data in different formats and not really anything new in terms of the way you format it or the way you use chart tools. So I'll leave it to you to play around with it. So let's go to the demo to understand all this in detail. Alright, so to explain this a little bit more better and make it easier for you to understand, let me create a small information table which we will use to understand how to create, how to use protection using that particular table. So we have been seeing some reports, right, where we spoke about team productivity, team quality, and even in charts you saw about productivity versus quality charts. So I'm going to create the similar spreadsheet where I'm going to create my team members productivity report, the task report they do. So to start off with, I will create a team name and some team members. So let me just make it to team 20 team members here, and I have their task detail which they need to input. Yeah, I could have used autofill, but just that I was typing in, that's okay. So this is the table which I was referring to. Okay, and just to make it look good, which we learned in formatting, I'm using certain colors. Okay, so this I will name it as team task details. Team task. Okay, let's just leave it at that. And sheet 2, I'll name it as computation. Okay, so this is the spreadsheet I want to create. Simply put, I'll copy this table in the computation and I'll keep it referenced, and week 1 task, week task, and week 3 task. Okay, so I've been using a lot of shortcuts, so don't worry about how I'm able to do that so quickly. It is just practice which will help you to get there. Okay, so we have week 1 task, week 2 task, and week 3 task. So just to make it a little bit more better, I've added total and make this a little different color. Let me use some light color. Okay, so this is week 1. Yeah, you could also notice how I'm doing formatting and probably use some of the formattings I do. So I have week 1 and week 2. Just rename this to week 2 and rename this to week. Okay, so this is what I have in terms of my table which I've created. Just to make this even more interesting, usage of fonts and colors to its usage. Okay, there we go. So now this is a particular weekly task list which I have created for my team members, and the requirement from them is to ask these team members to come and input the data in Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday cells. Okay, so without their notice, what I have done is, what I'll be doing is, I've created this total fields which I will be hiding, and I'll show you how to do that. And that reference is what I'm going to give it to this particular computation sheet. Okay, so let's take total would be nothing but equal to sum of all these fields, correct? So basically I'm totaling that particular details, and I'm doing that for all the team members. And let me just copy paste this formula across. So though I'm copy pasting, Excel will understand by referencing that I'm actually calculating this particular week's data. There you go. And get this center aligned so that it looks good. Make it bold. And here as well, center aligned and make it bold. And the last one. Okay, so this is what I've done. So I have the table created. So the table is created with 3 weeks of data, where the team members needs to come and add their task list. That calculates the total and it shows me in the computation sheet. Now for this to showcase it in the computation sheet, I need to reference this table to this particular total, which basically is nothing but week 1 task list is equal to Satish 1. So I can reference it out here, and I can just copy this formula down. Excel reference will do the rest. And so do I do the same for week 2. And week 3. Yeah. So because I know referencing, I know that what I'm doing is exact. So I'm making this bold and center to make it look nice. Okay, let's just test our table. Satish 4 is 5 productivity, and then I have Satish 5 at week 2 5, and Satish 6 at Thursday. So totally it has to show 5 5 5 in all the 3 weeks. Does it show? And you can look at it by reference. It is actually showing the way I've inputted the data. So my table and all my references, nice. That's just a small check to ensure my data is showing up properly. Okay, so we have the spreadsheet now. So what I want you to show now on is the protection bit. So what I was trying to do out here till now is to create this particular table and send this particular table to my team members. I could either do that, or I could also share this particular spreadsheet in one of our shared drives, a common place where everyone can access this particular spreadsheet. That also we are going to see. The intention of sharing this particular spreadsheet is so that Satish 1 knows that he has to enter data only in this particular fields and for all the 3 weeks, and he doesn't have to really bother about how much calculation, and I can see how much he's doing on a week on week. Just to make it even better, let me add a total here for me to just understand how he's been doing for 3 weeks. Just added the total, and again something we did it in conditional formatting. I could use this to create though I could use conditional formatting over here to give it conditions in such a way that it highlights the cell value if it doesn't matches or it goes below a particular number. So I've created this. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide these particular sheets total so they can't see. So how I do that is I go select that particular column which I need to hide. I could either just go to that column, select it, right click and click on hide, and I've done it out here, and to the other column also. So for Satish, all the other Satishes, they only know that they need to enter data week on week. Yeah. Now, first thing which I want to show you is how do you save this workbook, just in case you don't want anyone else to modify this except you. So for that, when you're saving the workbook for the first time, you click on this small Windows icon and you have Excel options, right? So you click on Excel options, or rather let's not do it like that. I would go click on this save as, and I would create my desktop, go to my desktop for now, and I would just name it this as team details. This is the easiest way for you to do that. And when you're saving the spreadsheet, you can see there is a tools option out here, right? So click on the tools option. So under the tools option, you have web option, map network drive, compress pictures, or general option. You get to click on general options. So as soon as you do click on general option, you have two things. One is to password to open this file, password to modify this file. So what this basically means is, password to open means that every time you want to open this particular spreadsheet, you need to give that particular password. And if modify, again on the same line, password to modify means that every time you want to modify the spreadsheet, there needs to be a password. So you could just make it read only. That means it can just open up, but nothing, unless you put in the password to modify, it will not allow you to modify any content. So for now, I'm going to use both the options. So and read only recommendation. So you could see how everything comes into picture. Another small thing out here is always create backup. So this option means that Excel will keep saving the file periodically. So whatever file you have created, it will always have a backup in an Excel directory. So it will create backup, keep the backup, just in case something goes wrong with this file, you can recover that backup and work on it. Yeah, that rarely happens unless your file is extremely huge, where you have almost used the complete set of cells available and your data is almost close to 1 GB, so much. So other than that, I have never seen Excel behaving extremely cranky or the files getting corrupt. Yeah, but if it is a very critical data, I would suggest you create a backup. So another important thing out here is that password to open and modify can be different, but if you forget that particular password, there is no way that Excel you can recover that particular password. So enter the password which you remember, because if you lose that password, you will not be able to open this file. You will have to restart or redo everything from the start. Okay, so I'm going to give a very simple password, not that I don't want to complicate it, just for our training purpose. My password would be 3 ones. So it's 1 1 1, and for password to modify it will again be 1 1 1. I will click a read only recommended and click OK. So as soon as I do that, it will ask me to re-enter the password. You can see the caution over here. If you lose or forget the password, it cannot be recovered. It was advisable to keep a list of passwords and the corresponding workbook and sheet names in a safe place. Yeah, so do not forget the password which you're giving. So 1 1 1, and again to modify. Okay, so I've given this and I have saved that particular spreadsheet. So let me close this and go back to my desktop and try to open that particular spreadsheet. There you go. As soon as I click, the first thing it tells us team details is protected. Even for password to open, I mentioned, right, password to open. So if I would have not given password to open, it would have opened and shown the data, but to modify I had to use the password. So even for opening, I've given a password. That's why it's asking me. Let me type in the password 111. Okay, there you go. So now it tells, all right, I'll open it. Password for write access or open and read only. You remember I clicked on read only, right? So I can go ahead and click on read only. There you go. It opens up the spreadsheet. It will allow me to do the changes, but I'm just going to hit the Control S and show what happens if I try to save this. See, as soon as I hit a Control S, which is to save, it tells it is a read only. To save a copy, click OK and then give the workbook a new name in the save. So you can actually resave it in a different name, but I can't modify that particular workbook. So that's the beauty of read only. Okay, I'm not going to do so. I'm going to close this. So it's telling that you want to save another copy. I'm not going to do that. So let me redo the whole thing. So I'm clicking on Alt F, which opens up my recent documents, and I'm opening up my team details file. So to open it, I'll give the password, and now I don't want to see read only, so I want to modify. So I will use the password again, 111. Okay, so there is a small uh, wizard telling that do you want to use this as read only or do you want to edit it. So it is telling it should be open as read only unless you need to save changes. Open as read only, yes, that means it will open again as read only, but now I don't want, so I'll click on no, which means it is in an editable mode. Yeah, so that's how I've created a spreadsheet, password protected it, and only I can open it. Yeah, so that's one thing which we learned. Now the other thing, that was not the intention, right? I just wanted to show in terms of uh, password protecting that particular spreadsheet. My main intention over here is to send this particular spreadsheet. I want my team members to add those particular details in the relevant cells, and that should reflect in the computation sheet. Okay, so to start with, let's take I've sent this to Satish. So he adds his first week's productivity data, 7, and then he does 7 again, sorry, 7 again, then he does 9 and probably one day 14 and 23. So he's done that. So the computation also shows 61. So when it comes to computation sheet, he might notice that I'm observing that it is showing my productivity. So what I probably want to do is restrict him to not delete these. Today, without any restrictions, I can come to the computation sheet, click on 61 and hit a delete. And you can see that the cell got deleted. I don't want that to happen. I want the formulas to be retained. You can see that there is a formula and the calculation to be retained. The only field which Satish should be able to enter is this, and I don't want him to touch any of these particular cells. So here again, I can delete if I want, and I can probably change the names and write whatever I want. I don't want all that to be done. So how do I do that? For that, I'm going to use cell protections. So to use cell protection, the first thing I need to do is click on this all the list of cells. This is the easiest way. There are multiple ways to do it, but I'm going to teach you the easiest way. So click on this particular cell, right click. So you have format cells option, right? So click on format cells. So basically it will throw up a window, and in the format cell option you have in the last tab called protections. So you have two options over here, locked and hidden. I'll teach you what both of them are, but for now I'm just going to open up the locked cells. Okay, and click OK. As soon as I do that, so basically Excel, what it does is it opens up all the cells and there is no cells which are locked. Initially all the cells were locked, so when I formatted the cells and removed the lock, it has opened up all the cells. Now what I want to do is come back. For now I'm going to select the complete list of cells, and this green small.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What type of chart is useful for comparing values over categories? A. Pie chart. B. Column chart. C. Line chart. D. Dot graph. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Mark which you're seeing is Excel is telling me that, oh, these are formulas. So do you want to protect these cells? So it is being proactive and it is telling me that these are formula related cells. Do you want to protect it? So I will take the clue from there, and I will also select the complete table. Now I'm only selecting the table which I want to lock. Lock them by again going and formatting cells. Go to protection and lock. Okay. So here I have not done anything to hidden. I will show you what hidden is in a moment, and click OK. As soon as I do that, the green mark goes off. So basically now what has Excel done? It has locked this particular cell. So after I do that, I go to review. In review, I have protect sheet. So you can see there is changes ribbon, and in that I have protect sheet. So I click on protect sheet. So I have select lock cells, select unlock cells. I don't want to do any modification because it can get confusing as we unlock and lock some cells. So the easiest way is to first unlock everything, lock what we want, and give the password. So right now I'm going to give the same password, 111. Click OK. It will ask you again for the password, 111. click OK. And there you go. I've done that. So let me now enter data into some other cells. Probably I'll do it for these two, 10, 10, 10, and 10. All right. And here I have 50 recurring. But I want to change this, right? Because I want the person to not know that I have achieved 50. So now I come and try to modify. I cannot. So I'm coming to that particular cell and trying to add some details. I cannot. Okay, let me try to delete this. I cannot. So what I have done now is actually locked the cell. But if I want to type into the other cells, I can. You can see that anything outside that particular table is still free and I can type in any details. So by doing this, what I've done is I've protected this particular table and no one can modify the table. One thing you would have observed if you look at your formula bar or insert function, so you still see that there is team task G6. So it is basically showcasing the formula, which means the person also has an advantage to figure out where G6 is and go modify the data, which he can go to G, which is hidden here, and modify, which means I can remove the hidden cells. So I need to do something here as well, right? Otherwise you can easily open this up, remove the hidden, and then modify the data. That's something which I can do. So either I could also protect these particular cells by giving the formula, or I could protect the structure. There you go. So for this, I'm going to go to protect workbook, protect structure, and windows. Okay. So when I click on protect structure and windows, so it gives me two options, structure and windows. So it will not allow me to do any changes. So just see, it also blurs the other sheet as soon as it's protected. Okay, there you go. So now I'm trying to add another sheet. I cannot because the workbook itself is protected. So there I go. I can't add. So let me try to delete this particular sheet. I can't even delete it. So let me try to remove the hidden columns. So well, that I still can do. So it's probably best to actually fix this. But what about inserting a column? I still can, but it is just protecting the structure. So here again, I can do the same, unprotect the whole thing, protect the cells where there's a formula, and block it. So for now, I'm just going to back to hide it, and then let me see if I can do anything else with this. No, I can't. And here, I anyway can't do any changes. Okay, so that is protecting structure and windows. So let me unprotect the structures. So as soon as I unprotect the structures, which is, it will allow me to either insert another sheet, etc. Okay, so that's basically what main things in protections are. One is to protect the worksheet. We saw by putting modify password and open password. Then we saw how to protect the workbook, that is protect structures and windows. And then we saw how do I protect the particular cells using the protect function. Yeah, so that's how we could do the table the way we want and protect the table with formulas. The last thing which I want to showcase to you out here is the hidden. When you click on format cells, you saw protect and you saw hidden, right? So I want to show what hidden does. So first of all, let me unprotect the sheet. Otherwise, I'll not be able to go ahead and format the cells. It doesn't allow me to format the cells. So I'm going to unprotect the sheet by putting my magic password. So as soon as I unprotect this sheet, I can go ahead and, okay, let me just select the table once again. So notice here, when you could see the formula, right, even though I protected the sheet. So if I click format cells, I have logged. I will also click on hidden, click OK, and then I could protect sheet 111, click OK, 111, click OK. And now you also cannot see the formulas. So hidden means that it basically hides all the formulas. Outside this, under the protect menu, you do have some other options, such as you could protect. When you click on protect cells, you have formatted cells. Allow users of this worksheet to format cells, format columns, insert rows, and so much else, which we can do by using protection. But mostly the protection is used only for these things. You could also use it to, you could protect users from inserting columns, rows, deleting columns, etc. And that's how the protection comes in handy. Allow users, so the other things out here, track changes and allow users to edit ranges, is it basically tracks any user doing anything, and this is especially useful when you share the workbook. But then as much as possible, these are not, I would recommend not to use allow track changes, because when you learn macros you can actually restrict all those access. But then as much as possible, give them just limited access for the cells which they need to work on. All the others you can protect it using your protect formulas. Yeah, so that's one thing in protect. Now let's look at few more features out here. So just to, let's save this and open it again and visit it. So team details, I open that. I need to give the password to open the file and to modify, and then I don't click on no. So can I delete it? Yes, because I've not protected the sheet. So I go to review, protect the sheet, one and click. So now I cannot. So here I could enter some numbers. There you go. I have my complete data and I also have the total, which I can't do anything with. All right, so going back to my spreadsheet, till now we saw how to protect the cell, the sheet, and the workbook. The file protection is what I'm going to show it to you shortly. Share workbook, insert object, and insert hyperlink is what is next. Okay, so I was talking about sharing the workbook, right? I was telling you how I could share this workbook in a particular share drive and people can access the workbook from there. So sharing workbook is nothing but you save it in a particular place, like how I've done this, and then I go to view. Under the review tab, I have unprotect sheet, protect workbook, and share workbook. So when I've shared it in a particular shared drive, I could click on share workbook. So what happens is this particular workbook can be accessed by multiple people. So here I have just put who's opened this. It is showing my number, but that's how my number is reflecting on this computer. Otherwise, I can go to advanced. Before that, allow changes by more than one user at the same time. This allows workbook merging. So I'll click on OK. So that means multiple people can access this. Advanced, I can keep change history for 30 days or don't keep change history. I don't have to keep, I'll just leave it the way it is default. I want it automatic to be saved every 15 minutes. And if multiple people are using the workbook, I want Excel to ask me which changes to be retained, which not. So for example, I haven't given any names out here. I'm just asking people to enter the data. So Excel will keep asking me which data has to be retained and which data it has to be deleted. So all this can be done with Sharebook. Sharebook is effective just in case you want people to read and use this spreadsheet as read only, but then it generally lands up in more problem when you allow editing option and a share. So I would suggest not give a share option to more people, because you have different ways of sending this data. You could send it through email and let them use the spreadsheet and work out of that, but not necessarily share it in the share drive and then start using the data and manipulating it out there. Yeah. So Sharebook is nothing but putting it in a common place, giving share access where multiple people can log in and use the particular spreadsheet. Okay. Now, few more things which are interesting, which is in our insert tab. So I have an insert object here, right? So what is an insert object? Now I'll go back to this particular spreadsheet and I want to attach, let's take a small presentation I gave to my team when I was talking to them about this particular table. How do you format it? How do you write it? Or even a Word document. So let me just open a small Word document, a test one. I'll not put any data out there, just probably two sentences. This is how you enter data into spreadsheet. Okay, that's my Word document, and I save it in my desktop. Demo table is what I'll name it. Okay, so this is what is in my desktop. Now I want my users to refer to this just in case they have questions, so that's where I want to insert an object. So out here under that, in the insert object, when I click on the insert tab, I have this insert object. Once I do that, I have an option. Either I could create a complete new file of all that which I want and insert it over here, or create from file. So once I go to create from file, I can go browse and pick up that particular document which I've created. It's like the document is already there, the demo table, and then link to a file, which means this link will be there and display it as an icon. Okay, so the thing here is it has to be on the same place. If you send this to someone else, probably someone outside your friend circle, and it is not stored in a common place, this particular link will not open because the link is out here. If you create new, it will only stay in this particular spreadsheet, but the problem out there is the saving this particular file might probably 1 MB. With that other attachment, it might become heavier and probably around 3 to 4 or even more than that. Yeah. So if you're in a common platform or a common office, link to the file and keep it in the shared drive is the best. And then you have some other options called change icon. You don't want this to look in this particular way. Click on change icon, probably make it look this way and click OK, and then click OK. It'll take around a minute probably because it's inserting and has to format. There you go. It opened it up also because I probably would have double clicked it, and then I have the option of moving it and placing it wherever I want, and I could also probably put in a small shape telling that click here if you need.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Yeah. So they can understand and click here if they need help. So that's how you insert object. And in insert object, you have multiple options. You could insert different types of objects such as Adobe Office, a graph, some bitmap images, and then some Word documents, etc. Yeah, so that's how you insert object. The other interesting things out here is hyperlink. Now, for those of you who don't know what hyperlink is, it's basically simple example I can give you is if I have to open a document and I have the web address of it, if I click on that, it opens up. So that's a hyperlink. So within spreadsheet also I can create an hyperlink. So for example, I want to move from this particular spreadsheet to this particular spreadsheet, and it's for me it's lazy to actually go this way, and I want to create an hyperlink. So I could just make something that second sheet, name this, and then right click on this, create an hyperlink. And in create an hyperlink, I could give, there are multiple options. So existing file on web page, we will see in this places in this particular document is basically In this particular workbook, it is showing me all the sheets available. So I have team task, I have computation, and then I have sheet 3, the same thing which is reflecting here. So I'll click on computation. It also asks me where you want me to refer to. Is it the cell A1? So I will give it as U12. So let's see if it takes me to our table. So that's how I'm hyperlinking it to there, and click OK. So as soon as I do that, the hyperlink will glow, or it'll be blue in color. That means it is an hyperlink. You can see that it's underlined and blue in color. And when I move the cursor close to it, it does a hand symbol and it will show the extension or the path of that. So when I click on that, it takes me to U12, and that's why it is reflecting over here, U12. Yeah. And if I want to edit that particular hyperlink, I again right click, edit hyperlink, and not just have it U12, but let me have it around H12. Click OK. There you go. It changes the hyperlink. So that's easy hyperlink for you, and more beneficial if you want to use it when there are multiple sheets. I can show you an example using my spreadsheet. So in this particular spreadsheet, I have this topics which I have to cover, or which I've been covering. So I have multiple sheets, right? So if you see that I have multiple sheets, and what I can do is I can simply go, let's take protection and validation. I can create a hyperlink out here and go click on places in this document, search for that particular spreadsheet where I have protection and validation, which is here. Click OK. So instead of me searching for it, when I click on this, it takes me to that particular protection workbook. Yeah, so as simple as that. Now the other thing in the hyperlink is not just you could do hyperlink between sheet, you could also create some hyperlinks outside, which means if there is some details which you want to fetch from, let's take from a World Wide Web, you could do so. So how do you do that? Let me first remove the protection over here because it's not allowing me to do any changes. Yeah. Okay, so let's take here, I want to give an access to some other website which has more information, or my website which has more information about this particular table. So let's take Google, for example. Yeah, so this is what here. So I can create an hyperlink and type the cell reference. So text to display, it is already displaying Google. And existing file or web page, I have different options, right? So we saw places in the same document, which is nothing but in the same workbook. Existing file or web page, I could link it to any of my current folder, browsed pages, recent files, etc. But I want to give an address, which is www.google.com. Or I could also give email address, create new document, so many other options. Screen tip is Google. I can probably give a text telling that this is what it, click here for Google. Click OK and OK. So you can see that click here for Google, a small screen tip. And when I click on Google on that particular hyperlink, what it basically does is opens up google.com for me. Yeah, so that's another way of putting hyperlink. So easy stuff, not much in today's chapter 9. It's all about protecting workbook, creating customized table by protecting cells or sheets, and also a few things in terms of how you could add hyperlinks and objects to a particular spreadsheet. To start with, let's understand what pivot table is all about. So from the definition, you can read through, which tells that it is a most powerful feature. It allows you to extract significant amount of large detailed data set. All right. So basically, if you recollect the first exercise when we spoke on filtering, I was talking about you really need to go to a particular street and find out the number of street lights, and you are looking at from the India perspective. So from India, you need to go to your state, from your state to your city, from your city to your locality, and then from your locality, your street, and then the number of street lights. So the amount of data which you're pulling out from that level to the one level which you want to go to is extremely high. Now, once you do that using filter and sorting, probably you also want to create a graph, which is not possible using filtering and sorting. And that's where pivot comes into picture. And not just that, you could also use certain features which you learned in Pivot earlier. Certain features you learned in Excel, such as simple formulas, using sorting, and then calculating in pivots, and so on and so forth. So that's what we will see in detail in the coming slides. So in summary, it is basically an automatic sort where you could use a huge amount of data, sort it automatically using pivot tables. And not just that, you could summarize the data, show it in graphs, you could find out some average, you can find the top 10, bottom 10, or all that using pivots. So extremely effective tool. Okay, so let's go ahead and see how you create pivot tables and get an understanding of that. I'll move to the demo, which means I'll open up the spreadsheet. Okay, so I have a pivot table exercise to take you through in detail. But before that, let me actually make this a sample exercise, and then probably we could use this and then start off exploring pivot. Okay, I'm just copying the details which we learned in the exercise which we did in terms of filtering, but then I'm just going to make it the data actually just copy and paste the data so that the data is pretty huge. Okay, in fact, what I've done is I have it was just around 109 rows, so I'm going to make it close to 1,000 out. So I'm sorry, what I mentioned is 1,000, but what I actually want to do is around 20,000. Okay, and I just want to add a couple of more fields to make it even more interesting. So let's make some fields such as sale type, which should be either online or it would be retail shop, wholesale shop. Okay, so I have that. Oh, sorry, I'm just going to copy paste this data. So I'm using the autofill handler. Once I have enough of data, I could easily copy paste it as well, just making it a little faster. Okay, some not applicables. Almost done. There we go. Yep. So this is one field which I've added, like a sale type, and customer feedback. Positive, negative, no feedback, did not send. Okay, so this is the feedback type which I'm creating. Okay, I think that's good enough fields for us to work with. Okay, so basically what I've done now is, even before I go ahead and explain the pivot tables, I just wanted to showcase how difficult it is when you're playing around with huge amount of data and you want to actually get some inference out of it. You could use the functions which we learned earlier, the sorting and filtering, but then you could use pivot and do those in seconds. Okay, so here I have the list of, I have an array, table array with some data. The data is basically some shopping data which I've collated for a particular time period. And it has two customer stores and the products which are sold, the amount which was sold for, and then the sale type in terms of which kind of did they do it online, retail, or did it through a wholesale shop, and all that details, and also the customer feedback which you have received after the post sales. So what I want to get out is, like, let's imagine that you are the store manager and you basically want to understand which are the products which had a very good feedback, which are the products which had not a very good feedback, and certain other information such as, how much quantity of products were sold, how much was the sale of online materials, so how much was the sale of these products through online, how much of these products were sold through retail, and so many more questions which you want to get an answer to. So all that is what you want to try. Now, we don't know pivot table right now, right? So we're just going to use something which we learned earlier and try to get the data out of it. So if I have to find out how many of the sales of, say, cookies was done through online, so the way I'll actually do that is I will have to use a filter. I'm using the shortcut, and then I go ahead and select cookies, and then I again go to the sale type. I go ahead and select online.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What is the intersection of a column and a row on a worksheet called? A. Column. B. Value. C. Address. D. Cell. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And so that gives me the number of sales of cookies by online, and to find the count I actually have to go and select the complete set of rows. So in my status bar it shows the count has 936. So 936 cookies were sold online. Now out of that I want to see what is the number of positive feedbacks I've got, and so I click on go and filter it using positive feedback, and then I get the count as 236. Okay, so that's how I was able to break this data down. So I found it from cookies, I went searched the online, positive, and then I probably also want to see what is the total amount of sales, which is sum of 231. It's around $231,000, and the number of cookies we sold in terms of quantity is around 884 cookies. And then again, if I want to break it down by customer, I could do so. By a particular month, I could do so. But then imagine I want to present this data to an audience or to my manager, telling that this is something which was good, probably this sales through online was better, or wholesale. How difficult it could be. So what I might have to do is make a note of all the numbers which I was talking about. So first I come and make a note of cookies, and then I make a note of online and customer feedback, and then make a note like, okay, this is 84, and then it is 23, and then whatever the number of feedback I got is 374 and all that. And then I use this data to insert a particular graph, and thereon that's how I could create that particular graph, right? So you can really understand the complexity of data, right? So you see that this is just a made out data, but real life scenarios you might be working with 50,000 rows or multiple columns and multiple data variants, and it is really good stuff. So how does Excel rescue us? It does through pivot tables. Okay, so all that which I did using filter, I am going to insert a pivot table, and I'll show you how quickly and easily I can do that. So for doing pivot tables, what I need to do is first select the data, something which we saw in the filtering as well. So first select the data, then I go to insert. In the first ribbon which tells tables, it shows pivot tables. So I click on pivot tables. So as soon as I click on pivot tables, I have a wizard which tells create pivot tables. Choose the data that you want to analyze. So basically I've already selected, so I need not go ahead and use this red button and reselect the data. So I can use an external data source, which is basically from some other spreadsheet or some other databases, which for now I will not. Choose where you want the pivot table report to be placed, which means either I could put this particular pivot table, which is basically a table, in another sheet, or I could use an existing sheet. So if I click on existing sheet, it will ask me, do you want me to place it in this location? And it will ask you a location which you could provide. Let's say, for example, I can just give this. So when I click on pivot table, yes, it will create the pivot table in this particular location, which for now I don't want. I want it to be done in a new worksheet. So let me go to new worksheet. I have not used an existing worksheet, and then I click OK. There you go. The pivot table is created. Similar to chart function, as soon as I create a pivot table, I have a pivot table tools bar which opens with options and design and so on and so forth. So we will explore this in detail, but let me give you a context about the fields you are now seeing. So here is the pivot table layout. It basically is the layout of your pivot table which you will be building, and then towards your right, where you can see the cursor moving, is your pivot table field list. So this table field list is nothing but all the headers or the fields which is available on your table. So that's basically all the field list which is now showing out here: data, customer, product, quantity, total sale type, and customer feedback. And then you have some 4 windows, and you have different options in that window. One, you have a report filter, you have a column label, you have some summation values, which is basically showcases data in the way you want, and then you have the row labels. Okay, different options to view. You have a field selection, but the one which is currently default is the best one, so let's leave it at that. Now, before even I go ahead and play around with this field list, I want to showcase some common errors which comes out when you're applying pivot tables. So for now, I'm not going to use this pivot table. I'll just delete this particular sheet. So that means the pivot table is deleted. And I'm just going to remove, say, quantity and try to put pivot table. So how do I do that? I select, go to insert, under tables, pivot tables. Okay, and I click OK. Alright, so as soon as you do that, it basically throws an error. So what's the error? The pivot table field name is not valid. So here it's telling that there is no header field. You must use data that is organized as a list with labeled columns. If you're changing the name of the pivot table, you must type a new name for the field. Okay, so it doesn't allow me because it doesn't have a field name or the header. So it is very important that all your headers are appropriate. It will not understand whether the name of the header matches to what the content of the cell is, but at least it needs to have a header for you to go ahead and apply the pivot table. So moving back to our pivot tables, that's one of the common errors, and people tend to don't understand that why it's occurring, and then they tend to lose the focus about the pivot tables. Another thing is, I'm not going to select the header now. I'm going to actually select the rest of the rows and columns. So I've not selected the header deliberately. And let's insert a pivot table and see how it comes. Okay, so pivot table. I click on OK. Now it's not showing me anything. Okay, I think it's still taken the header. 1 second. Okay, so let me just paste this in a new spreadsheet because okay, so here I don't have the header, just a new table, and I'm inserting a pivot table. So I did it through a shortcut, which was Alt D P, and F, which is it'll create the pivot table. It's the wizard shortcut, but If you don't know that, you could use the way I told, insert pivot table. Okay, so I have done that, and as soon as without the headers, you can see that the choose field to add the report basically takes the first data on that particular row as your headers. While if I use this, it might make sense or not, but then I would recommend that you should have a named header which will give you clear understanding of what those are, and also helps you in when you're putting pivot tables, you will understand what exactly it does, etc. Okay, so that's another common problem which occurs when you're working with pivot tables. So please ensure you have a header. Okay, so after all the mistakes, now let's start with the pivot table. So now I have selected the table without any problem. I go to insert and I click on pivot table. Your chart is making a chart directly, so I don't want to do that now. I'm going to click on pivot table and all the same thing, new worksheet, yes, and I have my pivot table and the fields to play with. Okay, so let me just quickly do something and then I will show you the different options which are available. Okay, so to help you understand the pivot table, I've just randomly selected the different items and dropped into these 4 fields. So report filter, column labels, row labels, and values. Now, the actual usage of these fields are such as, for example, the actual usage of these fields are, they have different functionalities. Now, for example, as soon as I drop the date field into report filter, what it actually does is it becomes a filter. So I'm going to date, I'm going to drop down. So you can see I have different dates, all the dates becomes my filter options. So probably I don't want date to be filtered by, but let me go and pick it by, say, a customer feedback. So now that becomes my filter. So I can either select one of the filters and my values will accordingly change, which I will show you, or I could probably select everything, which is what it is done right now. So that is, it's like a report filter. You can use this to filter the data by this particular methodology, and how to do that I'll show you. The row labels is basically the name of the headers which you want to see. There is no rule in terms of what has to be in row label. It is all basis your requirements. So what Excel will do is, according to your row labels and column labels, it will show the calculation in the summation value. So here I've selected the customers as my row label and the products as my column label. So basically the way this particular pivot table can be read is, according to Food Mart, then these were the products which were sold, and these are the quantities of those particular products. That's what pivot is done. Now, if I had to do this by filter, I showed you, I had to break this data down into multiple options, and then even after breaking the data down, I have to go to individual columns, count on those columns, and then do that. So here I'm using simple pivot tables to get the data or get the numbers I want. The summation value is nothing but a mathematical function. So here in the summation, we have a lot of options. So here it is basically showing the count of sales. I could actually go pull this drop down. I can go to value field settings, and I don't want count because it doesn't make the actual count of sales, but let me do sum of the sales. Okay, sorry, not exactly sum of sales. Let's take, I'm using quantity out here. Okay, this sum of quantity. So the count of quantity is basically, it will start counting that this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. The sum is, it will basically add cookies, which is 2, 5, 4 and 1. So it's summation. So that's what I wanted, right? Count will not make sense. That means Megamart sold 13,588 cookies. I don't want the count to be like, say, 300 cookies. That's not I want. I wanted to know exactly how many cookies were sold by Megamart. So that's how I could go drop down, go to value field settings. I could use sum, count, average, max, min, product, and so on. I could also go to show value as, make it into percentage, running total, percentage of row, and so many other functionalities. So now I'm not going to show you that, but what I wanted to show you is how these different fields come into play and how you exactly use these fields to get the data the way you want it to. Now again, I told there is no hard and fast rule that this is exactly how the data has to come. The customer has to come in row label, the column has to go, products has to go into column labels, and so on. It is all based on how you want. So I'm just going to play around with it and show you. So let's take, I just want to know, I'm going to move all these back to the choose field. So the way you do that is you just click on it, use shift, drag it and put it back. Or you could either check and uncheck, and that also adds up to, but drag and drop is the easiest option. Yeah. So I'm getting back to the normal. The field which I want to see is how many products were sold by each of the customers. That's all. That is my requirement. So for that, I would go take my customer, place it in the row label, and I wanted to know how many products are sold, right? So I just go take my product, drop it into column labels, and I again drop the product in my summation value. It's basically going to show me the count of products. Or I could go and change the sum of products according to the requirement. Sorry, sum of products would not make sense here in this situation. That's why it's not showing any data. So let me just make it as count itself. That is the number of product it sold. And there you go. So I have the customers, Food Mart, Mega Mart, Mini Mart, and Supermart, the number of cookies, bread, milk, and other produce they sold. Now that's not what I want. Let me do something else. I want to see by the customers, the feedback, how many positive feedbacks the customers got, and how many negative feedbacks, or some didn't receive feedbacks. So similarly, like the way I told, there's no hard and fast rule of utilizing pivots and fields in different fields. So I could just go back, select customer feedback, and I will go count of customer feedback. Yeah, let's go. So Foodmart did not get 504 feedbacks. They got 504 negative feedbacks, and they got no feedback for 505 sales, and positive for 503. So Megamart, the numbers are different. Minimart, the numbers are different. Supermart, the numbers are different. So see how easily I was able to do this particular pivot, or use this particular table, come up with this particular table, and then of course I can use this data to represent in the chart and show that, okay, who's doing good, who's not doing good. Okay, few more things in terms of the pivot fields. Now, what happens if I move this customer to report filter, and I also add another customer to row labels? Okay, so it's basically what is happening out here is not exactly customer. Let me put something else. I will put product in report filter, and then the customer is the way it is. So if I go and select products, now that it is selected all, I'm going to select multiple items. I want to review feedback for single products. So let's take, I want to review feedback for cookies. So I've deselected everything and only selected cookies, and click OK. So there you go. Now for the same set of data, the same table, I have a filter, and using that filter I can exactly find out how was the feedback for cookies. I could create a graph for this, and then I can also do the same for some other product and compare why the feedback is good for cookies, why the feedback is good for some other product, and so on. So that's the beauty of pivot. It gives me so many options, and that option I can use it to my benefit according to what my requirement is. Okay. Again, these fields are interchangeable. It's not that I need to keep it like that. So either I could put the customer in the report filter and product below. And now that the product is selected into cookies, I can drop down and select all the products. And I can select one customer at a time and see the feedback. So Foodmart only produces what they sold, the feedback. If I go to, let's take Megamart, they sold all 4 products, and that's the feedback. So you saw how you could use the different fields to get the inference out of what you want. Again, to make it a little bit more interesting, now I'm not going to put customer feedback here. I'm going to just play around with different column labels. So I have products, I have the customer, and the respective feedback. So if I select all, there you go. So I have products, food mark, only set use pressed, mega mart, feedbacks, the products, count of customers, supermarket, and then more interestingly, the thing which I want to see, the amount of money a particular customer made. So I may go to the customer, I go to total sales and put in summation value. So this is sum of total sales. So basically it is showcasing who did how much profit. Okay. I'll just try to make this count and see how much sales it can give. Sum is totally summing up the complete amount of dollar value which it did. Count would be the number of sales. So here you go, the count field is working now because it is counting the number of sales. So Minimart and Megamart had the most number of sales, Supermart was the least, and Foodmart around 2016. So in the last 10-15 minutes, I'm sure you could understand how much possibilities pivots creates, right? It's just up to me how I could use pivot to different usage of this particular data, different fields, and then it will help me to give a summarization of the complete sale report, and then use that sale report to make a presentation charts, and that charts goes into presentation. All that is what is possible by using pivots. Some more interesting things, I could also use the date columns to understand the dates the sale was made. And again, the date columns, now it is basically placed all the dates and the dates respectively it is done. I could summarize this by right clicking on this and group it into, say, months, days, hours, minutes, seconds, quarters, or years. So I'll just leave it for months now. I'll just select month. It also gives me an option about putting some dates according to the filter I want to do. And there you go. So I have broken down data of date into Jan and Feb, and you can see that particular row labels and the sales done for Jan and Feb. That's all the things which you can do in pivot. And then the other thing which I was repeating is how I could represent this data in charts. So the things which we learned in charts is select the data, go to insert a column chart. I'll just put a column chart. It is asking you what fields you want me to put. So I have the sales, Jan, Feb, customers, how easily I was able to showcase this in data on Jan and Feb. Yeah, that's the beauty of pivot, which could be used according to what you want. Okay, comfortable with pivot now? This was again an example. I really didn't get into details. When I start the exercise, I will show you how do you do all the steps in details, but this is more like an overview which I was giving you, and I hope you're a little comfortable with pivot and you'll be able to understand when I actually do the exercise. Yeah, good. Okay, so let's go to the exercise now and do all this once again step by step so that you could replicate it by yourself. Okay, I'll close this particular spreadsheet, which I don't want now. Okay, and I have a pivot table exercise out here. Okay, so before I go ahead and start putting pivot, let me explain what this is. Okay, just let me copy this in a notepad because that's what we are going to do. Okay, I think that's going to take some time, so let's get started while my notepad comes up. Okay, so I have sales, basically a sales report. So by country, I have first column which shows country, the different countries. Then I have the name of salesperson. Then I have when they actually place the order for whatever sale it was, simple order ID randomly picked, and some amount of that particular order. Okay, so that's the data I have. Now, this is the exercise which I want to do out of this particular data. I first want to create a simple report that totals orders for each salesperson, show sales one country at a time, find the top 5 salesperson, compare salesperson performance quarter by quarter, view the details behind a summarized amount, show summarized amount as a percentage of the total, calculate a bonus or commission. So all this is what I want to do. I'm sure most of them you would be thinking that I need to do this and then I'll get it, but then I'll show you step by step how to do it, how do you actually replicate this, and then if you're able to do this, then I think you're familiar with pivot, and as you practice more you will learn the other aspects. Alright, so let's get started. So first thing, we need to create a pivot table. So how do I do that? I select the data, and where do I go for inserting a pivot? I go to insert and I click on pivot table. It's again asking me it's a new worksheet or you want to do an existing worksheet. I would say new worksheet. So click OK, and I have my pivot table ready. So what's my first thing? So I want a simple report that total orders for each salesperson. So okay, so I want salesperson and the total orders of all the salesperson. So the first thing which I'll be using is in the role label salesperson. So how I did this, select the salesperson, drag it and drop it in the role label. In the percentage, I would go and put the order ID. Okay, because that's what I want, right? Create a simple report that total orders for each salesperson. So order ID and put here. So here it is currently showing sum of order ID, which means it is basically picking up this order ID and this order ID and adding these up. That's not what I want. I want this to be 1, this to be 2, this to be 3 and 4. That's exactly what I want. So that's why here it is showing as sum. So I need to change this to drop down value field setting to count. So our first problem solved. Create a simple report that total orders for each salesperson. Okay, there I go. Simple report, total orders for salesperson. Now, extension of this, I want to create a graph of this particular salesperson by how many orders they sold. So click it, select the data, insert, column, graph. So it is asking me what you want the fields to be. I'll just leave it the way it is taken. There you go. I have the orders, the total orders, and the different salesperson. Again, all that which I learned in charts to make this more colorful, add values, etc., all that I can do. I can actually do this in pie chart as well. That's how. So because we have 799 orders, you want to see how many of out of 799 orders whose percentage contribution is. So just click a normal, there you go, a pie chart, and this is the amount of contribution. So you could see that leveling is the one who's, Peacock and levering are the ones who have contributed the most. Okay, I'm not getting into charts now because we had the pivot and charts and graphs, a complete different topic which you learned. So let's move on to our pivot exercise. So we created the first one, which is done. The second one, show sales one country at a time. Okay, so for that, what do? I can add country in the report filter, and I can show sales one country at a time. So now it's selected multiple. I don't want multiple. I want one country at a time. UK, there you go, one country at a time, and drop down, select USA, one country at a time. So that's another way of doing. Or I could also put the country in column label, and I'll not keep any filters. I'll leave it the way it is, all. So what it is doing is, it is showing salesperson, it is also showing one country at a time. So you see, there are two different options which I could use. You could also play around by putting country in row label, salesperson in column label. See how the data is in horizontal or row wise, not column wise. So There is no hard rule in terms of where the data has to play, but then of course the way you do it, you can place it in such a way that it makes it more easy to understand and easier if you want to convert it into graph. Okay, we are done with the second one as well. Find the top 5 salesperson. Okay, so of course the way I can find this top 5 salesperson is just sort this data out into descending, which means the highest sales order can show on the top and the lowest down. So for that, what I could do is right click, I could sort the data, sort largest to the smallest to the largest or largest to the smallest according to what we want. And also we have more sort options similar to what we told, top to bottom, left to right, all that which you learned in sorting. So it's a combination of filtering, sorting, which is all available in Pivot. So for now, I'm just going to do it a simple sort into largest to smallest. Okay, so here we go. I have the top 5 salesperson. Easy, right? I was just seeing if there's any other option which probably will be able, which will help me to get to it directly. But then I guess this is the easiest option by which I can show you the top 5. So there you go. We are done with our top 5 salesperson. Compare salesperson performance quarter by quarter. Wow, this is something which we saw by using dates, right? So let me actually remove the country. I have the salesperson. I have the total orders they have done. So to get there, I first need to put dates in the column label. So let me just drop the order date in the column labels. What it is actually telling me is the number of dates which is there, it is more than 256. What do you want me to do? Do you still want me to place this data, or is it okay if there are some data which are missed? So for now, I'll click on continue the drop. It is like it's not fit, so it's okay. Click OK. So what it basically told us, the number of dates which are available is extremely high, which is going out of that particular end of the spreadsheet. So there are some dates which are not available. So that's fine, but we have another option in Pivot, right, where I can group this together. So I go here, right click, group it, and I wanted to group it by quarters. That's what I wanted, right, according to our problem statement. So I will remove the months, I'll group it into quarters, click OK, and there you go. You have salesperson, quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, all their performance. How easy that was. Yeah. So here the way I did it is right click, group or ungroup. Now let me also group it in months, so I can do multiple groups. It's not that I just have to do it once. So I'll just do month and quarter just to show you all. There you go. So I have quarter, in quarter, this month, quarter 2, quarter 3, and again I can have multiple filter options over here. I could apply, remove, add filters, and so on. Okay, I'm just going to remove the quarter and order date because it might get complicated when we're playing with more data. So I'm done with compare salesperson performance quarter by quarter. View the detail behind the summarized amount. Now, the beauty of Pivot is another thing. The other beauty of Pivot is...
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Of this particular total, you want to analyze why did, say, let's take Dotsworth made so many less sales. I can either go to the original data and put a filter, pick up Dotsworth and start searching there, or in Pivot, there's a very easy option.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What type of chart is useful for comparing values over categories? A. Pie chart. B. Column chart. C. Line chart. D. Dot graph. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Which is select Dodsworth, you have this particular cell, right? Just double click on that particular cell. As soon as you do that, the complete data of Dodsworth it opens up in another spreadsheet. So then it's easier for you to analyze. Now this clicking and putting in different spreadsheet can be done at any location or any different pivot table. So for example, I was talking about quarters, right? So when I put quarters, so I want to see why the Q3 sale is at 166. So here also I could double click on this data to get the complete list of data and then understand what exactly went wrong in Q3. So that's another way of doing that particular analysis. So that's what happens when you use pivot. It gives you so many options and really helps you to actually analyze data in different ways. So that was our problem number 5, which finished. Show summarized amount as a percentage of total. This is very good. So let's do this. Okay, so I will remove quarters. I just have count of orders. Okay, so here I have something like how we did it in pie chart. I have the total sales of orders, but I also want to see this as a percentage of the grand total, not just that, I want it as, oh, he did 151 out of 790. What percentage of overall sales did Peacock do, and what percentage of overall sale did Dodsworth do? Now I will have to use some math function to do it, but pivot makes it easy by giving us that option. So how do I do this? I go down here, value field setting, and I can go to show value as percentage of row. So let's see what happens if I click percentage of row. So it is showing 100% because there's no other value in row, right? So that's not what I have to do. Go down, show value as percentage of column. Okay, so you have the 100% sales. Out of the 100% sales, you know who's done the max and who's done the least. So you see, pivot does have some inbuilt function which you could use for you to actually crack down or understand or even come up with graphs or go ahead and give probably bonuses, etc. in this situation. Okay, so let me get this back to normal. Yeah, so I go click on normal. Yeah, there are a lot of other options which you could try. It again depends on what condition you're using it. For now, we just wanted to see the bonus percentage, or sorry, percentage of the total, and that's why I used that option. Okay, so that is our 6th problem which we solved. Calculate a bonus or commission. Oh, okay, how do I do this? I want to calculate a bonus or commission. So let's take, I want to give these guys a 10% bonus for their particular sales. And either I could take this particular graph, get all the total amount and then calculate a bonus. But is there an option in pivot? Yes, there is. Okay, so for that, first let me get the total amount of sales they have done. So I have the salesperson, instead of the count of order, I will remove the count of order. I will go ahead and put order amount. So I have the total order amount which they have done. Now I want to give 10% of this as a bonus for them. So for that, I'll have to go to pivot tables. I have formulas. I click on formulas, calculated field. I actually insert a new field called bonus and then also define what the formula is. So here my formula would be, formula is equal to my order amount, insert field. So I used order amount, that is what I've selected out here, into, how will I calculate bonus? Into 10%. Simple. Order amount into 10% has a bonus. So what I did, I gave a name field. I selected the fields on which I need to apply the calculation. Then I gave the formula over here. And I click OK. There you go. I have the salesperson, the actual sales they did, and also the bonus. Again, I could play around with this data. I could actually move it, probably not on top. But if I move the summation value on top, it makes it a little bit more easier to understand. So I have the sum of order amount, sum of bonus. Cool. So we saw multiple functions in Pivot. You had a demo, and then we also saw different options of how Pivot could be used to create simple report of salesperson, filter it using a particular country. Then we saw how we could use sorting in a pivot, compare person performance by using grouping. Then we wanted to analyze the data and how we could use that particular cell to open up the data and see that. Then also how to add some manual calculation fields and use some value fields which is within pivots. So that's all in Pivot. So let's understand what VLOOKUP is first of all. Well, VLOOKUP is a function which looks for value in the leftmost of the column and then returns a value in the same row from another column. Now, this is a definition in terms of what exactly VLOOKUP is, but then more than that, let me explain this in a simple terms for you. Imagine you as an individual want to pick up something from somewhere. You probably want to go to your friend's house, and from your friend's house you want to pick up certain games which you like to play, like a PlayStation game or a computer game. Or you want to go to your friend's house or a shop and you want to pick up books which you read often. So when you're picking up stuff both in terms of books or games, you will look at common things, right? Common things would probably be like books, the genre of books such as fiction or scientific or just comic, anything like that. And even in terms of games, is action oriented and all that. So you're basically not doing nothing but a lookup, right? So you go to that particular place, you figure out what is that you want to, and you pick those up. You are looking up something of your particular preference. And when you're doing so, the first thing which you're actually doing in your mind is you're referring to what is that you want to pick up. I mean, you're looking at something common. In terms of books, you probably are thinking from a comics or from fictions, etc. And in terms of games, you're probably looking at something like action games, which is your common value which you want to refer to and then pick up the respective object. VLOOKUP also similarly works on the same concept. In VLOOKUP, you have a certain syntax which you need to follow, and the most important things in the syntax is that there has to be a common lookup value between the two places where you want to pick up stuff. Now, putting this in Excel terms, imagine you have two databases. One database, you have an employee list. Let's take the HR maintains the employee list. The employee IDs are created and they are given a unique reference as employee numbers. Similarly, there's another database where employee numbers have been are there, and there are a lot of other information such as when he's joined, what is the date of joining, which department, which floor does the particular person work, which building, cubicle number, and so on and so forth. So there are two different databases. Now, if you want to look up some information from the bigger database, which houses all the information, what is the common information or common situation between both these databases? If your answer is the employee ID, that is absolutely right. So the unique or your reference or such in terms of the games which we're talking about in terms of action, or in terms of books which we are talking about in terms of fiction or comic, there is a unique reference here which is the employee ID, and you use the employee ID, use some basic syntax, and then you pick up what you want out of the two databases. So that is how a VLOOKUP function is used. Lookup function in summary is nothing but you use a certain syntax to pick up the values you want from a particular database. So that's how VLOOKUP works. Yeah. So let's get to understand in detail. So let me go to the demo now and teach you how to use VLOOKUP. All right. I have some exercise prepared for you to do, But even before we go ahead and practice this exercise, let's first look at the syntax and then understand how you use the syntax. What are the different types of syntax parameters which you need to understand, and then accordingly we will go ahead and try that out in this exercise. So for getting into the syntax, instead of me typing it, let me use the insert function and pick up the syntax for you. So I'm going to the insert function. I'm going to use lookup as a search criteria, and as soon as I click on go, I have a lot of vlookup, hlookup, just lookup, match index, and so on and so forth. For now we are just going to look at vlookup. So here it is, vlookup selected, looks for a value in the leftmost column of the table and then returns the value of the same row. That's the definition we saw. Let's click OK and understand what are the parameters or arguments of this particular function. So we have lookup value, right? So lookup value, like the way I was talking about, it is the unique set of value between the two tables which has to be common. The table array is nothing but the complete list of table or the data where it is. Column index number is the number, the column number which you will return back to the formula. According to the column number, that particular value in that column will be returned to you as an answer. Range lookup, it is basically, there are three types of range lookup. It is 0, 1, plus 1 or a minus 1. To explain this, I can just do so using an integer concept. If you recollect integer, which we learned in our school days, in integer you have your negative line, which is -1, and then you go to 0, and then you have your positive one, right? So that's your integer line. I'm not able to plot a line here, but then if I have to consider this as a line, so you have -1, 0, and +1. Now let's take 100 as a number. So when you're looking up a particular value, and in the last argument, which is your range lookup, if you give 0 as your range, so basically what it does is the search criteria is going to be an exact match, which means it is going to search 100 is equal to 100. It will not search any parameters below that particular number or above that particular number. It's going to be an exact match and nothing else. So it's just going to search whether it is 100 is equal to 100. It will not pull up data such as 99 or 101, etc. But if we use -1, such as what we know in integer, it's one number lesser than 100. So in this case, what will happen is, if I use -1 here, it is going to pull up values. When it is going to throw up the answer, it will throw up values which are closer than 100 but lesser. So it will throw up values such as 99, 98, etc. because you're telling -1. So it's okay for me to not get the exact match, but little lesser than that also is okay. Similarly, now that you have understood -1, I'm sure you'll be able to relate as what is +1. So +1 is nothing but similar to 99. In this case, it will pick up values higher than 100 and might go on to 101, 102, etc. That's how. But then as much as possible, or most of the time, we generally use 0, which is an exact match. So that is the parameters or arguments of the VLOOKUP function. So lookup value, the value which has to be unique between both the tables which you're going to use. Table array, the value where the table, the complete table where the value is housing. Column index number is the number which you would give to Excel, telling that, okay, this is the data I want out of that particular column. And range lookup, which you understood by the integer concept, we are only going to use 0 as a range lookup. Okay, so let's try that out. So here I have a small exercise. So let me explain the two tables to you and then we can work it out. So I have a table. I was explaining the employee concept, right? So I have a table over here. I have the list of employee IDs. Employee IDs, please note that they are unique. They cannot be duplicate. And that's a common reference I'm taking. So it's important for you to remember in VLOOKUP that when you're looking up data against two tables, you need to pick up something unique, okay, which is not, like, say, duplicated. I can take name also, but then we understand, right, there might be multiple Anands and multiple Kirans, so not necessarily these data is unique, and hence it's important you pick up something which has unique values. In this case, employee numbers would be helpful. The next table, I also have the employee numbers. So I am going to use the lookup function and pick up the corresponding name, address, and phone numbers using the employee number. So that is what we are going to do out here. So how do I do that? Let's go ahead and insert a VLOOKUP. I can go ahead and type it. Since we are doing it for the first time, let's use the VLOOKUP syntax from the insert function. So there I go, insert VLOOKUP, my recently used functions. Okay, so I have my lookup value. So for this, I click on my red button. My employee number is my unique value, so that's my lookup value. All right. Table array. So where is that you want me to search this employee number? So I need to search this in the table array. So my table array is nothing but this complete table. You could actually start selecting from the header, or you could actually just select the data. My suggestion is that you always try to select the data rather than header, because here also your unique value will start comparing with the data, not exactly to the header. So in this case, it's a table array, so we are going to select the complete table because that's what it will understand. So it will understand that employee number needs to be looked out into this particular table. Okay. Column index number. I told you column index number is the number which I provide to Excel, which has to return me a value. In this case, my column index number, I'll just put 2 and see what it does, and then we can understand it better. Range lookup is 0. Okay. Here also I'm entering the value. So once again, my syntax VLOOKUP, lookup value which is selected, table array, the complete table array, column index number, the data from which the column data which needs to be picked out that I'm entering. The range lookup is going to be 0, and click OK. So what it did, if you see the result, it is basically searched E005 in this particular table, and then on searching E005, it found Deepa in the second column. That's where number 2 column is what I've given, and then it has returned that particular value in the name column. For just to understand this better, I'm just going to remove 2, which is my column index number, and type in 3, and you can see. So what it's basically done is picked up the values in the third column. So remember, I selected my table array starting this particular table, right? So I'm just marking this in color for you to understand. So this is the first column, this is the second column, and this is the third column. So now the third column is HAL, and that's what it's picked up. If I do this as fourth, any guesses what it will pick up? It would pick up the phone number, which is in the fourth column. Simple. Let's try that again, but this time using an insert function. Equal to VLOOKUP is my syntax. Note how as soon as I type in the formula and open the bracket, it starts giving me the hint for the syntax. So lookup value, like the way we understood using the insert function, lookup value is nothing but the value which is common and unique between the two tables. So I'm selecting that. Note there's a comma next to that, so I use a comma. Table array, which I'm going to select. So I've selected the complete table array. You can see it by the dotted lines. Column index number is what I am going to return, which let it be 2 for now. Range lookup, it's similarly showing me as a true or false. Exact match, approximate match. Approximate match is when I was talking about plus or minus 1. Exact match is just 0. Okay, so what is that we are going to use here? Exact match, right? 0, close the bracket and enter. So E008, it searched and returned me the value in the second column, which is Kiran. Okay, so let me copy this down. Simple, right? There is a problem. So E006, E007, here it is column 4, so let me just change it to 2 actually. And I use the autofill handler. Okay, E006 Raj is working, but then E001 is not working. NA is an error, and why is it throwing an error? Any idea, anything which you can think about? Well, if you have told referencing, that is absolutely right. So I'll show you what exactly happened by clicking on F2. So here you can see my Vlookup lookup value is searching on E005, and it is searching A4 to D11. That's where the data is being searched, which is represented by my green color table. But since I'm not using referencing, it is basically relative. As my position moves down, the relative reference also moves down. That is why the last value, when I come down to here and I click F2, though my E001 is relative, look at where my table has come. It's come down because it has also moved down basis the relative reference over here. So recollecting what you learned in your relative reference chapter, what is that you need to do here? You need to make this particular table an absolute reference. So for that, A4 to D11, select them. What do? Click on F4. So you see I'm blocking $A, $4, $D, $11, which is basically blocking the complete table. And there we go. Let me do that again. Is it working fine? Absolutely. E002 is Kiran and E002 is Kiran. Yeah. So let me do that again for your benefit. Address is what I'm finding, equal to Vlookup, open brackets, lookup value. Where do I search the lookup value? In this particular table. If the value matches, E005 matches with E005, what do I want to return? I wanted to return address. So what is the column number of address? So if I have to count, it would be 1, 2, and 3. So 3 is the column address column, and my range lookup is always 0. So close bracket, and I complete the syntax and enter. Last thing, don't forget your reference. Select the right table where you need to make it absolute. Click on F4 and make it absolute, and there you go. I have the complete details. Just a small check to see if it's working. E002 is Jayanagar. E002 is Jayanagar. Yeah. Once again, last time with me. Equal to Vlookup, open brackets, lookup value, comma, table array. So now we want phone number. So can you tell me what should be the column index number? If your answer is 3, it is wrong. Your answer should be 4. So first column, second column, third column, the phone is in the fourth column. So I put 4 and range lookup 0, close brackets, enter. Use my absolute referencing. And there you go. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What is the intersection of a column and a row on a worksheet called? A. Column. B. Value. C. Address. D. Cell. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So simple VLOOKUP, how do you do it and how do you use the formula? I will go ahead and explain some drawbacks of VLOOKUP shortly. But before that, what I want you to do is practice this exercise. I'll give you a couple of minutes to practice and I'll give a 5 seconds pause as usual for you to pause the video and practice and come back, and then I'll take you through the drawbacks of VLOOKUP and then we'll proceed to do more exercise and then HLOOKUP. All right, so your 5 seconds pause starts now. All right, so hope you got time to practice. Now, I want to showcase some common mistakes which we do in VLOOKUP, which you need to be very careful about. Now, the syntax is pretty simple. I'm sure you understood while you were practicing, but then a couple of mistakes which we do, and then we will keep wondering why is the formula not working. So to start with, I will remove the data and redo the exercise. So first thing, equal to VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value. Okay, now table array, if I do not start the table array with the same employee number, and if I start it or miss it and start using the table array from name and go ahead and complete my VLOOKUP, it will not work. It will throw me a NA, which is nothing but an error. So the reason is, first of all, your VLOOKUP, you're referring to the employee number and you're not giving anywhere a reference where Excel is searching the employee number, because in this particular formula, when I selected A16, I selected B4 to D11, so I've missed the first column. So it is unable to select E005. It is unable to search E005 out here, and that is why it's throwing up that particular error. Another drawback of VLOOKUP, which is overcome by index and match, which you'll learn in the next chapter, is your unique value has to start in the first column. For example, if your employee number is somewhere here, which I'll show you, your VLOOKUP will not work. That's the drawback. It has to be in the first column, which means your lookup value and your table array should has your unique value at the first column. So let's understand that better. So the first one was that you need to select the table array correctly. You should not miss any of the data, and if you miss the data, the result would be incorrect. So what I'm going to do now is just interchange the positions of this particular data. Okay, so I was showing you the drawback of VLOOKUP. So in this case, my employee number is in the first column, but my employee number, which is my unique reference, is not in the first column. So unless Excel understands that E005 is out here, it will not be able to relate to it. Okay, so let's see if VLOOKUP is going to work. Equal to VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value, comma. I've selected the table array, so it has selected the complete table array. Remember, the employee number, which is my unique reference value, is in the second column and not the first. I'll give the 2 as my column index number. Range lookup would be 0, close brackets, enter. There you go. Again, it is throwing up an error because it's not understanding the same thing. I can overcome this by actually starting my selection from the name, which is with my second column. But the drawback is VLOOKUP, and now I've selected the unique reference correctly. So I've selected the table array, but I can't select the first because my reference starts. I can't extend this out here. If I extend it, it'll be wrong. So my selection would start only from here. Column index number, let me just put it as 2 and range lookup 0. There you go, it's working. So E005 is referring to HL, but if I want the employee number, or in this case actually the name, which is in the first column, I can't even put 1 because my table array is starting over here. So basically this particular data misses out. So yes, I have to do some manual changes, cut this, paste it to the end, and thereby getting my table completed, and which will help me in getting all the information which I want. So that is one of the major drawbacks of VLOOKUP, and which you need to be very careful and aware of, because it will cause you serious problems when you are working with huge amount of data, and you'll be wondering as why Excel is not throwing up the right answer even though the formula is absolutely correct. Yeah, that's the first thing. The second thing is, okay, let me, before showing you the other thing, let me get my table back to its original format. So I start with the unique reference, which is my employee number, and the rest of the details. Okay, so VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value, table array. Now very important is the absolute right usage of commas. Here, if I do not tell Excel that my first argument, the lookup value, is completed, Excel again will not understand it. The comma basically signifies that my first argument is completed. I am moving on to my second argument. You can see the second argument highlighted, right? So if I select the table array and put a comma, my second argument is completed and moves on to the third argument. Yeah, so just in case if I don't put a comma and I move on to my column index number, which is 0, and then I put a comma and go to the range lookup, which again is 0, and close the brackets, there you go, it shows a value error, which means either there is no value or there is some problem with your formula. That's why it's not showing in right. So it is imperative that you follow the syntax absolutely right. So VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value, comma, table array, comma, column index number, comma, range lookup, close brackets, and only when you follow the syntax completely will you be able to use VLOOKUP successfully. It is very easy for me to tell this, but I know it is going to be difficult. We will be missing out here and there. I have been doing VLOOKUP for quite some time, and that's why I know this by heart. But as you are learning this for the first time, or you'll be practicing it going forward, my suggestion and my request to you is you need to use the right syntax, understand the limitations of the formula, and keep practicing till you get this, and then it'll help you. Yeah. So coming back, column index number 2 and range lookup 0. Yeah. I already spoke about the referencing, right? So that's another reason where issues cannot happen. We generally tend to forget the reference, and we try to use this formula across, or we also try to use autofill handler, and we see that the values do not match. So again, using reference, right syntax, and the limitations of VLOOKUP, which you need to be completely aware of time and again, and then it will be very easy for you to learn VLOOKUP. Okay, with me till now? So let's quickly finish off this exercise once again. So equal to VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value. I'm searching the lookup value in the table, and if it matches, give me column number 2, range lookup is 0, and I use absolute reference, copy the formula, paste it, then again VLOOKUP, lookup value, column index 3, 0, F4, paste it in the last one, phone number, VLOOKUP, lookup value, table array, column index. Oh, there you go. I would have forgotten the formula. Yep, 0, F2, F4, and I'm done with my first exercise. If you are wondering if there is one single formula which I can drop in out here and drag the autofill handler down and towards my right, and that solves the problem instead of entering all the three, yes, there is. Not a formula, but there is a method. You need to use referencing, which you learned in your previous chapter, and try to use referencing with some numbers and then get that done. I will teach you that a little later, but just let's get familiarized with it. Yeah, so good with the first exercise. Moving on to a few more exercises. I have a couple of more exercises on Vlookup which you need to try it by yourself. Okay, so the next exercise is very simple, not pretty much complicated. So I have a list of items, the sales of those items for a week. I have the total sales. What I want you to find is the price of these items, and the price of these items are provided in this particular table which is out here. So burger cost is 0.85, or pizza is 1.75, and pizzas are here. So these are the total sales. So you get the price here using Vlookup and then find the total income. So that's the exercise. Yeah. So again, a 5-second pause for you to go ahead and try it, and then we'll come back and do this exercise for you. Okay, your time starts now. All right, are you able to do it? Hopefully. If not, let's try it out. So what you need to find out is the price. The price is available in this particular table. So how do I go about getting the price out here? So equal to Vlookup. Remember all the limitations we spoke about. Your lookup value, the first unique between both. So what is unique? The items are unique, and so I can use the items to find the price. So my lookup value, it starts in the first column, and here also it's in the first column. So that's the first criteria. Table array, I select the complete table array. And what is my column index number? Since I've selected from here, it's not 1, 2, 3. It is just 1 and 2. So what I want back, I want the price as my return value. So column index number would be 2, which is 1, 2. That's where the price is. And my range lookup always 0. Yeah. So is Lasang 1.95? Yes, it is Lasang 1.95. If I use autofill handler, it will not work because the reference is incorrect. So I go back and let the items move down, but my table array where the price is be constant. So I select B28 to C37, F4, enter 1.95, and use the autofill handler. Now all the price items are available. So let's confirm. Pizza is 1.75. Is it 1.75? Yes, it is. So how do I find my total income? Very simple. Total sales into price. Here I could use the autofill handler. Simple. Excuse me. There we go. So I used the Vlookup, the syntax rightly, used my table array, picked the price from there, and then I calculated the total incomes for this particular weeks. Okay. A couple of more exercise. So similar to the price, this exercise for you is to find out the payment to be done for each of the instructor. Here is the activity and the weekly salary for that particular activity is out here. So here it is in your second column. Your instructor is in the first column. Okay. Yeah. So here is your activity and the weekly salary is out here. Activity is here. How do you use it? So do you want to give it a shot?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So two things. One, either you could modify activity, cut this and paste it out here, or let this be here. Because what is important is it needs to search football and search it out in this particular table. Not necessarily you're using any instructor here, right? You're not using this as your any details in your syntax. Just to ensure that you use one preferred method, I was asking you to put the activity front, but then the most important thing is it has to start comparing activity to activity, which should be in the first column. So we will leave the activity where it is. We will not move it there. Just note how I use the formula. So here it's Vlookup, open brackets, lookup value. Okay, so lookup value is what I've selected. I don't select anything else out here. Similar to the other formulas. In the table array, very important, my activity, which is my lookup value, the same list starts in the beginning. And the weekly salary is the next. If I have more values, I can actually select it, but then I really don't want, I just want the weekly salary. So I've used my lookup value, I've used the table array. What should be my column index number? Is it 3? If you have told 3, it's wrong. It's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3, it's not 4. It is my table array, which is just 1 and 2 columns. So the 1 I have activities, the weekly salary I have 2, so it's 2. Range lookup is always 0, and I close the brackets. Enter. Let me use referencing. F4, enter. There you go. So is swimming 220? Swimming is 220. Football 165. Football is 165. So total payment is nothing but payment to each instructor into the number of weeks. Okay, autofill handler once again. And there you go. I've got my total payment. So here I did nothing, just that ensure that the orientation or the way the formula looks at the value, I used it appropriately. Look up value of activity in the table array and I got the rest of the result. Simple. Okay. So I'm sure with this you're pretty familiar with the VLOOKUP exercise. One last VLOOKUP exercise and then we will move on to HLOOKUP. Nothing different or major in HLOOKUP, just that we will be using the same concept but using it horizontally. So before we go ahead and explore VLOOKUP, let's go to the last exercise on VLOOKUP, which is similar to what we did using text to columns. So I'll just remove these numbers. There is a reason because I've put that particular number out there. So what you need to find out is the department, the extension numbers, and their email addresses. So employee IDs are not there. I just have employee names. So using employee names, I want to find out employee IDs, department, extension numbers, and email. Okay, so let's start. VLOOKUP, open brackets. So what's my lookup value? It's going to be the name. So that's my lookup value. Where do I search that? In the table array. So it's going to use name and search it over here. If it matches, it will throw up the return value. So here my column index number is what? I need the employee ID, which is in my second column. So, and my range lookup, 0, enter, and there you go. I use it. Okay. But then what I actually want to do is I don't want to keep putting multiple formulas. So again I have to go for department, put in the multiple formulas. Again I have to go to extension numbers, put in the VLOOKUP, again for email. So is it possible if I just put one formula, drag it down and drag it across and it works? At this point of time it's not, because it's Vivek Oak probably is showing rightly, but then if I use just one particular formula and drag it down, I want it to work absolutely right. Can you try it out? Can you think about it? You might see that the formula is working fine. Let me see. No, it's not. You can see that the table is moved, right? So look at this. See where the table is referencing. I want one table which finds out and gives me the right amount of numbers or values back. Yeah, so can you try it out, please? Just what I want is one simple formula which you will put, and that should take care of the need of the complete table. Okay, so your time starts now. Please try. All right, so I'm sure it would have been a little difficult for you to figure it out, but then let me make it a little simple for you by going back to my first VLOOKUP exercise and trying that out. So here we are going to use the same one, VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value, table array, and column index 2 and range lookup. So here it's going to give me the name, right? So when I copy this down, it doesn't work because of my reference, but when I push this across, it still doesn't work because of my reference. What I wanted is one simple formula. When I drag it across, has to work perfectly. So for that, first thing what I need to do is fix the reference problem. Okay, so let me fix the reference problem. F4. So here we go. I have fixed the particular reference, but when I come to address and phone, it doesn't, because when I actually use the VLOOKUP and fix the reference out here, so E005 is checking for E005, and since my return value is 2, it is returning deeper. But when it is checking again for address in this particular cell, what it has to change is 3, because E005 3 is HAL, so which has to be 3. So if I put this as 3, it will work out fine. Okay, and I need to change from B to A16 and it will work out fine. Yeah, so that's not happening, so that's the reason the formula is incorrect. So how do I do that? Again, if you recollect if you recollect referencing, we can use what we learned in referencing. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to block the column A, something which we learned in reference, right? So how do I do that? Click once, you have $A, $16, which blocks the complete cell. I don't want that. I click once again, I got A, $16, which is just blocks the 16th row, and the column A is free, but my need over here is to block the row A. So once again, so here I have the block, complete column is blocked and 16th row is free. So now with just doing that, blocking A and using absolute reference for the table, let me see if it fixes. Okay, looks like it's working, but it is always going to throw me the reference of 2, which is nothing but the column 2 name. So how do I solve that problem? For that, the clever solution, which you would have got a hint, is I have to use some numbers over here. So I am going to put in some numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, which basically indicates the column numbers. And instead of me giving a manual reference to the column numbers, I'm going to give a cell reference to the same thing. So for example, here I will give a cell reference 2. So basically for this particular cell, it will just pick up completely 2. Sorry, here it has picked up 2, which is B2, which you can see here. but then what's happened out here is it has picked up B3, which is name. That is the reason the value is incorrect. So for that, again, I use reference. What should I do? Should I block B or 2? It is in 2, which is column 2, and B should be free because B can go to C, which is my third address, and fourth phone. So again, I use reference F4, F4, and that's good enough. My second row is blocked. And let me see now. There you go, it's working perfectly fine. And perfectly fine for address and phone numbers. So in summary, what I did now is I used referencing and a combination of VLOOKUP. So I used my basic VLOOKUP function, and then I used referencing. My first reference in my lookup value was I blocked the column so that my column remains same and the row 16 is free. So $A blocks the column, 16 is free, and as I go down to the other cells, it becomes 17, 18, 19, and 20. And my table array is an absolute reference, so I have not changed anything, just blocked it completely. And instead of me giving the column index number of 2, 3, and 4 basis my name, address, and phone number which needs to be retrieved, I cleverly used numbers over here and gave the cell reference inside the formula to these references, to the numbers, and then used again mixed reference out here. I blocked the row because it's all housed in the row 2, and let B, column B free, because when I move the formula from the pair to here it is B, but when I come here it moves to C, and when I come here it moves to D. So that has to move with it, and hence I used reference again, and with a combination of reference I was able to just put one simple formula and get the answer. Yeah, complicated, right? Not simple as my earlier problems, but then again, the essence of it is practice. The more you practice, the more you learn. So going on to our VLOOKUP exercise, and let's use this VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value. I look it up in the table. Column index number for now, I will just give this, which I've not put anything, and range lookup is 0. So the first thing I'll do is add numbers here, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And so it's working, but then let me change it. So here it would be my column, which would be blocked, $A, fine. And then when I come to the table, I block the complete table, which is F4. And when I come to the number selection, I block the row and not the column. It should be $1. So using this, I was able to get this, and oops, not working. Oh, the formula of A is not there. Okay, let me just do it again. F4, F4, F4. Okay. There we go. So you need to understand the syntax, use the right reference to get the answer. Okay. Familiar with VLOOKUP, familiar with the VLOOKUP syntax. Using a reference is a little complicated. It will take you some time to get a hang of it. But then if you're not comfortable with the reference, and you could practice using multiple VLOOKUPs. I mean, what I mean is you use VLOOKUPs in every columns to get your desired results. If not, if you're able to master the reference and understand the logic, then you could use VLOOKUP and reference to get your desired outcome. Okay, so let's quickly look at the last thing, which is nothing but HLOOKUP. Now, HLOOKUP is not used frequently because generally all the data is available horizontally, not vertically. So hence HLOOKUP is used seldomly, but then I'll teach you the same. It's very simple, similar to VLOOKUP. The formula, the syntax is absolutely the same, just that you will be using it horizontally and not vertically. So Here I have the employee numbers horizontally placed. Here also I have the employee numbers horizontally placed, the data, name, address, and phone number horizontally placed, and that's what you need to use a Lookup and get the details. So how do I do that? Similar to VLOOKUP, you start off with Lookup, open brackets. Now your lookup value is the employee ID, and your table array is horizontal. Your row index number, it's no longer column index number, it's a row index number. So this is row 1, row 2, so your name is in row 2, it's 2, and range lookup always, most of the time, I would not say always, is 0. There you go. Your referencing stays the same, no changes. Simple. Same concept of VLOOKUP, just that you'll be using H or horizontal lookup. Yep. Again, you could practice all that which we learned in VLOOKUP using HLOOKUP, but like the way I can tell from experience, you generally get the data in a column or a vertical format and not really in a horizontal format. So the more you learn to use VLOOKUP, that should be sufficient. There might be some cases where you use HLOOKUP, and that is where you could remember this formula and try it. Let's complete the address and phone number and close the VLOOKUP chapter. So HLOOKUP, open brackets, what's my lookup value? Where am I looking up the value? And this time my column number, sorry, not my column, my row number is what? 3, and range lookup 0, and I paste it, there I get. Last one, HLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value, I select the complete data, row index number with 4, range lookup 0, enter, and I could use absolute to ensure that my formula doesn't run out if there is any problem. I'll do that. Yep. So that's HLOOKUP for you. So quickly, an introduction to index function. Here you can see the syntax or the arguments for the index function. You have index open brackets array, you have a row number which you need to enter, and a column number which you need to enter, and close brackets. When you use this particular array in Excel, it basically gives you the value or the reference value which you've given in row and column number back as a array, back to this particular function. So for example, I would say select a table, I would give row number 1, column number 1. So whatever is the value on that row number and column number, that would be returned back when I use index function. So that's index function. We will anyway demo that, but I'm just giving you the theoretical details about index. Okay, so now that we understand index returns a value, what exactly does a row match function do? So match function is similar to index. So here I've explained that with an example. So match function also opens up with brackets, and then we give the value which we want, and then we give the table reference and the match type, which we learned in VLOOKUP as 0, -1, and 1. So in this situation, I have explained this with an example. So here the formula equal to match 25 in the table range, which is A1 to A3, and the return or lookup value is 0, will return the position of the number 2, which in this case would be 2. So my table basically had A1 to A3, where A1 is 5, 25 is in the second row, 38 is in the third row, all are in column 1, so that's why it's A1 and A3. When I use the match equal to match 25, A1 to A3 is what I've selected the complete table.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What type of chart is useful for comparing values over categories? A. Pie chart. B. Column chart. C. Line chart. D. Dot graph. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And the range lookup, or the return, which is exact match, it basically returns the position of the number 25, which is in the second row. So that is match. So index, we learned that it returns a value. Match, we know that it returns the position. Now, using this two, how is that I could use it as a lookup function? That is what we are going to learn in chapter 12. So let's get into the demo and understand this in detail. Okay, so before I go ahead and do this, I just want to quickly go back to the Vlookup function. Yeah, so this is the exercise we worked on Vlookup, and as quick recap on using Vlookup, our formula was Vlookup open brackets lookup value, look it up in the table array. Column index number is the column number where you want the return value to be picked up from. In this case, the name is in column number 2. Range lookup is always 0, which is our exact match, and close bracket. So this is what we learned from Vlookup. I'm not getting into the details of referencing, etc., which was clearly explained in Vlookup. So the problem or the limitations which we mentioned in Vlookup, which is very important, and that's the reason we are into index and match now, is because say if the employee number was not in the first column or doesn't start with that, and we had the name has my reference in the first column, and then I had the exact reference, that is the unique values between the both in a different column, I'll not be able to apply. I'll just show that again, equal to Vlookup open brackets lookup value, and unless I start the function or the formula with the lookup value, it will not work, which I'm demonstrating now by selecting this particular table. Column index 2, or let me say 1 in this case, and range lookup. Excel doesn't understand that A005 is in the second column and not in the first. And there is no way by which we can get this unless I cut this and paste it in the first column and then subsequently arrange my data, which is still okay if I'm working with a small table. But then when you're using a lookup function, you're basically working with a huge amount of data, and sorting the data according to your requirement and spoiling the table format for your requirement might be cumbersome. So that's where index and match comes to our rescue. Okay, so now I'm getting into index and match, and let's understand how to use index and match function as a lookup. So I'm using the same exercise which we did in Vlookup so that you can familiarize, and you already worked on it, so it's easier for you to associate and learn out of it. So but even before we go ahead and start applying the index and match, so let's exactly understand what we learned in theory as what index does and what match function does. So I've named these here just for a reference. Color this. Okay, so there you go, index and match. So first I'll apply the index formula for this particular table, and let's understand what it is. Equal to index open brackets array. I'm selecting the array, and I'm giving the row number and the column number. That is the second reference. I'm not currently looking at the second formula of index, reference, row number, column number, area number. We're not getting into that. Currently I'm looking at the syntax index array row number column number. So array I've already selected, so let me put a comma. That's done. Let me just expand this so that the formula comes. Okay, I'll do that. Row number, I'll just put 1 for now, and column number 1. So what do you think is going to be the result? Simple logic. Row number 1, so this is my table which is highlighted in blue, and row number is 1 and column number is 1. So what should be the result? If your answer is E001, that is absolutely right. Yeah, there you go. So index array row number column number returns me the value which is available in row number, and column number. If I change the row number to 2 and retain the column number as 1, what would be my return value? E002 is the right answer. If I change this to 3, what should be the answer? It's row number 2 and column number 3. So it is row number 2, column number 3. So row number 2, column number 3 is Jayanagar. Yep. So this you understood, right? So basically what index does is, according to the position which you supply, you are basically giving information to Excel again that in this particular table, this row number, this column number gave me that value in return. So that's what index is going to do. Okay, so we have a fair idea of index now. What does match do then? So why are we using match then? This itself is good enough, right? So every time we keep giving index, row, and give the column and row number, we can get the value out. So why we really require match? Now, to answer that question, it is simple, right? So we are referencing something, and then according to that reference, we want to pick up the value. So for example, here I'm referencing E005. And when I search E005 out here, then I understand that it is Deepa, HAL, or this phone number which I want, and then only. But index, if I give it, I basically give the complete table, and then I give the details, but how will I know what am I referencing? So I don't have that answer. So that's where we use match. Match is when I actually tell Excel that you start referencing this, you understand the position of what I'm referencing, and then basis that particular position, you return me that value. Okay, so to put it in action, equal to match. So there are 3 arguments: my lookup value, lookup array, and match type. Okay, lookup value is what is that I'm searching, where am I searching, and my match type, as we learned, is -1, 0, and +1. So for now, it will be match type exact match, which is 0. So lookup value, what is that I'm looking, where am I looking, and match type. So lookup value is 001. Okay, lookup array. Now, unlike what we selected in the table array, so we completed the complete table. In the lookup array, we are only going to select the table or the cells where the value is there, which means E001 to E008. I really do not have to select the complete thing, and even if I select, it will throw up an error. So please note this. This is a very important point, that your lookup value is the value you want to look up, and your lookup array is where the value is available, that the complete column where it is available. So in this case, my lookup value would be this particular column. So I'm looking at A4 in A4 to E11, or rather E001, searching E001 in the employee number column, which is out here. Match type, as I told, it's 0, so you can clearly understand the integer concept which I explained in VLOOKUP. Exact match, less than, greater than. 0, close brackets. Yeah. Okay, so what it did, here it gave me the position of that particular value. So I gave A4, which was nothing but E001, and then I asked it to be looked out in A4 to A11. So it understood, and then it gave me the position of it. Now let's take, I give my lookup value as, let's take A10. So can you guess what can be the position of that? You know the blue one highlighted, right? Okay, so A4 to A11, so this would be my first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. 7 should be the right answer. There it is. 7 is the right answer. Once again, if I give A7, 4, perfect. Okay, so that is what index and match does. So index returns the value basis the row and column, and match basically gives the position of that particular value which you're looking for. Now, how do I put both of this to use as a lookup function? That's what we are going to see in my next exercise. Just give me 1 second. Let me copy this to down so that you can refer to it. Okay. Okay. So similar to our VLOOKUP exercise, I have the employee numbers. I have the employee numbers out here, and I have to find the name, address, and phone number. Okay, so now we are going to use just the simple one, then we will get into the complex versions. Equal to index, open brackets. So here I'm using index function to start with. So my array, what is that we did in the first time when we applied index? We looked at the array. So my array is nothing but the complete data where the values are available. I've got the array. So index array, I selected the complete details. Now row number. Now this is the number I need to give, right? So I can give column number and row number. So row number, if I want to look up E005, I need to go and search E005, which is in my row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5th row. So this is what I had to give manually. But instead of this, match also does the same thing for me, right? It gives me the value of it gives the position of that particular reference. So instead of me giving it manually, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use a match function. Match, open brackets. So here I don't have to use an equal sign because anyway it's within the formula. Similar to VLOOKUP how we referenced, we are not going to give here equal to. So I give the array. In my next argument, which was my row number, I put in the match function. Match, open bracket. So as soon as I do that, the match arguments open up. What's my lookup value? I'm looking up E005. So where am I looking it up? In my lookup array. So note again, I'm not selecting the complete table. So I'm searching E005 to get its relative position, and I have to only select the positions or the particular column where the value is there. And then match type is 0. I almost completed my match function, so I close that. Now I go back to my index, so you can see the formula giving you hints that index is done, array is done. You're done with row number. What is that you want to do? I need to hit a comma, and my last argument, the column number. So the column number, as we learned in VLOOKUP, it is the details or the value which I need back. So what I need out here, I need the name. So in my table blue, which I've selected, which column is the name in? So 1, 2, the column number is 2. There you go. I get my result. So what I did, just to reiterate, I'll do it again. Index, I selected the array. Then in the row number or the argument row number, I used the match function. And once I finished my row number, so that I can retrieve the position of E005, I am manually returning the column number, which is here. And then I closed it. Important things for you to make a note of. Number 1, please understand the syntax absolutely right. Your commas, your opening brackets, closing brackets, all have to be absolutely right for the formula to work. I know you might do mistakes at the beginning, but then you can keep following the clues which are provided. So you have comma, array, comma, row number, comma, then you have column number, close, and accordingly when you place a formula in the row number, you start following the match syntax, you'll be able to do it. Yeah, we'll try it once again and then we could work on the complex ones. So index, I select the array. That's my first argument, so I'm done with it. In the row number, I enter the match. Lookup value. Where do I look up the value? Match type is 0. And I'm done with my match function. I finish it off with a comma, move to the next argument, which is column number. The column number which I want to return is 2. And I close. Okay, so with this basic, I'm going to paste the formula down to see the results. The same problem. The same problem is because we have to use the referencing. So now you're getting into complex versions. We have to use all that we learned in the previous chapters. we have to use the referencing. We're using multiple formulas over here. So what is the right reference over here? So if you notice, your employee number stays, your table stays. But when you come down, your employee number stays, but your table is moved down. There are two tables or two values which are moved out. One is the blue one is the purple one. So both of them have to be made as an absolute reference. Again, I did show to you in Vlookup how you could use mixed referencing to put one formula, drag it across and get that done. You could do that, but before we get there, let's solve this particular problem first. So I come back. So first absolute reference would be my A4 to do 11, F4, and then my next absolute reference would be A4 to A11. Yeah, F4 is what I used. So now let me try this. There you go, working perfectly fine. So let's try that out for address. Equal to index, open brackets, I select the complete array. In the row number, I'm using match. My lookup value is employee number, which is unique. I search that employee number in this particular table or the list. And my match type is 0, close brackets. And this time the address is in column 1, 2, 3. So 3, close brackets, enter. Use my referencing. Make this an absolute reference. Make this an absolute reference. Enter. Autofill handler, right? I get my results. Yeah? Okay. Now for you to do the phone number, please. I will just leave the video on with the formula over here for you to refer. Give you a 5-second pause for you to review this. So here you go. Your time starts now. Review it and try getting the phone number using index and match. Okay, so were you able to get the phone number? If not, the formula is this: index, open brackets, you select the array again, your row number is nothing but your match formula, open brackets, your lookup value, search the lookup value, match type is 0, and now what should be the column number for phone? 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, sorry, I forgot the reference. FO, FO, and FO. Yep, there we go. So you would be asking that this is the same thing we did in Vlookup, right? So why is this such a big problem? I can use Vlookup itself. Of course, you can use, provided your employee number or with the unique value starts from the left. Now look at the beauty of index and match. I'm just going to remove all this and change my employee number to the last. Or let me not do that, I'll put it in the middle. So my employee number is in the middle of the table, not at the beginning. So how do I use index and match now? If in this case, if I would have used Vlookup, it wouldn't have been of any benefit for me. Vlookup has this drawback that your matching, or the way it looks up, is the lookup value has to be in the first. So for that you have to modify your spreadsheet, your tables, and get that done. But in index, you really don't have to do that. Important thing out here is you need to ensure you give the right syntax, you reference the right values, and by doing so, your index and match can be used to look up values exactly. So let's look at how I do that. So again, same thing, index, open brackets, my array remains the same, there's no change in that. In my row number, I use match. So here are the changes. My lookup value can be anywhere. So even if it was here, I would have selected the lookup value. My lookup array becomes the first one. So that's the difference. So my lookup value I can pick up from anywhere, even if my lookup value was here, which I'll do it in the next example and show you. I'll pick it up here and I search that lookup value in that particular column only. Match type 0, and if I want name, which is now in the first column, I just put 1 and enter. There you go. It works and everything else remains the same. Don't forget your references, and it works out. Okay, some normal formatting issues. Yeah, there you go. Okay, I'll show this. That's what I was mentioning, that my lookup value can be anywhere in the sheet, including here, and I'm just making my lookup value to this end. Similarly, I'm also shifting this lookup value to some, let's take location. I'll change this to location. So India. Okay, so I have my employee number in my E column, not anywhere else. Yeah, notice because my old reference was employee number was here, it's all giving me NA. So let me re-enter the formula, equal to index, open brackets, array remains the same. So it's the complete list of table. The reason you need to select that complete list is because using match, you can actually get any value out of this particular table. If you restrict your array for, say, only these three, then your reference or the return values can be only within this particular table. Hence, it's advisable to use the complete data as an array. So in my match, again, my lookup value, so I'm not taking this lookup value, I'm taking out here. And where do I search this? I search it out here. Match type is 0. And let's take I want location now. So which is my location? It's 1, 2, 3. 3, close brackets, enter. There you go. So anywhere my lookup value can be there, just because I'm using a combination of index, which returns the value, match, which gives me the position. Easy for me to use this together and get the required details. F4, sorry, another thing which I have to do. Referencing, enter, and there you go. Okay, let's look up address and phone as well, equal to index, open brackets, selected the complete array. In the row, I use match, open brackets, my lookup value out here, looking it out here, and match type 0, and address. So where is my address? It's 1, 2, 2, close brackets, and use F4, reference it right. There we go. The last thing, phone number, equal to index, again array, row number match, lookup value, where do I look it up, comma, 0, close brackets, and the phone number is in 1, 2, 3, 4. Completed the referencing.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
And able to complete. So that's how you use combination of index and match and use it as a lookup function. Okay. Again, just to repeat important things, ensure that your syntax is absolutely right. You use the right usage of commas, open brackets, close, and understand the logic rather than by hatting the formula. Because the more you understand the logic, the easier it becomes for you to use it. Okay, so what I want you to do now is similar to what we did in Vlookup function. I have my next exercise, the same exercise which we did for Vlookup. I have the list of items, the price out here. So I want you to find the price using index for these particular items and then the total income. So let's do this exercise. I'll give you a minute, another 5 seconds for you to pause, and then you can try, and then I will do it by myself. Okay, so your 5 seconds starts now. All right, hope you were able to figure that out. If you weren't, then the formula is equal to index, open brackets. So what would be my array? In this case, the array, which means the data which I'm getting out from, is here. So I'm going to select the complete table. So instead of the row number, I'm going to use match. What am I matching? My lookup value is items. Where am I matching those items? Out here. And it's always exact lookup. If it matches, what is that I want to return? 1, 2, the price. So to price, enter, and there I go. I have the complete price which is returned. F4, basic reference, F4, and I get my price details. Okay, how do you get the total income? Simple, 1.95 into your total sales.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What is the intersection of a column and a row on a worksheet called? A. Column. B. Value. C. Address. D. Cell. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
That's my total income. So we tried the same exercise using Vlookup, and now we did it using index. The next one is for you, payment to each instructor. Here we have done using Vlookup. Let's do this using index now. Again, a 5 seconds pause for you to try this out by yourself, and then I'll do it for you. Okay, so how do I do this? Equal to index, open brackets. Again, array is where I need to select the complete table, the details from which I need to get the information back. So the complete table, row number, I'll use the match. Open brackets, my lookup value is activity, which is here. Where do I look it up? Out here. Match type is 0. And what is that I need to return back is the weekly salary, which is in column number 2. Close brackets, enter. Completed my difference, got the complete payment to each instructor and total payments. And total payment. Okay. Yeah, so that's index and match. So it is little complicated, but it's important for you to get the logic right, because unless you get the logic, you will not be able to get it right. So it's important that you follow the set of instructions right from the start, how I taught what index is, understand index, understand match, and then how do you use it together, putting the right syntax in place, using the right arguments, and get the results out. Okay, so this was index and match, but then we are not done here. I want you to go back to the last thing which we did in Vlookup. Using one single formula, apply the one single formula, and when you drag that formula across, I want the results to be displayed instead of putting multiple rows, putting the formulas in multiple columns. Okay, let's do that. I'll just get this back to the normal form so that you know it's easier. We don't get confused. I don't use the location IDs. I move the name and address to the second column and the employee number to here. So that's my original table. Okay, and let me actually use my original table as well out here and remove the extras. So what I want you to do is, I want you to apply one index and match, which is index, select the table, match, open brackets, employee number, to that of here, exact match, and one formula when you apply. And when you drag this across down here to here, it should work perfectly. Okay, so let's give it a shot. Yeah. Are you able to do it? Okay. If not, this is the explanation. So your formula still says the same. You select the array, comma, in the row number it's match. In the lookup value, you look up your particular value which you want to search, and the array, and match type is 0. In the column number, here it is column 2, so that's why I return it to 2, close brackets, enter. So what I'm doing now is, first the basic thing, F4 and F4, but when I drag this down, across, I'm able to get this in the first one but not in this. So let's understand why is this happening first, so that we could apply the right referencing. So here, as you can see, it is matching E001, it's matching in the right table, and also it is retained in the right array table in the match function. But when I come down here, your E001 is now moved to Anand, which is not the case. That's not what it is. And look at the purple. Purple stays fine, so it's here. So first thing is, it's E001 which is changing positions. So if I come down, your E001 is no longer here, but it's starting to reference into address. So first we need to fix the problem of employee number. So for that, what I do is, my match A16, same thing as what we did in Vlookup. I use reference, I use mixed reference, and block the column which is $A16, so that remains constant. So if I do that and now copy paste the formula, okay, let me copy that across the cells, it's working fine. So I have solved that problem. But the reason every time the name is returned is because my column number, or the return value, right, the column number is 2. So it is always reading the column number 2, which is the name, and returning the same value again and again, which I need to change. So how I did this in Vlookup was, I reference this column number to numbers out here. So first let me add the numbers 1, 2, 3 and 4. So instead of me giving the numbers manually, what I did is I removed the 2 and give a reference to that numbers. But then I can't just get away with that, because if I just get away with that and copy the formula down, it will not work because the reference of that number again is changing basis your position. So what I need to do is again use reference. So in this case, what is the title block? As per what you learned in Vlookup, we will block the row. Absolutely right. F4, F4 and $2. So the row is blocked. And there you go. I got my complete answer. So I used index, I used match, and I used reference, and a small little trick of adding some numbers and referencing those numbers. By using this, I was able to use one formula and get the desired results. Okay, the last thing, could you just try the same for this particular exercise, please, which we did. Here, I just want to do this a little different. So I'm going to put employee numbers over here. So I want you to track names, departments, extension numbers and emails by referencing the employee numbers. Okay, so your time starts now. Go ahead and do that. Okay, so here I will not be able to use one single formula because the data is in between. So for that, first let me use an index here, open brackets. So array is the table where the complete data is available. Select that, match, open brackets. What is that I'm matching? The employee numbers. So let me select the employee numbers first. Okay, my formula is actually there, so I'm going down in B21. And where is my employee numbers? Out here, comma, match type is always 0. What is that I want? I want the name, which is in my name column, which is column 1, so I'll reference that particular number here. Close brackets, enter. Okay, so let me get my references right. So first one is an absolute reference. Here again is an absolute reference. B21 is a row reference, sorry, column reference. That's what we learned in the previous exercise. Here it is a row reference. So I'm done here. So I copy that, paste it down, works fine. Copy that and paste it across, and it perfectly works. So notice here it's giving up a 0 because there is no value. So that is one thing which you can observe. Another thing is, for example, my reference. Okay, so let me just get out of formula first. So here I have 200548, right? So if there is no number of 2548 over here, it will show as an NA. That means this particular value itself is not there. So you need to be wary of those errors as well. 548. Yeah. Okay, so understood index and match.
Now the first logical function in Excel is called if function. Now why we use if function? So if I talk about the purpose for this if function, it is basically for testing for a specific condition. Now why do we need a function? Just to test a specific condition. I'll be giving some condition and I'll be testing it. If it is true, then it should return me some value, either true, false, or it can return me Boolean expressions such as 1 or 2. Okay, so how it will be done, we'll look into it later. But before this, purpose, like we discussed what is the purpose for if function. Now, what values it will return? Basically, it will return the values you supply for true or false. Let's suppose it is not always that I'll be getting true or false, but I'll be following the syntax, and after that, whatever the value I have supplied for true or false, I'll be getting that. Now, if I talk about its syntax, this is my syntax, which says equals to if and the logical test. Now in the logical test, we'll be providing the expression. Let's suppose I want to compare two numbers. So, or I want to compare two cells. In that case, I'll give the cell name, which is, what I mean by this is, if I write if, and let's suppose I'm using the cell number A1 and I'm comparing it to cell A2. Okay, now if whatever the digit or whatever the number present in cell A1, if it is greater than the number present in A2, in that case, what should I get? The first value that I'll be printing over here should be returned when the condition is satisfied or when the condition is true. If the condition is true, I should get the value called true. So I'll be writing that over here and comma. After that, if this condition is false, then what should I get? I should get false. So in that case, I'll be writing false. Okay, so this is how I'll be framing the syntax for checking certain conditions. So in our case, the first syntax was, the first I was checking for a cell, like for two cells, okay, A1 and A2. I'll just say, okay, if A1, or instead of A1, we can compare the two columns, correct? If I go to my Excel over here, and if I simply test this is my A1, correct? Now, if I type 23, and in B1, what I type 45, okay? Now, let's check the function over. If, and what I want to check, if A1 is greater than B2. Okay, in that case, what I need to check? So if A1 is greater than B1, then what should I get? I should print true, but it is not that. If A1, I know in A1 we have provided this, so I just want it to print false. And if it is not, it should print me true. So right now it is giving me true because yes, the condition what I specified, if A1 is greater than B1, then if it is correct, is this expression correct over here? No, it is not correct. So I should get true because the second value, whatever I'm specifying over here, I should only get value if false. You can see the value if false. Yes, the condition is false, and that is the reason I'm getting value which in the place which I have provided. I should get this value if the condition is false. Okay, so this is how we can frame if syntax. Now again, coming back to our arguments, like why we are using these arguments over here. As you can clearly see over here, what it says, logical test. These are nothing but a value or a logical expression that can be evaluated as true or false. Yes, I'm giving some logical test or logical expression, and that can be evaluated, okay, is if it is true or false, something like that. Okay, then after we have value if true. Now, what should, like over here, what should I give? I should give true if the value is whatever the test, if it is have successfully tested it, logical expression, if it is tested, and if I'm getting the value true, I should print this, whatever value I'm giving over here. So in our case, what we provided it to be false. So yes, I got the, like, this condition was not true, correct? It was not true. So it didn't return me false, but I was getting true, correct? Why? Because if I go with the syntax, value if false, then I should get the value which I'm providing it in the second place. So in the second place, I provided true. So we are getting true because as per our syntax, this condition was false. Over here, it was false. So I should get this second value, and the second value is nothing but true. So I got true printed over here. Okay. So this is all about the syntax for my if or if function, which we can clearly say that that means if logical expression or the condition is true, then it should print the first value, and if the condition is false, then it should print the second value. All right. So it was all about the syntax. Now let's check about, have a look about some logical operators. Okay, so these are the logical operators that will be used in logical expression, because right now just we compare two numbers, correct? This number is greater to this or something like that. So again, for comparison, we'll be requiring some logical operators. So these are some logical operators that we'll be using. First, this, that is equal to, the meaning is equal to, and just there's a simple example which say a1 equals to 10. If a1 equals to 10, then it should print true, otherwise it should print false. Okay, so I can test like that. So if I copy this and let's print over here a1, let it be 12. Okay, and over here I'm specifying this. Okay, I'll be adding equals to, and if I hit enter, it says false. Why? Because if you see the formula or the function that I have provided is a equals to 10, so it will check, is a equals to 10? No, it is not. So what it is giving me? It is giving me false. Okay, so now let's change it and let's make it to 10. And again, if I hit enter, okay, I have to change it to A2. Now this time it says true. Why? Because yes, now right now you can see A2, which means this cell is equals to 10. That is A2 is equals to 10. So it is telling me, yeah, it is true. But again, if I change this number to 12, and then again, if I hit enter, you can see this time I'm getting false. Now again, if I change it to 10, right now I'm getting it true. Why? Because the function that I provided is nothing but I'm checking whether my A2 is equals to 10 or not. If it is equals to 10, then it should show me true. Otherwise, it will show me false. So if I change it to some other number, 23 or 26, it is telling me false. You can see it is showing false. Again, if I do it to 10, it is showing me true. Okay. Now let's check the other operator, which is not equals to. So if I copy this and if I go over here and removing it, and let's type this function. So it says true again, because let me just change, it should be A2. Okay, so right now it is telling me false. Why? Because this time the condition I have provided, A2 should not be equals to 10. If it is not equals to 10, then only it should tell me true. But right now it is equals to 10. So the condition will be false because the operator that I am using is not equals to. Okay, so if you can see this operator, this is called not equals to. So I'm checking whether A2 is not equals to 10. No, it is not. So it is showing me false. And if I change this number to some other value, let's say 25 right now, it is telling me true. Why? Because yes, A2 is not equals to 10, but it is different. Okay, so I'll just remove these values. And let's check for other example, for other operators, which are greater than. Okay, so this is greater than symbol, and we have an example for it. So let's check this. I'll copy it and let's type 109. Okay, in A1 shell, and let's add this function over here. So it is telling me true. Why it is giving me true? Because the function or the condition that I provided over here is check whether A1 is greater than 100. So yes, here clearly we can see that A1 is greater than 100, because A1 is right now, my A1 is 109. And the condition is only if A1 is greater than 100, it should tell me true. Now, if I change this number to something called 99, and if I hit enter, right now it is saying false. Why? Because this time the condition checks that whether my A1 is greater than 100 or not. We can see that yes, A1 is not greater than 100, but it is less than 100. In that case, it will show me false. Again, if I change this number to 200 and if I hit enter, right now you can see it says true. Why? Because right now my A1 is greater than 100. Okay, so this is how greater than operator will work over here. Now let's check the other operator, which is less than. Now let's copy this example and let's go over here and paste this. This time I'm getting false. Why? Because the condition that is checked, check whether A1 is less than 100. So yes, so over here we can see that yes, A1 is not less than 100, but it is greater than 100. So in that case, it will tell me false. Why? Because the condition over here says that whether A1 is less than 100 or not. So no, A1 is not less than 100, so it is returning false. Now again, if I change it to 99 and if I hit enter, right now it is showing me true. Why? Because this time condition satisfied. It says that yes, right now A1 is less than 100. Okay, so this is less than operator. Now coming back to greater than or equals to. So if I copy this example and the operator is greater than equals to, and if I copy this example over here and let's come back and over here let's provide 75 and let's provide the function. So what is the function? A1 should be greater than or equals to 75, then it will show me true. So right now A1 is 75, so it should show me true. Why? Because A1 should be the function or the expression that I am using is A1 should be greater than or equals to 75. So A1 is 75. Yes, so the condition or the operator that I am using is greater than equals to. So again, if it is 75, it should show me true, or if it is more than 75, again it should show me true. So if I hit enter, it is showing true. So now let's change this value to 79 and if hit enter, again it is showing true. But if I change this number to less than 75, which is nothing but 60, let's do it 60 and check. Right now we are getting false. Why? Because the condition we provided is only if A1 is greater than or equals to 75, it should print me true, otherwise it will print false. Okay, now coming to the last operator, which is nothing but less than equals to. So in that case, I'll copy the example and I'll go over here. So over here what it says, if A1 is less than equals to 0, then it should say me true. But right now A1 is not 0, but it has some value, so it will show me false. Now if I make it 0 and if I hit enter, you can see it is showing me true. Why? Because the condition over here says that if A1 is less than or equals to 0, then it should show me true. So if I type -5 over here, if I change it, if I change this number to -2, again it says true. Why? Because the condition what it says, if A1 is less than or equals to 0, then it should show me true, and if A1 is greater than 0, then it should not, it should show me false. Correct? So right now I can see that yes, A1 is less than equals to 0, so I'm getting true. Now again, if I make it to 0 and if I hit enter, again I'll get true. But if I make it to 5 or 2, in that case I'll get false. Okay, so these are the expressions or operators that we'll be using to make comparison. Because why we use if function? If function, we use it for testing specific functions or specific conditions. Correct? So we'll be using these operators to check that. Now let's understand this if function with certain examples. The first example we have over here is, let's take an example where we have some set of students and their test score, and the passing mark is 15. Now based on their test score, we need to print the result pass or fail. Okay, so in that case what we'll do, first let's take some set of student we'll have name, we'll have score, and then result. So in the name column, we'll be providing some name, let's say ABC, then some random name, and then okay, so these are some set of students, let's suppose, and we have some test scores. So let's say 78, 39, 48, 90, and 84. Okay, so we have some set of students with the test score. Now the result, what I want to print, only when I can say that, okay, when I can say that, okay, this particular student has passed or failed. So in the result column, I need to mention whether the students have passed the test or failed the test. In that case, what I need to do, so I'll use if function in that case, and the function, how I'll be using that function over here. So right now the column name is B2. So I'll be using if function if. Now what condition I want? And the criteria, they have said that only when test score is more than 50, more than, or I can say greater than equals to 50, in that case I can say that yes, the result should be pass, otherwise the result would be fail. So right now I need to provide the logical test, and the logical test would be if B2, this is the B2 column, correct? If B2 is greater than equals to, if it is greater than equals to 50, then what should I print? I should print pass. Okay, and if it is not, then it should print fail. Correct? I'll hit enter. So right now you can see I'm getting pass. Why? Because yes, B2 column, this column B2 is greater than 50. So if it is greater than 50, then I should get pass. The same thing will be using for other cell. Okay, we'll be using it over here. So if I print it over here, but I need to change this to B3, and if I hit enter right now, you can see it says fail. Why? Because yes, the criteria or the condition I provided was only if B3, if it is greater than equals to 50, then only it should print pass, otherwise it should print fail. So right now I am getting fail because this condition is not satisfied. If this condition is not satisfied, then what I'll get? I'll get fail printed. So I'm getting that. Again, if I use the same function over here, but this time again I'll be changing the column. It should be B4, and it says fail. Why fail? Again, it is less than 50. Okay, this B4 is less than 50, and the student, whatever the student over here is, he has scored 48 and the passing marks is 15. So we have wrote a function in such a way that only when the score is greater than equals to 50, it should print pass, otherwise it should print fail. So right now if I check it over here, B5, it shows that it shows pass. Why? Because yes, the score is 90, which is greater than 50. So it says pass. Now over here, let's change it to 50. Okay, so it should show me pass because the function that I'm using over here is, this is 6. Okay, it should show me pass because the function that I'm using over here is, it will check the column, the score column, whether it is greater than or equals to 50. So yes, it is greater than, it is not greater than, but yes, it is equals to 50. So it will print pass. Okay. So this was the first example for if. Now let's suppose instead of printing pass or fail, I want to print some number, Boolean number, 1 or 0. If the candidate is passed, then I should print 1, or if they have been failed, I should print 0. So in that case, what I'll do, I'll modify the code, I'll modify the function. Simply, I'll change the values to be, the condition would be same, which will just check whether the score column is greater than equals to 50 or not, and accordingly it will print. So what it should print? It should print 1 if candidate has passed, or it should print 0 if the condition is not verified or not satisfied. So if I hit enter, it says 1. That means pass. Why? Because the condition I provided over here was if B2 is greater than equals to 50, then I should get 1. That means if the condition is true, in that case I should get 1. And if the condition is false, that is, if this condition is not satisfied, then I should get 0. Correct? But I am getting 1 because this condition is satisfied. Similarly, over here, I'll change this to 1 and 0, 1, comma 0. So if I hit enter, I'll get 0 because now this time this condition is not satisfied. So I won't be getting 1, but
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What type of chart is useful for comparing values over categories? A. Pie chart. B. Column chart. C. Line chart. D. Dot graph. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
instead of 1, I'll be getting 0 because this condition is not satisfied, and it should return me the value if this condition is false. So I'm getting 0. Now, one point to be remembered, if I want to display any number, it should be without double quotes. But if you want the answer as a text, then it should be in the double quote. Okay, so what I say, like let's before that I was printing some numbers 1 and 0. In that case, I won't be writing these numbers in double quote. But if I want to print any text in my answer or in my result column, in that case I need to pass those text within the double quote. I need to mention those text within the double quotes, but it is not with the numbers. I can print number directly without placing them in the double quotes. So again, for this, I'll remove these text and I'll just write 1, 0. And if I hit enter, it says 0. That means why? Because the condition is false. So if the condition is false, then I should get 0. So I'm getting that. Now again, in the fourth, also I'll be changing it to 1, 0. Now I'm getting 1 because yes, it should print the value when condition is true. So I'm getting that. Now over here again, I'll just rename it to 1, 0 and I'll hit enter and it says 1. So this is how we can, instead of printing pass or fail, I can print the answers in boolean like 1 or 0. I can print in that way as well. Now instead of printing it in this way, what else I can do? Instead of printing it in this way, I can give grades. Okay, the result, instead of saying pass or fail, I want to give the candidate or the student grade, some grade according to their marks. So in that case, what I'll be doing? In that case, I'll be changing the function and I'll be writing it as, let's suppose, if condition where the condition changes to b is less than 70, and then what should I print? If b is less than 70, then I should print c. Okay, and again, if then condition if b2 is less than 75, I should print, if b2 is I should print b. And again, if this time if b2 is less than 80, I should print a. Okay, and finally, if b2 is less than 90, then I should print A, or I should print excellent. Okay, if okay, I need to print it over here. Okay, so what it will do? Okay, so this statement says that if B2 is less than 70, then the grade that should be printed is C, and if B2 is less than 75, then the grade that it should print should be B, and if B2 is less than 80, in that case I should print A, and if B2 is less than 90, in that case I should print A, and if it is greater than 90, then it should print excellent, because yes, if this condition is false, then it should print this excellent condition, correct, which is value if false, that should get printed. So if I hit enter right now, let's see what it prints. It prints A. Why I'm getting the grade as A? Because if I check this condition, then B2 is less than 80. Yes, B2 is less than 80, it's 75. So it should print me A. But yes, it is greater than 75, so it won't be printing B, but it is less than 80, so it will print A. Similarly, I'll copy this and I'll be pasting it over here. Now over here, we'll change the name, which is I'm doing it for this column. So right now it is showing me C. Why? Because what is the condition? If B3 is less than 70, if it is less than 70, then it should print C. So yes, it is less than 70. So I'm printing the grade to be C. Now similarly, I'll check it for third one, and this time I'm checking for this. So again, I'm getting C. Why? Because condition again it says that if B4 is less than 70, it should print C. So I'm getting C. Now let's check it for other one. Okay, now if I enter, right now I'm getting A. Why? Because the condition over here, what it says, if B5, I'm sorry, I need to change all these as well. So it should be 5. Okay, so it will show me excellent. Why? Because this time my B5 is not less than 90, but yes, I haven't used the condition equals to, so that is the reason my B2 is not less than 90, but it is 90 or more, so it will print excellent. But if it was 89, if I change it to 89, I'll get A. But again, if I change it to 90, it will show me excellent, because right now I am not using equals to sign, greater than equals to operator, but simply less than operator without equals to. So that is the reason I'm getting excellent over here. So I need to do a modification over here as well, which will B4, B4, and over here as well B4. And if I hit enter, C. Now for this also I need to make modification, which will be 3. Okay, now for 50 again I need to do modifications. So if I do the changes, it would be 6, B6. Now again over here 6, and over here as well. Now if I hit enter, I am getting C. Okay, so instead of printing pass or fail or 1 or 0, I can go ahead and I can print the grades, and the condition or the function that I have used is if. Now this is not the normal if, but it is nested if. That means within one if condition we are having other if conditions, so this is called nested if function. Okay, and previously the functions that we used was simple comparison, whether we were checking if B2 is greater than 50, it should print me pass or fail. So that was simple if condition. But right now, for putting grades or getting grades as result, what we did, we used nested if condition or nested if function. Okay, so This was the first example that we talked about. Now let's check other example what it says. Now what it says that you are given price of 5 commodity and you need to print the result stating whether the price is high or low. Now if the price of the commodity is less than 500, then it should print as low, otherwise it should print as high. So in that case, what I need to do? So in that case, I'll simply do okay. So right now, let's over here we'll go for commodity, and over here price, and let's print it high or low. So we can say status over here. So commodity A, commodity B, commodity C, commodity D. Okay, so we have okay. Okay, so we have 4 commodities, and let's price 900, 600, 460.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, so these are some price of commodity. Now the status what I want to print, I want the status to be high or low, and how I can check the status. Only when the commodity price is less than equals to 500, then it should print me low. And if it is greater than 500, greater than equals to 500, in that case, it should show me high. So the condition or the expression I'll be using is if it's B2, okay? If B2 is greater than equals to 500, then what it should print? It should print me high. Okay. So what I'm saying, if B2, which is 900, if it is greater than or equals to 500, then it should print me high. Otherwise, it should print me low. Okay. So right now, if I hit enter, what it should throw? Yes, it is greater than 500, so it should show me high. So yes, it is showing me high. Similarly, I'll do check it for other rows. Okay, so over here, if I check it, now I'll just change this to be B3. Again, it's high because yes, the commodity price is greater than 500. It is 600. So it is saying high. The status is high. Now let's check it for this column, whether it's B4. And right now it is telling low. Why? Because yes, the commodity price is less than 500. It is just 460. So it is telling us, yeah, the status is low. So again, I'll check it for the last one. And if the column name is B5. And if I hit enter, this time I am getting low. Why I am getting low? Because the commodity price is 390, which is less than 500, and that is the reason we are getting it as low. Okay, so this is how we'll be dealing with if function in Excel. So this was all about if function in Excel macros. Now what is macros? Macros are nothing but, in simple term, what I can say, a macro is the action or set of action that you can run as many times as you want. Okay, so if you have tasks in Microsoft Excel that you want to do repeatedly, and so in that case, what you can do, instead of doing it like every time, like suppose I want to perform an action 10 times. So instead of doing it 10 times, what I can do, I can go ahead and I can record a macro and I'll automate this task. So what happened, every time I need not do the task, but I'll be creating a shortcut key, or I'll automate that process so that it will be, I'll just press the shortcut key and it will be done for me. Okay, so when you create a macro, what happened, you are recording your mouse click and keystroke, and after you create a macro, you can edit it to make minor changes to the way it works. So you can create and then a macro that quickly applies these formatting changes to the cell you selected. Okay, so this is just small description about macros. In short, it is nothing but macro is action or set of action that you need to do repeatedly, or you can say that you want to do many times you want. Okay, that is all macro is. Now, as of now we know what is macro. So let's go ahead and let's see how we can record a macro. Okay, so exactly what macro is, it's something, a set of action that we are performing, correct? So let's see how we can create a macro. So okay, so for getting like from where we can go ahead and we can record a macro, for that simply you have to go to developers tab, and over here you can see you're getting an option called record macro. So before that, record macro, before there is an option called use relative reference. So I'll select this. Now what this will do, so it will go and do the task on some other cell, so that the option you have selected. Okay, and next you can just select this recorder macro. Okay, so this is my first macro I'm creating. So the name like this is the name I'm getting it by default, which is macro 1. Okay, and over here I need to specify a shortcut key for this macro. Now for providing a shortcut key, now so give some shortcut key which is not already occupied in this Excel, because as we know, if I do control A, it will select all the things that is there in Excel, all those things. So we'll be selecting or we'll be creating a shortcut key which is unique, okay, which is not already occupied by Excel. So in that case, I'll just name it to be macro 1, and I'll come to this shortcut key, and over here I'll just give shift T. So right now for my macro 1, what is the shortcut key? The shortcut key is control plus shift plus A. Okay, now where this macro will get stored, it will get stored in this workbook. All right, now let's add a small description about our macro. Now what this macro will record. Now I'll just give it some like this will add colors to my shell. Okay, color to my shell. Okay, so if I click OK, so right now you can see stop recording. That means now my macro is ready. Now the moment I click on OK, your recording has been started. Okay, now over here you can see the button which is for stopping this macro, okay, for stopping the recording. And also below you can see this button. Now over here it says stop recording, that means my recording is started, and below button will say that stop recording. Okay, now from here whatever you will be doing, it will get recorded in form of VBA in macro. So now what is VBA? So once we are done with the recording macro, we'll go ahead and we'll look what is VBA. So over here, whatever now from here, whatever we'll be doing, that will be recorded in the form of VBA in a macro part. Okay, so now let's go to Home tab, and simply I'll select a color. Let it be red. I've filled this color, and this time what I'll do, I'm clicking the cursor to H5. Okay, so this is the task I have done. The small task, the small action, what I did, first I colored a shell. Okay, once I colored it, I clicked on H5. So once done, I'll go ahead and I'll click on stop the macro. Okay, so right now my macro has been stopped. Right now, these whatever the action we did, it got stored, it got recorded in backend. And now I'll click on stop, like I clicked on stop recording. Now just remember the shortcut key which we provided. What was the shortcut key we provided? It was control plus shift plus A. So if I type now, what I can see, you can see this was the cell I selected right now. Okay, let's suppose I'm over here. Now if I print control shift plus A, so what it will do, first it will color that shell and it will move to a distance where, like I was over here, to A1, and once I colored that shell, then I moved to H5, correct? So whatever the distance was from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the seventh cell, fifth point. So if I colored this, so I should, let's be over here, and let's type Control Shift A. Now, if you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the seventh column and the fifth row, okay? So now it will color the shell and it will move to the other shell, because this is what I have recorded in my macro. So once recording was on, so whatever action I did, it got recorded and it was stored in backend. Now whenever I use the shortcut key, it will get like this. So how I can check whether where all these actions are recorded? In that case, I'll just go to developer, I'll go to macro, and over here we get this edit option. I'll go to edit. Now you can see this is the backend work that has been saved. So what it does, this is the name of my macro, that is macro 1, and whatever the single quote line, these all are just comment. Okay, this is my macro name, macro 1. This was my macro description. This will add color to my shell. And finally, the keyboard shortcut, the shortcut key that I provided was Control Shift plus A, correct? And what it is doing, it is adding selection interior, it is adding color. You can see the color with the color code. And once it added color, what it is doing, active shell offset to 4,7. So it is changing the shell. What it first does, it will color that shell where I am, then it will change the shell. Okay, this is what this macro will do. Okay, so it has recorded everything in backend, and every time I run this, if I click it over here, and if I go over here, and if I run this, you can see it got colored and it will get changed over there. Okay, you can see the shell or the cursor is shifted to other cell. So this is how you will be recording a macro. And after macro, once you recorded a macro, this is your VBA. So we were talking about VBA. This is your VBA. Okay, so VBA is nothing but it is a editor in which you record or you write the macros. Okay, and what is macro? Macro is nothing but a piece of code or set of instruction. So these are the set of instruction which are written into a VBA, and VBA is nothing but Visual Basic for Application. Okay, and these are the editor. Okay, so VBA is where application stands for, where in VBA it's Visual Basic for Application, and where application stands for Excel, Word, PowerPoint, all those things. Okay, so this is what VBA is and macros is. And within VBA, we used to write piece of macros, but which is nothing but you can call it as program, procedures, or something like that. Okay, and macros is nothing. It is a object-oriented program in Excel. And in Excel, anything and everything is object. Example, you can say workbook, sheet, cells, chart, etc. Everything is object. Okay, so this is what macro is, and this is what VBA is. That is Visual Basic Application for applications. Okay, so once we are good with VBA and macros, we can go ahead and we can know more about for loop. Okay, so right now we know about macros, how to create a macro, how to record a macro, and what is a VBA. So VBA is an editor within which we record our macros. Macros is nothing but a piece of codes, and we write that piece of code within VBA. Correct? So right now let's talk about the for loop in Excel. So for loop in Excel. So what is for loop? Now, for what exactly for loop is used for? If you want to iterate any statement, if you want to repeat a statement multiple times, okay, you will be going for a for loop. Now for loop, like it is totally, now this for loop is totally based on number condition. Okay, if it will keep executing for number of times, correct? It totally depends upon number condition. So over here, what I'll show you, if I want to display a message or a message box 10 times or 5 times, so what I'll be doing, so if I come over here, okay, so if I do I'll just create a new sheet, okay, and I'll be working over here. I'll come to home. Okay, so right now what I want, so I want to display a message box 10 times. So what I'll do, I need to write it 10 times. Okay, that is the solution. I'll need to write it 10 times, and or I can just go ahead and I'll write a message box just one time and will add a for loop. So writing it 10 times or writing it one times using for loop, which is recommendable? Obviously, I'll go with the for loop, writing it one time using the for loop so that it will get executed 10 times and I'll get the message box 10 times instead of writing the entire code 10 times. So for that, what I will be doing, I'll be going to developers tab. Okay. And this time I need to create modules. So I'll click on insert. Okay, insert, and over here we need to create modules, correct? So let me just go to developers tab. I'll use Visual Basic, and over here modules is created. So I need to create one more module. Okay. So this time over here I'm getting the module. Okay. So what I need to write over here. So let's change this module name, and I'll change it to for loop. Okay. So this is my module name. So right now, let's write the macro over here. So it would be sub for loop 1. Let's name it loop 1. And right now, you can see end sub. So it will start with this and it will end with this. In between, now I can go ahead and I can add anything. Now I'll be declaring a variable. Okay, so for declaring a variable, we'll use dim x as integer. Okay, so we have declared a variable. Now next, what I need to do, I'm using a for loop, so I need to add a for loop condition or the statement for writing the for loop, correct? So in that case, what I'll be doing over here is for now x, I'll start it from 1 to 10 because I want to print the number from, or I want to print message box 10 times. Okay, so it should be 10, and what I want to print, I want to print a message box. So message box, and let's say it would be printing message box 25. Okay, so it will print that message box. Now I'll come over here and I'll exit this for loop using next.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What is the intersection of a column and a row on a worksheet called? A. Column. B. Value. C. Address. D. Cell. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And this is what my macro is ready. So what this code will do exactly. So first, this is my procedure that I am specifying, that is for loop 1. And over there, we are declaring a variable x, and then we are writing a for loop. Or you can say, this is my for loop. It will start from 1 until when it will get executed, till x equals to 10. Okay, and what message it will give, it will just print, or it will just pop up a message box which will say 25. Okay, once done, it will come out. Now how I can check this? So I have something called, I'll just go ahead and if I run this, You can see what I am getting over here. Microsoft, this is a message box, and I'll be getting it for 10 times. So this is the first time. If I click OK, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, and 10th. Okay, this is the 10th one. So we got message box 10 times, and what message it printed? It printed 25. But we don't want that. All the 10 message box printed 25. We don't want that. What we want, all the 10 message box should print different number. Like for first message box should print 1, second message box should print 2, like that. So in that case, what I'll be doing, simply I'll go ahead and I'll change this and I'll be writing X over here. Okay, so now what it will do, I'll just go to debug and I'll go to add watch and it will check for, okay, so it will check for. Now if I press F8, okay, so if I press F8 right now, okay, this is the first loop over here, this is the first statement over here. Now again, if I come over here, it will go to this statement, that is for x equals to 1. And again, if I come over here, it will print message box. Right now you can see x value is 1, okay, and it will display a message box displaying 1. And if I again do this, you can see I'm getting 1 printed over here. Okay, now again it will come out of the loop, it will go to next, and again if I come over here, again it will print the message box, and this time you can see the value of x is changed to 2. So right now it will display a message box with the number 2. If I again press F8, this time I am getting 2. So instead of running it one by one, what I can do, simply I can press F5 to do it. So right now the first 2 message box I printed it one by one, so it will continue from the third. So the third message box, it is saying me 3, the fourth it is saying me 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Okay, so this is how we can just writing one, like we are writing to a code or a function to display message box just for one time, but using for loop I can use the same action multiple times. So using for loop I am displaying message box for the 10 time. Instead of writing it 10 times, just write it one times using for loop and it will get displayed 10 times. Okay, now let's change the sample code and we'll change it to we'll add a step value, step 2. Okay, now what this will do, now it will increment the value. Now over here I have added a step 2, so whatever number, what it will do, it will increment the value to any number that we are giving. So by default the increment is done by 1. As you can see in the message box, it was printing 1, 2, 3, such that. But right now if I change this to 2, like the step I have added 2, so now it will increment. Okay, by default it was 1, now it will display the number with interval of 2, because over here the step I have provided, like it should increment by 2, so now it will display the numbers with the interval of 2. So right now if I run this, I'm getting 1. So instead of 2, right now I am getting 3. Why? Because now it will display the numbers with the interval of 2. Okay, so again if I click OK, the third message box I'll be getting the number as 5. I'm getting, now again it will increment the 2 step, and this time I'll be getting 7. Yes, now again I'll be getting 9, and I'll be getting till 9, because the condition is that x should be from 1 to 10. Okay, so it cannot exceed 10, it should be less than 10 or 10. It's like that. Okay, so this is how we can make a minor changes over here, and we can change our output according to our needs. Okay, so now let's check another example. Okay, for loop. Now let's suppose I want to add some data to my cell using for loop. How I'll be writing that? Right now over here I just want that I was just displaying a message box, but this time what I want, I should display some numbers over here. In that case, what I'll be doing, I'll go over here. I'll change my code to, I'll just add a line, okay? Over here, I'll just remove this step. And this time I don't want to print a message box, but what I want that in my first column, that is in my even column, I should get some number printed, correct? In that case, what I'll be doing, I'll use the function called cells, okay, row index and then column index. I need to provide the row index and the column index. So row index, I'll be giving x. Why I'm giving x? Because x will keep changing and I want that yes, my row should get changed, so that once a number is printed to this row, okay, it should come to second, third, fourth, it should get changes, okay, it should get changed. So in that case, I'm giving the row index to be x and column index to be 1. Okay, now I want the value. So what would be the value over here? So this time I want that it should print, let's say I'll be printing 10. Okay, so right now if I click on run, what it should do, just come over here, you can see what it did. In all the 10 rows, okay, first it printed over here, then over here, then over here. So what it did, it printed 10 to all the rows. So right now it is quite boring because in entire row I'm getting the same number. So if I want that, okay, on A1 I should get 1, on A2 I should get 2, on A3 I should get 3. So in that case, we'll again make a small modification over here. So instead of 10, instead of a static value, we can give us dynamic value that it should get changed. So I'll be writing x over here as well. And right now, if I run this, and if I go ahead and I check it, now you can see A1 row will have A1, A2 will have 2, A3 will have 3, A4 will have 4, and A5 will have 5. So it will keep on changing because the macro that I have written, it says the cell where this x, which will change, like it keeps on changing the row. Okay, so once it is 1, it will be there, it will print x, and x will be 1, again it will come out of the loop and x will get incremented, again x will become 2. When x is 2, so the shell, it will shift to 2, and again the value over there, what it will print, it will again print 2. So it will follow that over here. Okay, so now let's take one more example, and let's suppose what I want. Now instead of this, I want that, okay, so over here I just want that, okay, it should be 1 2 3 till 10, or let's say we have, or I want in the second column it should print some colors. With the number it should print some colors. So in that case, what I need to do, okay, that over here my problem statement, or what I want is, I want that I want to print number in one column and color in the other column. So let's see how we can do this using a for loop. So using a for loop, what I'll be doing, I'll be modifying the code over here. Okay, so this would be, I'll change this to 56, and over here I'll leave it as such because yes, I want this to keep on changing till 56. I want this to keep on changing. First it will be on cell 1, 2, 3, it will keep on changing, and what it will print in row, it will be printing x. But what I want in the next column, it should print the color. So in that case, what I'll be doing, I'll use cells and again x comma 2. Okay, because this is the row index for the 2 is the column index, and in the second column what I want to give, I want to print colors. So the function would be interior dot color index. Okay, and it would change by x. Okay, so what it will do, it will, what the color index, how I'll decide which color to assign to this cell and that. So it will totally depends on the x values. So if it is 1, the color index, it will be having the color of the color index 1. So if I execute it right now, so let's see what we are getting it over here. So right now you can see the color index for 1 was black. So in the second column, I am getting black color. The color index for 2, it was white. So I'm getting white. Similarly, whatever the number, the color index, it was there. In the first column, it will print the number, and the second column, it will print the colors. So as you can see, it will print till 56 because that is what the condition we have provided, correct, till 56. So it has printed all the background colors that are there in Excel from 1 to 56. Okay, so we wanted that, okay, in the first column, it should print the number, and in the second column, it should print the color. And that is what we are getting it over here, correct? So this is how we can use for loop to do the task. Now, if I won't have used for loop, in that case, I would have written this macro 56 times. So that is the reason we are using loops, and over here we were talking about for loops. So what it will do, basically for loops works with number, with iteration. So first it will complete this task for this number, again it will increment it, again it will become 2, and it will do that. Okay,
First things first, the concept of linear regression, of course, stems from simple concept of trying to predict numeric outcome given a set of dependent variables. So there are two important things. The first one is you have dependent variables, and you also have independent variables, right? You have dependent and independent variables. Independent variables are the ones which typically are the target variables that we use to predict. Like, for example, if I'm interested in predicting sales as a function of, let's say, money spent on ads, then sales is typically my target variable. So sales is basically, in this example, dependent on ads. Hence, sales becomes my dependent. In this case, sales becomes my dependent variable, and ads becomes my independent variables, so to say. So the thing, of course, is that when we talk about dependent and independent variables, there are, of course, you can take a couple of other examples as well. Let's take the example of, I'm interested in predicting the stock price of a particular company as a function of, let's say, the sentiment of, or let's say the number of positive articles, sentiment, let's say the sentiment, the public sentiment, and let's say there could be numerous other reasons why the stock price, could vary. So this becomes my dependent variable. Stock price becomes my dependent variable, and everything else, all the other variables, will become my independent variables. So in this particular case, as you could clearly understand, a dependent variable is basically that variable which is responsible, or which is the variable that we're interested in, or the or that particular feature that you're interested in trying to predict. It's also often referred to as a target variable. A common term is also a target variable. You will also come across terminologies like that. So do not get worried if you see terminologies like those. Okay, cool. Now, next thing is, let's take this particular simple example. Now, when we talk about linear regression, again, I said, if you take a simple example, like let's say we're trying to predict the yield of a crop based on the amount of rainfall that we have seen in that particular year. I'm trying to predict the yield of a crop based on the amount of rainfall. So if I want to solve this particular problem, what do you do? So what I'm saying is, historically, there is a relationship with the amount of rainfall, that there is a relationship between the amount of yield that we have seen for paddy, or let's say wheat, and one of the primary drivers for that particular thing is, let's say, rainfall. Mind you, rainfall may not be the only variable that is causing this. There could be 100 other reasons why in a certain year, certain crop has yielded a certain value. But one of the more popular, or one of the most one of the primary reasons, of course, is the amount of rainfall. So let's solve it with a single variable, and I am hypothesizing that, or in with my limited understanding about how agriculture works, I am hypothesizing that yield can be predicted. I'm saying yield can be predicted as a function of the amount of rainfall that we see. This is not a bad hypothesis, to be honest. This is a simple function. to say the least. But of course, I need to validate this particular hypothesis. What I would have to do is I'll collect historical data, right? So let's say I'll collect historical data from various markets, from various regions. So I'll have yield, and alongside yield, I let's say also collect the amount of rainfall. So from different regions for the same amount of land, right? Because I shouldn't be comparing the yield of 1 acre land versus yield across 100 acres land. That would be an unfair estimate, right? So I'm assuming that the yield that I'm talking over here is, let's say, per acre. So is number of kilos per acre or number of tons per acre, let's say, something like that. Okay, in a given year of 365 days. So I capture all the data points. Let's say I have 10 tons and the rainfall is, let's say, 250 centimeters in the complete year. Second is, let's say, 20 tons, 250 centimeters. Third is, let's say, 23 tons, 180 centimeters, and so on and so forth. Let's say I collect all of this data historically, and let's say I collect maybe 100 observations from different parts of the country. Now that I've collected all of this data, the next step is, of course, to go ahead and try and find if there is a way to extract a relationship between my yield and rainfall, right? So what would you do? What would you do? So you would simply go ahead and we'll try to, if you were to visually understand this, you can draw a simple scatter plot, uh, rainfall on the x-axis, and then you can have yield on the y-axis, and then you go ahead and you create all these points. Whatever points that you have over here, you simply go ahead and create all these points, right? So different points that you think are possible. Now, given all of these points, the idea is you would want to identify this relationship, this particular function that you're seeing. What is this function? Linear regression says that this particular function that we have is a linear function, right? What I'm saying is that yield can be predicted as a linear combination of your rainfall, some linear function of your rainfall. So when you say a linear function, what do you mean? It is basically that I can somehow come up with a hypothesis which says, something like this, which says that yield is equal to, m times your rainfall plus c, something in this linear equation format. So for arbitrary values of m and c, when I say arbitrary values, for different values of a and m and c, this whole equation from our knowledge from in mathematics basically says that it is a simple straight line equation, something like that. It could be different straight lines for different values of m and c. It could be different straight lines. It could be a line like that or line like this. So different values of m and c will yield different straight lines. I am trying to identify that one single line, right? That one single line that cuts through as many data points as possible, or that is as close as possible to as many data points, right? I can create different values of m, and I can create different lines, but there is one specific value of m and c which is as close as possible to all the data points, right? But when I say close to all the data points, how do I measure close? How do I measure this proximity? So one of the most popular measures over here is that you would want to make sure that every point is as close as possible to the line. That is one way of looking at it. Or another way of saying the same thing is, for every value of x, there is a actual value of y. For every value of rainfall, there is an actual value of rainfall, and there is a predicted value of rainfall, right? This is the predicted value, this is the actual value. This is basically an error. That delta that you see over there is nothing but an error. So for example, if you take this point, or if you take this point, this is the predicted value, while somewhere here is the actual value. Somewhere in this particular range is your actual value. So that difference is the error for that particular data point. Ideally, what I want to ensure is that the difference between the distance from the line to every other data point should be as small as possible, or I want to make sure that this error prediction is as low as possible. Whatever value I predict, I want to make sure that the error is very, very small. Now the question is, this is great. The fact that I want the lowest possible error is great, but how do I make sure something like that happens? Okay, so to do that, it's actually pretty simple. There's nothing very complex here, and let me try to bring this up. It's quite simple to to ensure that the actual values and the predicted values are not far away. So here's how it goes. Let's say this is how your data. This is your data. All that I'm saying is this is nothing but your predicted value. So this is your yield. This is your actual value. And then when you create that particular line, right? These are all your data points. That is a line. So and line basically will have an equation. So yield is equal to 10 plus 5 times rainfall. Let's say you have a line like this, 10 plus 5 times rainfall. That's the, or let's say whatever, 10 plus 0.5 times rainfall or 0.1 times rainfall, whatever is the value. So there is a predicted value. This is the predicted value. What I want to make sure is that for every given value of rainfall, I substitute this value over here. So let me actually take a better equation instead of this. This equation could give me results which are haywire. Let's do it this way. Right? 0.5 plus 0.1 times rainfall. Let's say this is one particular equation. Right? I want to make sure that the predicted values for every data point that you see over here, you predict the, if the rainfall was 250, what would be the predicted value? So if the rainfall was 250, so it'll be 0.5 plus 0.1 times 250. So this will be 25.5. So the actual value is 10, but the predicted value will be 25.5. Similarly, in this particular case, if the rainfall was 180, the predicted value of yield would have become 0.5 plus 0.1 times 180. So which would have become 18.5. So this value would have become 18.5. Right? So you have the actual value, you have the predicted value. Now we can always compute the difference between the actual value and the predicted value. This is the actual value and this is the predicted value. You can always compute the difference between the actual value and the predicted value. I want to make sure that I come up with that particular line where the summation of actual values minus the predicted value square for every term from I is equal to 1 to n. So for every value, the actual value and the predicted value. So whenever you see this means it's the predicted value. It's called y hat or y cap, right? So I want to make sure that this particular value, and I can take the mean. So this is referred to as mean squared error. Yi minus yi hat is nothing but error, square of the error, and the mean of that particular error if you observe over here. So what we are saying is, I want to make sure that this particular metric that we see over here, currently is minimum. Okay. I want to make sure that this particular metric is minimum. So this metric is simply nothing but a measure of how far away is this line from the data points. How far away is this line from the data point? The line is extremely far away, then what you will see is that the equation will have a very, very high value. If the line is very close, then you will see that this value will be a very, very small value. Okay, and first let's try and understand this. This is the most important part of the complete class. I mean, if you understand this particular equation, then we are all set to go ahead and actually solve this particular equation. So to give you a small intuition of what this actually means, just to kind of give you a feeler for what does this really mean, I have we're actually going to do a small Excel exercise just to kind of get a feel for it. So let's do a small exercise on it. Let's take a few values. Let's say this is yield, this is rainfall, and let's say 10, 20, 15, 30, 22. Let's take 5 data points for the moment. And yield is, let's say, 100, I don't know, 150. I've just taken the numbers a little differently for the moment, but 150. And then let's say we have 300 and let's say 250. Let's say these are the values that I have currently. Okay. And let's quickly insert a simple scatter plot. This is how the data points look like. As simple as that. Okay. 5 data points. Currently, this is how the thing looks like. Now, let me just add the axis titles. This is your rainfall and this is your yield. This is my dependent variable, also called as the target variable. So don't get confused. It's called independent variable, or also called as predictor variables. So they are all the same names for the same thing. So yield versus rainfall. or actually it's the other way around. Rainfall versus, my bad, yield versus rainfall. Cool. So now if you logically look at these this thing, I can have multiple data points. I can come up with different lines, so to say, right? One line basically, if you look at it, let's try to do it here. You could come up with different lines. So one of the lines could be something like this, another line could be, I don't know, another line could be something like this, and then maybe one more line which goes, let's say, like this. Let's go completely bonkers on this, completely the other way around. So the point is, there are three different lines. For simplicity's sakes, let's actually take two, just so that working with it becomes relatively easier. Let's take two simple lines. Red line, which goes like that, and then we'll take a green line, which goes the other way around. Let's go that way. Yeah? I have the red line and I have the green line. So quickly speaking, out of these two lines, each of these lines has a different slope and a different intercept value. Okay, has a different slope, because if you look at the red line, if you, for example, take this particular line, the red line, this has a positive slope, right? Almost a slope of 1, because if you observe, this is almost at 45 degrees to x-axis, almost at 45 degrees to x-axis. And logically speaking, slope is simply nothing but the tan of this particular angle. So if you go back to your trigonometry, the tan of this particular angle is nothing but your slope. So let's not worry too much about it. Essentially, this has a positive slope, and what we're saying is this fellow has a negative slope. Okay, that's number one. Number two, the second point is, if you look at this particular line, this has almost it's almost close to zero, but that's okay. It has a negative. This has a negative intercept. Intercept is simply nothing but the point at which the line cuts the y-axis. The point at which this particular equation cuts the y-axis. Here, the intercept is almost around 250. This is nothing but your intercept. This has a positive intercept, right? From your understanding of what you've understood till now, out of these two lines, which will have a lower MSE? Will the green line have the lower MSE or the red line have the lower MSE? The red line should have the lower MSE. Fair enough. So from my understanding over here, I am actually coming up with two equations. I don't know if these equations are going to be correct. I'm assuming that they are the best equations. Let's go with the red line first. So the red line equation could look something like this, where I'm saying that yield is equal to negative intercept. So minus 20, I'm assuming minus 20 plus 1.1 times, plus 1.1 times, let's say, rainfall. Something like this. I don't know. I don't know if this is even correct. I'm just taking a random guess at it, right? On the other hand, the green line, yield is equal to, so the green line could have an equation that looks like this. So it could have 250 plus, it'll have a negative slope, if mind you. So it could have a negative 1.2 slope or something, negative 45 degrees. If you look at it, it's sloping downwards times your rainfall. So two equations. I'm hypothesizing that these could be the two possible equations. And I am saying that this, out of these two, the red one should have the lower MSE. And let's actually go ahead and simply prove it. So the way you do that is, let's say, first things first, this is the red line and red line prediction, and this is the green line prediction. Before I have the red line prediction and the green line prediction, let me simply make a note of the red line equation. So where I'm saying yield is equal to, predicted value of yield is equal to minus 10 or something, what is that? Minus 20 plus 1.5 times rainfall, minus 20 plus 1.1 times your rainfall. Similarly, for your green line, I'm saying this is 250 minus 1.2 times rainfall. Just a random guess. So for the red line, if you actually go by the prediction, so this is going to be minus 20 plus 1.1. So let me just do this. Plus 1.1 multiplied by my rainfall. What is rainfall? Rainfall is this. And on the green line prediction, this is going to be 250 minus 1.2 times your rainfall, which is this 238. That's the prediction of your green line. So you have your red line prediction and you have a green line prediction right at this particular point. And yeah, currently I think I made a small mistake with this particular equation here because the red line needs to have a higher intercept cut through these data points. Let's just do a small change here. Let's make this 0. Let's make this 200, or let's make a small change. Instead of making it negative 200, let's make this 120. Just for, I've kind of hypothesized it incorrectly. Plus, let's do it this way. Sorry for the adjustments here.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Yep. So these are my red line predictions and my green line predictions. Now what you could do is you typically compute the error now, and then you identify, so you compute your mean squared error of your red line, and you compute your mean squared error of your green line. And the way you do it is, this is your actual value. So let's come here. So to compute your MSE, what you're going to do is, it's going to be your average of.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What type of chart is useful for comparing values over categories? A. Pie chart. B. Column chart. C. Line chart. D. Dot graph. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Actual value minus your predicted value squared. Essentially going to be the average of actual value and your predicted value whole squared. That is what your MSE is going to be all about, squared error. So this is my actual value minus predicted value, and then I'm simply going to do a square here. Yeah, average of variance, absolutely. So it's called sum of squared error. If you remember the ANOVA class, we call it as sum of squared errors. It's the same thing. Yeah, it's basically variance only that you're doing over here. Correct. It's not star 2, it has to be to the power of 2 square. Similarly, you do the same thing here as well. This time it's going to be, instead of E5, it's going to be 5. Yeah. So in here now, what we're simply going to do is we're going to try and compute the mean squared error. So to do it, it's going to be average of these values, and similarly the average on actually the looks like the green line has a lower MSE because the red line equation is slightly incorrect here. Let's do a small change. Let's make it 150. Let's make it 180. Let's go change a little. Yeah, done. So a small change. So now if you observe, the red line seems to have a slightly different equation with almost a mean square error of around 40. So out of these two, what we are saying is that this particular equation has a lower MSE than the green one. But then the whole point is that if I keep trying like this, there are infinite possibilities of M and C. There are infinite possible values of this 180 and the 1.5 or 250 or 1.2. I mean, logically speaking, because these are continuous values, there are effectively infinite possible values of this that I can get to. So where is the end? I mean, how do I find the best possible values of these two? There are infinite values of this and there are infinite possible values of this. And if I keep doing this continuously, there is no end to it. I might always find a particular value which is better than, let's say, the red line. As a matter of fact, I don't even know if there is a better value of m and c that would give me a lower mean squared error, right? And I would always ideally want a value that gives me a lower mean squared error. To actually show you how these lines look, I can actually plot those lines. It's not going to be very difficult. What we can do is we could try to plot all of these three together. Insert to. I can change the chart type. And just remove this from here. Okay. So for different values, and let me just change the chart type here. Just a second. So between these two currently, it's a bad equation anyways. It's not giving us a straight line equation. Of course, it doesn't give you a straight line equation. But technically what we are saying is that we're trying to draw a line. That's okay. Technically what we're essentially saying here is that each of these equations, this equation and this equation, out of these two equations, your red line seems to be, if you go back to this particular chart, your red line seems to be closer because your MSE is the lowest. Let's go back to this particular step and let's actually take another problem, and we'll try to solve that particular problem with different equations. And I think we will get we should be able to get an easy hang of how to solve this particular problem. Let's take a simple set of data. Let's say this is X and this is Y, and then 5, 8, 7, 7, 14, 6, 6, 10, and 3, 7. Let's say these are 4 data points, right? These are 4 simple data points, and I want to find a linear regression equation wherein I can predict basically this whole data point would look something like this. This is Y and this is X, and these are my 4 data points, let's assume, right? Sorry guys, these are my 4 data points, and I want to find that one single equation that cuts through all these 4 points, and I want to find the equation of this. I know one thing for a fact, that this looks like the form of y is equal to mx plus c form. I don't know what is m, I don't know what is c. I need to find the best possible value of m and c. But one thing that I know is that come what may, I want to make sure that the predicted value and the actual value, I want to make sure that for all the data points, I want to make sure that this whole equation is minimum, right? For any data point, I want to make sure that this whole equation is a minimum. I want to minimize my mean squared error. So how do I do it? So let's assume that my equation is y is equal to mx plus c, right? Or rather, your predicted value of y is equal to mx plus c. You don't know what this is, but then let's assume that this is your y equal to mx plus c. So for every data point over here, you can simply compute y hat. For every data point over here, you can simply compute y hat. So if you just draw this line over here, your predicted value is simply nothing but, in this particular case, m into 5 plus c. Similarly over here, m into 7 plus c. Similarly over here, this will be m into 6 plus c and m into 3 plus c. For this thing, it will be m into 3 plus c, because I'm simply substituting mx plus c, right? M into 5 plus c, m into 7 plus c, m into 6 plus c, m into 3 plus c. Okay, so this is my actual value and this is my predicted value. Let's come to Excel. Let's take the same data points and let's try to validate this thing here. X and Y. I have X, I have Y, and the values are 5, 8, 7, 14, 5, 8, sorry, 7, 14. What are the others? 6, 10, and 3, 7, 6, 10. Wonderful. Okay. So this is it. Insert. That's the simple line equation. Now what I can do is I can simply go ahead and I can try and add a trend line here. So we can go to chart options, add chart element, trend line. Under trend line, you see here, there are different kinds of trend lines that we can add, a linear, exponential, blah, 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 under different kinds of trend lines. Let's add a simple linear trend line. And let me just display equation on chart. That's it. Okay. So yeah, your linear regression has been solved here. Your Excel says the value of m is 1.62, whereas we got a slightly different value. We got a 1.07 and 4. Are the points the same? Data points exactly the same? Maybe we made some small error somewhere. 5, 8, 7, 14, 6, 10, 3, 7. Yeah. We probably made a small mistake somewhere. We must have. Somewhere in these calculations, maybe we made a small mistake somewhere. But that doesn't matter. That's okay. So your linear regression equation according to your Excel is 1.6286 plus 1.2. That is what we are saying at this particular point. That's it. So we've got a slightly different value of M and C here. I wonder why. Let me just try to understand this. Did we make a mistake somewhere? 7 minus, 10 minus, 8 minus, 14 minus. Maybe it's a slightly different value. Let me do one small change. Let me make this 10. Yeah, I mean, if you observe this for 3 and 8, this seems to be a good value. I don't know why. Let me just go back to 8. Yeah, I'm not going to worry too much about it. I think what we've solved is not wrong. I know that for a fact because we've solved it by hand. Maybe there's some calculation error somewhere, but I don't think we should worry too much about it. Point is, of course, that when you solve this equation, you get there are of course numerous values that are possible as well, but there is one because we've solved it very deterministically. I don't think there's a I don't think honestly we get different values over here. One thing that we can validate it against is you can compute we can actually check that out as well. One thing that we can validate if these two models are extremely different is 8, 14, 10, 7, 8, 14, 10, 7, 5, 7, 6, 3 is if I can compute the mean squared error on both the models, one that Excel has come up with and one that we've computed, and we can identify which is giving a better prediction. So this is, let's say, the Excel's prediction. So y is equal to mx, which is 1.628. This thing multiplied by plus 1.2. These are Excel's predictions, and prediction when we solved it by hand. This is simply nothing but, what are the values? It's 1.057 plus 4.2. 1.057 multiplied by x plus 4.2. And I think both almost have very similar predictions. Let's actually try and compute mean squared error. It's going to be average of squared error is going to be this minus this squared actual value minus predicted value whole square. Similarly, you can do the same thing here as well, but this time it's going to be the actual value is minus the predicted value is this to the power of 2. So if you compute MSE, average of this, and similarly the average of this, the one that we've computed by hand has a slightly higher squared error, mean squared error. I think we made a small mistake somewhere, and that's probably the one that is causing this issue. But that's okay. I think we're not extremely far away from the actual predictions itself. Yeah, it's probably 1 or 2 data points. If you observe, uh, certain data points were actually very, very correct. Like for example, if you see, this has been perfectly predicted. So is the case with 1 or 2 data points. This is the place where I think we went a little haywire. So that more or less brings me to the end, except for one last point, this concept of R squared. R squared, if you see observe over here, there's something called as R squared. So when you build a linear regression model, there are multiple ways of evaluating a linear regression model. One of the most popular ways of evaluating the linear regression model is using this particular term called as R squared. R squared is also referred to as coefficient of determination. A popular name for R squared is, so your R squared, a popular term for R squared, sorry, or another name for R squared is coefficient of determination, right? But basically what we are doing over here under R squared is R squared X talks about the proportion of target variable explained, the proportion of variance in the target variable or your independent variable, or your dependent variable, I'm sorry, explained by the model, right? So what we simply mean by this is, when you see your R squared is, when you see your R squared is 0.8, what we are simply saying is that 80% of the variability in your target variable has been explained by this particular model. The model that you see currently over here explains 80% of the variability in my target variable. My target variable is varying. So for example, over here, there's some variance, there is still some variance over here, there's some variance over here. There is still some variability in my target variable, which is currently not explained. My model had explained all the variability in my target variable, then my R squared would be 0. Sorry, my R squared would be 100%, or rather 1, a value of 1. So intuitively, your R squared ranges between 0 and 1, where 1 means you have a perfect model, you have a perfect fit with almost an error of 0. Yeah? So it's highly unlikely that you'll get something like this. In reality, if somebody comes up and tells you that they have an R squared of 90%, then I'm very sure they're doing something wrong, because it's unlikely in a modern day, in a real time scenario, you'll get something like that. Right? We'll be hovering somewhere around the 70s and 60s and so on. So because it's impossible to get a model that kind of, or impossible is an incorrect word, improbable to get a model that gives you an R squared of 0.9. With the current data set, we can achieve, because this is a simple model. I'll show you how you can achieve it. Linear regression, probably it only gives you 80%. If you actually go to polynomial regression, look at that. Polynomial second degree equation, look at this. Instead of fitting a linear regression equation is 1.6286x plus 1.2. The same thing if you were to solve it using polynomial regression with a second degree polynomial, look at it. So the equation, if it were to be y is equal to 0.6591 x square minus whatever, blah, 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 your model would have got an R squared of 0.99. And you can try with more complex models as well. Look at this. Third degree polynomial will almost give you a 100% R squared. Just learn that R squared is basically a term that talks about how much of your target variable has been explained by the model. The current model, if it were a polynomial regression, not a linear regression, but instead of polynomial regression, it would have given you an R squared almost close to 1. We are only doing linear regression. Hence your R squared is 0.8 at this particular point. Okay, everyone? Yeah, that's that. That brings us to closure on your statistics with Excel and your basic statistics and statistics with Excel. Just as a quick refresher, what we've covered until this particular point is we've learned simple statistics of how to descriptive statistics like your mean, median, mode, standard deviation, variance, and so on. And then we moved on from there into inferential statistics, where we learned quite a bit about normal distribution. We did some problems with z-scores, and then we moved on and we learned about hypothesis testing, and we learned about three important tests like your t-test, chi-square test, and ANOVA. And in all these three tests, especially in your t-test, we learned about p-value. I mean, in all these tests, we've realized that whenever we perform a test, there is a p-value associated with it, and the corresponding p-value will give you the probability of committing an error if you reject a null hypothesis and things like that. So we understood all of that quite well, to be honest. And then we moved on, and then we wanted to talk about the next thing in statistics, which is statistical modeling. One of the most popular statistical modeling techniques is your linear regression. So under linear regression, what we have explored is we've explored how to perform a linear regression. In today's session, we've explored how to actually solve a linear regression by hand, and we've also understood how to implement the same using Excel. Additionally, we've also looked at how to implement your t-test, chi-square, and ANOVA in your Excel as well. So that is where we are at this particular point. Any questions, any clarifications? Let's take a quick example and we'll try to understand this thing better. So let's say this is X and this is Y. Let's say there are two classrooms, two students, or two sets of students, class A and class B, and both of them have written two different exams conducted by two different teachers, and they've got two different sets of marks. Or another way of evaluating on another typical problem could be, imagine you're currently performing, let's say you're in a production plant, and what you've realized is that currently you've taken a small sample of data points, a small sample of a particular batch. Let's say you're manufacturing a particular liquid or a drug, let's say, or it could be a food product. Take for example a food product, like let's say there's chips that you're manufacturing, or any manufacturing unit, any food manufacturing or any drug manufacturing unit. A typical quality control team, what they would do is they draw samples, right? They would draw typical, let's say they've drawn two different samples from one from a batch that they know is very good, and the other is a batch that they would want to test against. So there is batch A and there's batch B. Batch A is basically the batch for whom they know that that's a very good batch, and batch B is the currently getting manufactured batch. So now what they want to do is they want to evaluate if the current batch and the batch that they know, if the two batches have significantly different means in, let's say, the amount of sodium levels, right? Because chips have a lot of sodium in them. Or let's say beer manufacturing, where there's a ton of sodium that's being added into beer. So you'd want to identify if there's a significant difference in the beer or not, in the sodium levels in the beer or not. So what you do is you go ahead and you capture it. I don't know the metric for that, but let's just identify that there are certain values. So let's say this is batch 1. Similarly, batch 2 is you get some other values. Why would I get 21? So let's say there are batches, batch A and batch B. This is not, so two separate batches at this particular point. I'd want to identify if the means are significantly different or not at this particular point. So when I say if the means are significantly different or not, what is my null hypothesis? So Raja, here is where we're trying to identify your null hypothesis and alternate hypothesis. I want to identify if these two batches are significantly different or not, right? To prove that my batches are significantly different. So first things first, what is my claim? My claim is that these batches are significantly different. When you perform hypothesis testing, when would you do hypothesis testing? You would do a hypothesis testing when you know that there's something wrong, or when you know that there's something different than the normal behavior. Or you have a feeling that it looks like this is different from the normal behavior. Right? You have a feeling that the current behavior is different from the regular behavior. So what that means is that when there are two different batches of a drug being manufactured or food being manufactured, whatever kind of food, somebody sends that there could be something wrong, or somebody is assuming that there is something wrong, and they're trying to prove that these are wrong or these are different from each other, right? So then in that case, what is the null hypothesis in general? The null hypothesis is that there's nothing wrong, right? Null hypothesis says no difference. Null hypothesis is you're nullifying the claims. The claim has been nullified, so no difference. And the alternate hypothesis, there is a difference in the mean. There is a significant difference rather in the sodium levels or whatever levels, I don't know what they are, in both the batches. Okay, so now this is my setup, and I'd like to go ahead and perform a simple hypothesis test. So how do you perform a hypothesis test? So let's just go here and go to data, and sorry, just a second. Why don't I see the option here? Just give me a second. Why is it that I don't see the option here to perform a t-test? Sorry, home, data. There must have been a data analysis option here. This is doing with Excel. I don't need to place it in a table actually. Where did this pull this up from? There's a function for t-test straight away. Just give me a second. I think there is an add-in already on my Excel. Something that I've been using for a while. So this is a new machine that I'm using since my previous thing. Yeah. Analysis tool pack. Do not already have it. What you could do is you could just go to analysis tool pack under the add-ins section and just hit OK. That should basically install your data analysis. Basically add your data analysis. Just give me a second. Analysis tool pack, and I add solver. Solver is not needed, but that's okay. Analysis tool pack. There we go. So that's the only thing that you guys will have to do. If it's already not done, in most machines it will be available. So just go to options, and under options you go to add-ins and just go and select the add-ins that you would want. So analysis tool pack is the one that we would require. If you're doing any kind of VBA scripting, which in this case we are not, we don't need that. Solver is actually quite useful as well. So for example, Solver is a tool that is helpful in performing simplex optimizations and things like that. If you want, you can use it. Ideally, we're not going to need it, but then at least we will require the data analysis tab, so to say. If you go to data analysis, under the data analysis, you have test examples over here. What kind of a test is this? Let's say batch one and batch two. What kind of a test are we talking about over here? Is it a paid simplicity test, or is it a...
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What is the intersection of a column and a row on a worksheet called? A. Column. B. Value. C. Address. D. Cell. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Two sample t-test. What kind of a t-test is this? It's a two sample t-test. Spot on, correct? Yeah, it's a two sample t-test because there is no dependency between these two samples. So let's go ahead and click on data analysis, and here if you see data analysis t-test with unequal variances and equal variances. If you're not sure, just click one that is equal variances. The primary difference between these two is that if you know for a fact that these two are supposed to have the same mean and the same variance, right? If you want them to have the same mean and the same variance, that means both of them have to be more or less the same. In such case, we typically perform a We just don't compare the mean, we also compare the mean with the variances. In the case of that, just go ahead and select a two sample t-test with equal variances. If you're not unsure, it was most likely equal variances. So just select that. Variable range 1, this is variable range 1, variable range 1, variable range 2, and there are labels. Hypothesized mean difference is 0 because I'm saying that both of them have no difference. So the difference in the mean is 0. And I'm going to select an output range where the output will simply come up. So I'm going to select this output and I'm going to hit OK. Boom, done. That's it. So that's my t-test output as you see here. Now remember, this is a two sample t-test, but is it a two-tailed t-test or a single-tailed t-test, one-tailed t-test? Two sample t-test with, am I interested in, am I directionally dependent or independent in this particular case? I mean, am I looking at should the mean be greater than 0 or less than 0, or the batch 2 mean is greater than batch 1? I'm independent at this particular point. So hence I'm more interested in a two-tailed t-test. I look at on both sides of the both sides of the mean. I'll be performing a two-tailed t-test, and the corresponding p-value is 2.2. The corresponding p-value is 0.88. Basically saying that these two have a significantly different mean, right? This has a mean of, this has a mean of 15.33 and this has a mean of 15.83. Though the number of data points are quite small, with the current data set, what we are saying is that with equal variances, what we're currently saying is that these two have a significantly different mean. It's probably not simply because of the mean, probably because of the variance that we see that kind of an issue at this particular point. Let's say if I were to, if we just forget about this whole thing, and if I were to, let's say, change this to 21, I go to data analysis and perform the same thing. For this time, if you observe, I get a slightly lower p-value because again, the variance is significantly different from each other. I see that the p-value is still very, very high, saying that these two samples, though they look alike, they probably have a similar mean. But then because of the fact that the variance is very, very different, saying the p-value is very, very large. Again, remember, this is because we are assuming that there has to be equal variance. Imagine if you were to do the same thing with unequal variance. Yeah, let's go here. For this time, unequal variances. And if you were to do the same thing, first one, second one, labels 0, output. Oops, sorry. I have to select output. This is my output. Yeah, even with unequal variances in this particular case, the p-value is actually quite high, simply because I think the difference in the means is quite significant in this particular case. Hence, it says that with the total number of observations that we see here, I also the fact that the number of observations are quite small, it still says that the p-value is actually quite quite high. You don't reject HA, you fail to reject your null hypothesis, right? So you by default are with null hypothesis, right? When you say reject alternate hypothesis, that is typically not the right terminology. You have failed to reject your null hypothesis. Rejecting null hypothesis is your aim here. So you either succeed in rejecting the null hypothesis or you fail to reject your null hypothesis. So currently we are failing to reject the null hypothesis. That's the right terminology. Yeah, you fail to reject null hypothesis in this case. Correct. Yeah. So it's the same thing, right? You just go here, select chi-square test, select ANOVA, and then or chi-square test. The point is ANOVA, we did ANOVA straight away. ANOVA single factor ANOVA is what we already did. Same example, similar example. You could also do the same thing with ANOVA as well. Imagine you had the third batch and you were to compare x1, x2, x3, or the three batches. You could simply identify what is the best approach over here, or you could identify if the p-value is less than 0.5 or not, 0.05 or not. Same thing ANOVA as well. Okay. Let's do a simple linear regression equation implementation in Excel, and then we'll see how it actually works. So this is my age and income. Let's say I'd like to predict the income based on the age of a particular person, right? So I'd like to predict income. So income becomes my Y. This is my Y, and this is my X, And so I'm looking at an equation that basically looks like this, which says that income is equal to some value times age plus some other value, something in that form. I'm looking at an equation that looks like that. Okay, so let's actually try and perform a simple linear regression here, and it's actually very easy to do it. Let's go to home and go to insert. Let's insert a chart. This is a simple chart that you see here. Yeah, I don't know why we don't have I don't know why this doesn't have x-axis elements and y-axis, but that's okay. Let's actually quickly do it. Yeah, axis options, yes. So you can quickly labels. Oh, got it. Thank you for that. Yeah, so you could quickly do this. This is your income, which is your y, and this is your x, which is nothing but your age, which is your x. Perfect. And then you will also have, and then you can get this. So this is income versus age. I'm just doing some simple embellishments over here, doesn't matter, but the point is this is how it looks like. Now the next part is that given that your data looks like this, what you could simply do is you could add a simple chart element. You can click on a chart element and you could go to trend lines and then just go to linear, right? Just go to linear trend line, just click on the line, and currently if you see here, display equation on the chart, and that's my equation. That's it. That's a linear regression that we've just performed. So that's your linear regression equation as of now. So your linear regression basically says that your income is equal to 0.5603 times your x, which is simply nothing but your income, which is nothing but your age, plus 55.647. In this particular case, if you observe, this particular value is very, very similar to that of your correlation. Because this is simple linear regression, your point is very, very true. But then in multiple linear regression, this will not continue to be your correlation. It will be something beyond just that. But that being said, as you see over here, is this is your equation as of now. So if I would like to compute, let's say for let's say this is my test set or a new data for, let's say, ages. Okay, let's do for 25 and 25 and 50. Yeah, so not for 25, sorry. Let's do it for new data points. Let's say 56 and let's say 75, and let's say I have one more age, which is 15, or let's do 23. I'd want to, for these data points of age, I'd want to compute the income predicted. This is going to be 0.5603 multiplied by your age plus 55.647. That's it. Those are my predictions. So what we're saying is that, because in this particular case, what we're saying is that 56, 75, and 23 were originally not in my data, but then these are predicted values of my current age as of now, of the age values that you see over here. So you could use, the whole problem is to go ahead and identify what these values are typically going to be. Yeah, your uh, intercept values are actually going to be. Okay. So that's it. That's how you typically perform your linear regression. What about the points when age is 25 and 50? So what has happened here? What has happened when the age is 25? Yes, they are not touching the line. In fact, as a matter of fact, this line is not touching any of the data points. If you observe this closely, this line is actually not touching any of the data points. What does that tell you? Remember that this is just one single data point which has an erratic behavior. Rest all the other data points are over there. So would you expect this line to actually get skewed towards this one single data point, or do you expect the line to stick towards the majority? There is a big difference between, okay, mathematics has two kinds of concepts. One is called as curve fitting and the other is called as regression, right? Curve fitting is a process of trying to find a curve that connects all the data points. Right? Curve fitting is a process which tries to find an equation of a which tries to find a complex mathematical equation which connects all the data points. But then the problem with curve fitting is that, when I say curve fitting, what I essentially mean by that is that you would have you would basically have something that looks like this. Huh? So you'd have something that looks like that, which connects all those data points. But then the problem is with an equation like this equation is a very, very complex equation, and identifying this equation is non-trivial. First things first.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
But then my purpose behind linear regression is not to find an equation that connects all the data points. No, that's not the whole point. Predictive analytics is not trying to give you an accurate representation of what has happened in the past. No. A predictive analytics is trying to identify a majority trend of what has happened in the past and try and generalize that pattern for the future. So we are doing pattern extraction. We are not trying to perform curve fitting. We are not trying to find a line that connects all the data points. Nope, that is not the purpose. Because, and remember, this is all observed data, and observed data can be extremely erratic. In a year like COVID, you will definitely see these random data points. Either you having very, very low sales or having extremely high operating costs and things like that. But I do not want to form an equation that connects all the data points. I want to learn the majority pattern from historical data and try and generalize that for the future. Try and use that pattern and predict what is likely to happen in the future. Right? I don't want an exact line, but I want a pattern that is sort of that captures the majority trend. That's the primary purpose, Dave. Does that make sense? Hence, though this line that you see over here is probably not the best of the best quality, or this line that you see currently does not have the best behavior, I am still happy with this. I'm still happy with this because it still kind of captures the majority trend, and the majority trend is that everything is increasing. So the line captures that increasing trend. Well, will it give me the best possible prediction to the fifth decimal? No, it is not meant to do it, and it is unfair for me to expect something like that from here. So it will give me some form of guidance, but I will not probably expect it to give me 100% accurate prediction. I would be a fool to expect something like that from linear regression, right? So remember, data science is all about pattern extraction. So if there's a pattern, we'll try to extract it. If there are one or two data points which kind of deceive or which kind of do not follow the pattern, we'll try to ignore them to the extent possible because they don't fit into the pattern. If by removing those one or two data points, if I'm able to capture a pattern, I will go ahead and do that. I will forget about the fact that that data point exists. So most of the concepts that you will learn will always be inclined in that direction. You will always see that your patterns will always try to you will always try to ignore these incorrect data points and still try to go ahead and create a pattern. So that's exactly what linear regression is still doing over here. But remember one thing, if I remove my line is still taking this fellow into consideration, because if I remove this one single data point, if I remove this one single data point, which is that one 50, right? Yeah, if I remove this one single data point, look what happens then. if I just remove that one single data point, my equation becomes much more accurate. But because of the presence of that one single data point, my equation hasn't been that accurate. So I tried, it tried to kind of bring it together, but the impact of that one or two data points is much more, is quite less, so to say. Yeah. So, okay, cool. So that brings me to a couple of quick points. First things first, as Excel as a tool has got a lot of cool functionality, a lot of functionality that probably we don't even know exists in the first place. A few things, of course, that we're going to learn over here are, when you have certain amount of data that is available, how can you apply simple, quick statistical analysis? How can you perform quick statistical analysis using Excel? Like for example, first things first, let's say I have a bunch of data. I'd like to perform a quick analysis on quick some kind of a t-test or some kind of ANOVA that I like to perform. What I could do is, let's quickly try and do that. Right. So let's say this is the data that I have, and let's say these are and let's say this is the height of the crop from field A, and this is field B, and I'd like to perform a quick and these are basically two samples, sample A and sample B, two fields, and I'd like to identify if the mean of these samples, if they're significantly different or not. Or rather, my null hypothesis is that the mean is the same. The alternate hypothesis is that the mean is not the same, right? So I'm typically performing a two sample, two tailed t-test. That's essentially what we're trying to do over here. I mean, there are numerous ways of doing this. There is a t-test function that is readily available. I could directly apply the t-test function. But then if you want to go do it a little more visibly, what you could do is, in general, you would find something called as data analysis as a tool. Just click on data analysis. And under data analysis, you would see that there is something called as a t-test two sample assuming equal variances. So you could do that. You could do a quick two sample t-test, right? So let's quickly select, this is my data set as array 1, variable 2, I'm selecting my variable 2 over here, and then hypothesize the mean difference. So I'm saying that the difference in the mean is 0, right? So hence the difference of the mean is 0, or rather it's basically saying that the means are the same. So the hypothesis is that the means are the difference in the mean is 0. Labels are not there in the data, that's okay. Alpha is 0.05, you can change whatever your alpha value is, and then I can simply select an output range. I can select the output range over here, right? And then I can simply click on OK, and that's it. That's my result that I've got, right? There's a lot of content here. We don't have, and everything is actually quite simple. This is a mean of variable 1, variable 2. Actually, let's do one thing. Let me do this actually. C4, yes, let me click labels. Okay, cool. My bad, just give me a second. Data analysis, okay. Let me click this off. I could have selected it from the top, but that's okay. Variable 1, variable 2, this is basically field A and field B, right? So for field A, this is the mean of field A, mean of field B, and variance of field A and variance of field B. And these are both the variances of field A and field B. Observations, 7 observations each. Pooled variance is basically together the variance of all the data points put together. Degrees of freedom is 12. That's fine. And because totally we have close around 14 observations, so 14 minus 1 is basically 12 observations that we have totally. And then you have the corresponding t-statistic. The t-statistic is 0.35. So t-statistic that is compared with two sample t-test. We've already learned that. Now, is this a one-tailed t-test or a two-tailed t-test that we've performed? What is the alternate hypothesis? Now, what is an alternate hypothesis? That the means are unequal, right? So I'm not worried about greater than or less than. So currently I'm interested in a two-tailed t-test. Hence the p-value with a two-tailed t-test is 0.72. So the probability that these two are, or the probability that I would commit a mistake if I reject my null hypothesis is 72%. So what happens now? Should I reject the null hypothesis or should I stick with my null hypothesis? H. Huh? You stick with your null hypothesis. You don't reject your null hypothesis. You cannot reject your null hypothesis, because if you reject your null hypothesis, the chance that you would be committing a mistake is 72%. This is the value that you need to be looking at. So there's no way you can reject your null hypothesis. Guys, remember, my alpha is 0.05. This is 0.72. My p-value is way greater than 0.05. So you would not reject your null hypothesis. So you would not reject your null hypothesis. You would go with your null hypothesis, or you fail to reject your null hypothesis in this particular case. Okay. So yeah, correct. So you would go with a null hypothesis, and the null hypothesis says that these two are almost the same. So what we're saying is that there is no significant difference in the means between these two groups. That's it. A simple t-test is performed. Similarly, there one point to understand is that there's no way to actually perform a one sample t-test in Excel. Excel only gives you a two sample t-test. Excel doesn't let you perform a one sample t-test, or you can also perform a paired t-test, but you cannot perform a two sample t-test, a one sample t-test. I'm sorry. Okay. Let's say you were to right. Let's say you're computing the or rather before and after, and let's say I'm trying to compute the diabetes levels of people before taking a drug and after taking a drug. At the same person, I'm trying to compute the diabetes levels before taking a drug and after let's say after a course of taking a certain medication of let's say 2 weeks, I'm trying to compute the let's say the diabetes levels. Let's say it's a random blood sugar that I've captured, and I'm trying to compute the blood sugar levels. Somebody who's got a 250, and then that's and then this is 180, 220, let's say 210, 170. Let's say this is 60. That's 150, and so on and so forth. Let's say you have one. Let's come up with one more data point, 121, and let's say this particular person has dropped to 90. Okay, so now what we are saying is that there is a set of people. There are data points over here, but this time this is, remember that this is the same person, right? Person 1, person 5. So 5 people who did the test before taking a medication and after taking a medication, and we've captured their blood glucose or random sugar levels in their bodies. Now I'd like to identify if these values, if there is a significant difference before and after taking the medication. Okay, I'd like to identify if the difference is significant or not. So what kind of test am I applying here? Is it exactly, it's a paired sample t-test, correct? Paired samples, because this is a pair. It's the same person, but there's a pair over here. Both these observations belong to the same person over here. Hence, I'll have to perform a paid t-test over here. So to perform a paired t-test, let me just go to data analysis, and then there's a paid two samples for means. So the first one is this. Let's say select from here to here, and then the second is from here to here, and then I'm saying that the difference is 0, that there is no difference. My null hypothesis is that there's no difference, and let's say my output range is just here. So that's a quick paid two sample t-test for means. This is before and after. The mean before is 190, the mean after is 150. The variance is almost similar. In this particular case, the observations are 5 and 5. The correlation is 0.83, some kind of correlation that has been computed. It's again a two-tailed test. So your p-value is 0.033 with an alpha of 0.05. What would you do? Would you select your null hypothesis, or your null hypothesis again, of course, is that there is no difference, and the alternate hypothesis is that there is a difference. So what would you say? Yes, it has an impact, because the differences in the mean are significant. Hence, the drug has a significant impact on the outcome. Absolutely correct. So that's how you quickly perform a t-test, so to say. Similarly, if you were to perform, let's say if you were to do some kind of an ANOVA test, remember yesterday's example We'll come to chi-square in a while. There's no straightforward way of doing a chi-square, but let's look at ANOVA. So there are 3 classrooms, and these are the marks achieved by the 3 students from these 3 classrooms. And I'd like to identify if the means are significantly different or not between these 3 groups. If there are only 2 groups, I could have directly done a t-sample. I could have simply done a t-test, a 2-sample t-test. But here I have more than 2 groups. I have 3 groups over here currently. So the way I would perform is I would be performing an ANOVA. So go to data analysis and ANOVA single factor, because I just have one factor over here, which is nothing but your classroom. One categorical variable, it's a single factor. So now I would be performing input range. I can select my input range over here. This is my input range, and grouped by columns, because each column is a group. If you remember, if you see this one, each column is a group. And label in the first row. Yes, there's a labels in the first row. Alpha 0.05. Output range. Let me select my output range over here. That's my output range. So now what am I saying? In this particular group, the null hypothesis is that the means are not significantly different, or rather the variances in these groups and the means are not significantly different. The alternate hypothesis is that these 3 groups actually behave differently. Right? There's actually a significant difference between these 3 groups. Click on OK. You quickly get the summary, single factor ANOVA, right? So group ABC, this is the quick 5-number summary, count, sum, average, variance of your group ABC. And here is where you have the ANOVA. Between groups SS and within group SS, these are the degrees of freedom. This is your mean sum of squares. Basically, this divided by degrees of freedom and this divided by degrees of freedom, mean sum of squares, and the corresponding F statistic and the corresponding p-value. So your p-value is 0.001852. So what do? Do you reject your null hypothesis or accept your alternate, or do you reject your null hypothesis or not? In this case, with an alpha of 0.05, you successfully reject your null hypothesis and you reject your null hypothesis, and you go ahead with your alternate hypothesis of the fact that the classrooms or the 3 streams of students actually behave significantly different from each other. That's it.
Top Excel shortcuts. We will quickly discuss some of the most used shortcuts that you will use while you're working with Microsoft Excel. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. So first of all, what I'll do is I'll quickly jump into my Excel sheet and let me display you all the shortcuts that we are going to discuss today. All right, so these are all the shortcuts that we are going to discuss today, guys. And let's start with the first one. So let's say you want to know how many rows you have in your Excel. Have you ever wondered what is the maximum amount of rows that you have in your Excel sheet? So if you want to know that, the simple trick to do that is by pressing Control and down button. So if you press Control and down, you will reach the last row of an Excel sheet, which is 10,48,576. Similarly, if you want to know how many number of columns do you have, then you have to simply press Control right, and then you will reach the last column, which in our case is XFD. Right. So again, if you want to come back to the first column, you will press Control left. You will reach the first column, which is the A column. And if you want to reach the first row, just press Control up and you will reach the first row. So this is how you can navigate to the 4 corners of an Excel sheet. All right. Moving forward, if you want to know how you can move to the next sheet, then the shortcut is Control plus page up or page down to basically navigate between sheets. If you are on a Linux machine or if you are on a Mac, in that case, the shortcut is going to be the Alt key and then the arrow keys. Right. So if you are on Windows, it will be Control page up, page down. If you are on Mac, it will be Alt plus the arrow keys. So let's say if I want to toggle between the 2 sheets that I have in this Excel workbook, I will go Control page up, and this way I can go to the next sheet, Control page down, and then I can go to the previous sheet. So this is how you can navigate between the sheets. Next thing, if you, let's say, want to hide certain columns, so how can you do that? All right. So if you want to hide certain columns, let's say I want to hide, let me make it a little zoomed out. Okay, so let's say I want to hide the C column. So the command for that is control 0 in case I want to hide columns. If I want to hide rows, it is control 9. So let's hide the C column. So control 0, and you can see the C column has now been hidden. Similarly, let's say if I want to hide rows, so let's say I want to hide these 3 rows, so control 9, and these 3 rows will be hidden. If you want the rows or the columns back, just select where the hidden rows or columns were. In case of rows, the command is going to be control shift and then 9. You will get the rows back. And if you want the columns, just select that range, and it is control shift and then 0. So this is how you can get your hidden columns or rows using the keyboard. Now next thing is a pretty neat trick. How can you have borders to your data, right? So if you're on a Windows machine, the command is going to be control shift and the end key. However, if you're on Mac, the command is going to be option command and arrow, right? So let's say I want to add arrows over here. So now what I can do is I can add the borders. Now the thing is that when you're adding borders, it will add borders to one side of the data, right? For example, if you press control shift and end, it will add columns to the below part of the data like this, right? Now let's say you want to add columns to the right hand side. So then in that case, you will have to press the right arrow, and in that case you will get the borders on the right hand side, right? If you want to get borders to the left hand side, again select it and then the left arrow along with control and shift, and that's how you can get borders to the left hand side. Let's say you want to remove the borders, then again just select it and then press control shift and underscore, and with this the borders will be removed. So guys, this is how you can play around with the borders in Excel. The next trick is pretty neat. So let's say you have a row of data, right? So let's say I have 12 123, then I have 567, then I have some other data. Let's say these are some random values that I've put. Now I want to convert these values into currencies, let's assume. So how can I do that? Now the shortcut for converting a row or a column of data into currency is control shift and then dollar, right? So just select this, press control shift dollar, and in this case, whatever your native currency is, that the data will be converted in, and along with that .00 will also be.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What type of chart is useful for comparing values over categories? A. Pie chart. B. Column chart. C. Line chart. D. Dot graph. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Added. Okay, so this is how you can convert a column or a row of data into currency. Okay, now next thing is if you want to make a percentage column, let's assume, right? So let's assume whatever data I should be entering in this C column, it should be percentage. So in that case, what I'll have to do is I'll have to type in control shift and then 5 or percentage, and now what will happen is whatever data I enter over here will automatically be in percentage. Neat, right? So this is how you can basically convert a column into percentage. Okay guys, next thing is if let's say I want to go ahead and convert a certain column or a row or a cell into date, how does that basically work? So if I have to do that, so first you will have to understand a very important concept. So in Excel, the dates basically they start from the 1900 year, right? So let's say if I enter 1 over here, and if I do a control shift and then hash, you will see the date that I see is 1st January 1900, right? Now, let me tell you one more thing, and with that, it will become more clear to you. So if I enter 123, let's say, right? So now if I do control shift hash, you will see it's now 2nd of May 1900. So what does this mean? It means that whatever data that you're entering over here, right? Whatever number that you're entering over here, once you convert it into date, it adds that number to the 1st January 1900, and whatever corresponding date you get, it basically displays that. So let's say I enter 50,000 over here, and then I do a control shift hash over here, then you will see I have reached 21st November 2036. Okay. Similarly, let's say if you want to come to the current century, just enter 41,000 some number, 41,396, let's say. And now if you convert, you will see it's 2nd May 2013. Right? If I enter 43,000 number, you will see that control shift hash will basically give you 22nd September 2017. So this is how the date basically work, right? So it basically works with numbers, and the numbers, if you will have to enter, and once you do a control shift hash, it will basically convert those numbers into date. So that's how you can play around with the date data type in Excel. If you want to get the current date or current time, if you are on Windows, if you do a control shift and then colon, you will get the current time. If you are on Mac, if you do control shift and colon, you will get the current date, right? And with this current date, if you basically convert it into, let's say, number, you will get the number 44209. So if you enter 44209 over here, right, and if you do a control shift hash, you will get the current date, right? So if you convert this date into the number column, then it will give you the number which is corresponding to days after 1st January 1900. Okay, so remember that. Okay, after that, the next thing that you want to look at is how you can copy from above. Okay, so let's say I am on this row, this particular cell, and I want to copy this number, right? So what I can do is control shift and double quotes. So when I do this, whatever number is above that cell is basically copied, right? This works for percentage as well, and this works for dates as well, right? So whatever is the number above, it basically copies that. Great. Next thing is how you can display all the formulas on a current sheet. Now this is very important, right? So let's say I have these currencies, right? So what I'll do is I'll enter a formula over here. So sum, and then I want to enter, let's say, A1, and then I want to enter A13, and then I'll close this. Okay, so this is the sum that you got, right? And let's say I just make it a little bold so that we know that this is the sum. Now let's say you are on the sheet, and now you want to understand all the formulas which are there on the sheet. So in order to do that, you will have to enter control plus the tilt button, which is just below escape. So when you do that, the sheet will convert into this kind of a format, and here you can see the formulas which are mentioned on the sheet, right? So for example, you had percentage, so you can see it's 0.23, 0.24. Then this was the row, this was the cell wherein the sum was basically shown. So this is being shown. If you want to come back to the normal view, again press control plus tilt button, and you will get back the normal view. So this is how you can display all the formulas. And again, another neat trick to basically do an auto sum of all the numbers is by basically going to sheet 2. Come to the sheet where you want to do the auto sum. Let's say I delete this cell and I want to do an auto sum of this number, right? So if you are on Windows, the formula is going to be control and then plus. If you are on Mac, the command is going to be command shift and T. So just select all them all of them, or don't select them, and then just to Command Shift T, and that'll give you the sum of everything which is there in that particular column. Okay, if you are on Mac or if you are on Windows, you just have to do Control and then plus, and then you will get an auto sum of all the values which are there in the Excel sheet.
So coming to the first Excel interview question, it's always going to be something like this. They're going to ask you to tell something you know about MS Excel. And there are various ways you can go on to answer this, but the most simplistic and the most expected answer where they check your depth of understanding is something like this. So MS Excel is an amazing tool which is primarily used for data analytics and to perform data validation across a spectrum of data. It has spreadsheets, it has a lot of workbooks, and an amazingly put together user interface which helps a student or a professional go through the same and understand and churn through data very easily. So the second thing you need to know is that data sets form a very vital ingredient in the world of data science today. And most of these data sets are accessible, are generated and stored via a spreadsheet in the MS Excel format. So coming to question number 2, it's going to be what are spreadsheets or workbooks in MS Excel? Well, spreadsheets actually are a very organized form of presentation where data is stored in rows and columns, and the data stored in these rows and columns can be manipulated as per the user's requirement. But then they are mostly manipulated mathematically if they are numbers, like performing arithmetic operations, mathematical functions, statistical techniques, and much more. Coming to question number 3. What are the single blocks in the spreadsheet called as? Well, a single block in the spreadsheet is actually called as a cell, or in fact, they're called as a cell block as well. Let me quickly jump to Excel where we can check this out. For example, you can see all the single entities that are present here. Well, each of these are known as cells. And whatever you're seeing right now is just one sheet of the particular book. Well, a book can have more than one sheet, and eventually we're going to get into that. But to create a new sheet, make sure to click the new sheet option and you can have any number of sheets that you desire. And again, each of these sheets will have the blank rows and columns where you can work with at any time of your choice. Coming to the question again. So I hope we're clear with cells. Question number 4 on the top interview list is, can we add notes to a cell in MS Excel? If yes, can you show us how? Well, yes, notes can be added to a particular row or a particular column, or in fact a particular cell as well. So basically, comments are added when there is more than one person accessing or noting something down, or it just might be one person as well. It just increases the readability and it makes sure that you can collaborate with others easily and they can understand via the notes that you've put. Putting a note is very simple in Excel, so let's check it out. So here I have a simple cell which says notes example. It can have anything for that matter, and I just have picked up this for the sake of the question. Alright, so to add a note to this, it's very simple. All you have to do is right click and click on insert comment, and you can put in any comment such as we are learning MS Excel questions, right? And after that, pretty much you can click anywhere else and the note is stored. To access the note again, all you have to do is hover your mouse across that particular thing and you can see a tiny red tab at the end of it, right on the top right part of the cell here. Well, this particular thing denotes that there has been a comment made and by who it's made as well. So admin, pretty much that's the name of the machine that I'm working on right now, and that's the access which I have. And pretty much it will tell you what the comment is. We are learning MS Excel questions. So it is as simple as that. Coming back to the next question. Question number 5 asks, can each cell be identified and used individually, independently? Well, yes, cells have something called as cell addresses, which basically help them to be used uniquely at any point of time. Again, let's dive back to Excel. Well, you can see the column names which start from A. They go all the way till V, and pretty much there are lakhs and lakhs of rows as well. So each of these have actually an address through which you can access them. For example, if I place my mouse here at the first point of time, I am addressing it via the column A and the row 1. Hence, this particular cell has an address called as A1, which you can see here. This has to be B1. This is going to be C1 because it's C and it's 1. So what is this going to be? I am hovering my mouse here, right? Can you guys take a guess? It's under C, so it starts with C. It's the 6th row, so it's going to be C6, right? Let's take up another random one somewhere here. Sure. So this one is under L. This one is in the 13th row. So this is going to be L13. I hope you guys got this. Coming back to the presentation. So question number 6. Can comments be added to a cell block if we need it? Guys, we just checked out how we can add notes, right? It is pretty much the exact same thing. Yes, Excel allows comments, right? We just checked how it can be done, and this is done to ensure that there is better visibility, there is higher readability and good collaboration among teams who are working on the same sheet. Coming to question number 7. How can we make use of relative addressing in Excel? Well, relative addressing is primarily used so that you can save a lot of time and eventually perform repetitive tasks very quickly, which again saves time, and time saved is time earned in the field of data analytics. So let's check out how we can go on to make sure we can use relative addressing in MS Excel. So let me quickly go on to create a field. So I'm going to name this field as ID. Let me make it center align. All right. Alright guys, to check out how relative addressing works in Excel, let's take a very simple example. For example, I have a column which says ID and I have 1. For example, let's say I need 2, I need 3, 4, 5, all the way till 10. It's going to be cumbersome to manually do this. So what's the most simple way to do it? Let's use relative addressing. For example, if I want 1 to be added to every single element, I just say equal to A2 plus 1. And what this does is it just took one value, added it to the value which is present here and gave it to us, right? Now the fun part comes. If I just drag and drop this entirely, as you can see, it is going to keep adding 1 to every single element. Again, I can just pick up random elements and I can start doing it as well. As you can see, every time that I am doing it, it's pretty much picking up one number. So if I have to change this, instead of 1, let's add 2 to every element, right? As you can check out, as I changed one particular element, everything else changed because we added 2 here, right? Now if we drag and drop again, everything should change because this time 2 was added instead of 1. And I hope you guys are clear with relative addressing. And this brings us to the next question, which is how can we insert new rows and new columns in MS Excel? Well, again, inserting columns and rows is very easily done and it is hugely advantageous as well. So to do this, let's quickly check out in MS Excel. Alright, so if we have to add a row here, let's say above this, you need to select a cell which has to be below that. For example, if I right click here and I say insert a row, you can actually check where you have to shift the cells. So if I'm adding a row, then the cells gets shifted down. As you could check, all the values which were present are right there. But then we just got another free row where, we can work out, we can put something. For example, here we can type in, double digit numbers. I'm just giving you guys a fairly simple example of how this is done. But then you could go on to do something just like this. Alright. So again, if we have to add a column, again, you can select anything, right click, insert, and you can shift everything right. If that's the case, as you can see, the value which was there got shifted right, and now we have an empty spot in this particular row of the same column. And I hope this was clear to you as well. So this brings us to question number 9. Can each of the cells in MS Excel be formatted if it is required? Well, yes. Excel supports a huge amount, a plethora of formatting options when it comes to working with each of the cells. This is done for customization purposes, and this is done to make sure that there is better data visibility overall as well. So again, let me remove everything and we can consider a simple example. So I'm going to call this name. Let's have, for example, age or something. This is just for the example purpose. So name, let me type in my name. It's Anirudh. And again, if we need to do something, all we have to do is click on Format Cells and then we are here. Let's say we need to change the font to it. Let's say we just need a bold version of it. All I have to do is click on bold and hit OK. And as you can see, it's done. Of course, all of these can be done from the shortcut you see here. But then there are certain things which you cannot access right there. So for example, let's say you want a strike through for some reason and you have a strike through as well. And there are n number of customization options that I've mentioned. So let's take out how we can work with a number. Again, format cells, we have number, there is various types. For example, the numbers can be actually a number place where you can have a decimal to be added to it. If it's a currency, there's dollar amount added, for example. You can have the date, you can have the time, percentage, and so much more. Since I just typed in this, it's showing me the percentage of it. So anyway, coming back to the next question. How can we customize the ribbon tab in MS Excel? Well, the ribbon tab is a godsend in my opinion when we're talking about MS Excel because it is extremely helpful by guiding a lot of users novice to advanced to basically give them a variety of options and a lot of tools as well. So let's dive back to MS Excel to check how we can do that. So coming to MS Excel right now, this is what is called as the ribbon tab, the home, insert, page layout, formulas, data, review and view. So this particular tab is called as a ribbon tab because it gives you everything at a very convenient way. In case if you have to add anything to this ribbon tab which you particularly need or use a lot, all you have to do is right click on it and pretty much you can customize the quick access toolbar here as well. So you have save, undo, pretty much this is the top part of it. To customize the ribbon, all you have to do is come to the customize the ribbon part of it. And you can see, for example, if you want some developer options here, all you have to do is tick the developer options and then hit OK. And now as you can see, you have the developer options here too. And it is as simple as that. Coming to the 11th question. Can you please show us how to freeze panes in MS Excel? Again, freezing panes is a huge boon when you're working with lots of data in multiple rows of the same columns. I'll show you what I mean. Let me quickly open up MS Excel. Again, for example, let me just remove all of these columns. Let me type in ID. Again, okay, so let's have ID. Let's have age. And for ID, again, we'll have one. Let's put in that same formula we used that time. All we're gonna do is drag and drop this for, let's say, 100 entries. Right. Even though this looks very simple and Spartan to you, as I'm scrolling down, you cannot see what column name this is, right? For example, we just created this called as ID and we know it. But then when you're working with it, let's say you're entering this in the 100th or the 101st field and you have to add more than one row of data, then you might not know what this column is, right? So to do this very conveniently, just select the rows and go to view. In view, pretty much all you have to click on is freeze panes. In the freeze panes, you can freeze the top row. See, now the entirety of the top row is frozen. So if I keep scrolling down as well, the first one is always there, as you can see. So you can see, even though I'm almost at the 100th entry, the first row is pretty much there, the ID and the age. This makes it very convenient for all the developers out there to work with it. So anyway, coming back to the next question. Question number 12. How can we protect the workbooks in Excel? Well, Excel spreadsheets can actually be protected with a password. You know, each of the cells, rows, columns, and each of the sheets can also be logged based on the requirement as well. And data protection is actually a very vital tool and in fact a very widely used tool in MS Excel. So anyway, checking that out. For example, if we have to lock this particular cell, all you have to do is right click on it. Again, you'll have to click on format cells, and here you have the protection tab that you need to click on. In the protection tab, you can either lock the cells and you can hide the cells as well. If I go on to click hide the cells, pretty much as you can check it out, well, this cells cannot be accessed without any privileges. But there is a small catch. If our workbook is unprotected, then in that case, this will not make any sense because anyone can actually access this. So to protect the workbook or protect the sheet, make sure you click on the review bar in the ribbon tab, and here you can actually protect your sheet, protect your workbook and everything else. For example, if you have to protect the workbook, you can give a password. Let me type in a password and you can hit OK. We have to re-enter the password to make sure we entered it correct the first time, because if we lose the password, then it becomes a problem. As soon as we protect the workbook, now this workbook, the entirety of the workbook is actually protected. And if you have to remove the protection, all you have to do is click on it again, and it's going to ask to unprotect the workbook. In that case, again, enter the password, hit OK, and your workbook is up. And your workbook is now unprotected. So, coming back to question number 13. Can you please explain about pivot tables in Excel? Yes, pivot tables are one of the most widely used concept in MS Excel as well, because these are the tables which give out comprehensive details about the data present in the sheets. Well, they are used to analyze the trends, patterns, relationships, and all of the other concepts with respect to data analysis in the data fields present in the MS Excel sheet. And at the end of the day, it also helps in creation of dashboards and reports. I hope I was clear with this. Coming to the next small concept in the same pivotal concept, which is the pivot charts. What are pivot charts? Well, pivot charts are actually used in accordance with pivot tables to basically visualize them. The visualization ensures that we have nice looking graphs where the data can be visualized and in fact analyzed in a very beautiful manner. The visualization actually adds a lot of weight when it comes to the insight, because it makes the graph more readable, more presentable, and more pleasant to look at. And this in turn makes it very easy to interact with the data. Coming to question number 15. How can we format multiple sheets at once in MS Excel? This again is something very important and something very nice that MS Excel provides to us. It is actually very vital to do that because it saves a lot of time, and it helps if there is a lot of redundancy as well. So let's check it out. So coming back to MS Excel, if we do have to copy the formatting present from one sheet to all of the other, all I have to do is select the cells that I want to do the changes to, and right click on the sheet name and select all sheets. And after this, we can go on to add, for example, if we need a fill color to the columns, as you can see, I just added a fill color. Again, going to sheet 2, sheet 3, sheet 4, as you can see, pretty much all of that has been added with just one single click. Let me just Control Z so we can go back. And now you can see pretty much none of the sheets have been affected, right? So it is as simple as this to add formatting to all the sheets at one single point of time. Anyway, so coming to the next question, how can you protect cells from being copied? Well, as we discussed, protecting cells can actually help in hiding the formulas and ensuring that there is no unauthorized changes to the sheets, and that not everyone can see the formulas which are actually present in the working of the sheet. Well, the advantage is because this is needed sometimes where there is some requirement of abstraction and data hiding, which is required to ensure that not everyone has the access to a calculation which is being performed. If that's the case, we can go on to protect all the cells just like we saw. Coming to question number 17. Can you implement named ranges in Excel? Yes, named ranges are again another amazing feature which is pretty much given to us by the people at Microsoft, where again it ensures that we have amazing readability and that common tasks can be done very easily and quickly as well. So let us check it out with an example.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Excel by answering this question. What is the intersection of a column and a row on a worksheet called? A. Column. B. Value. C. Address. D. Cell. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So here we are in MS Excel. I have a basic ID column with a formula applied to it where we're basically adding 2 to every single number one after the other. To go on to add name ranges in Excel, it's very simple. All you need to do is select all the rows and the columns that you need to go on to add the name ranges, and you can put in the name you want. For example, I just name this as IDs. So if I have to go check out the named range of my ID, all I have to do is click here. It says IDs and it selects all the IDs for me. If I have to do it for age, let's say there's 12. Let's put in random ages here just for the sake of the example. And if I have to select all the data, all the ages, again, I select this and I create a named range and I call it ages. And now, as you can check out, there are two named ranges. Or if I select the IDs, all the IDs are selected. If I select the ages, then all the ages are selected. You can choose to either use the column header or not. In case if it's a mathematical operation, you would avoid using the column name. And I hope I'm clear with this. Coming to the next question. Can you please tell us something about the functions in MS Excel? Well, this is going to be a guarantee question in any MS Excel interview because again, functions are the foundation of Microsoft Excel because they are used to perform almost any task, which might be otherwise difficult to actually do manually. There are a lot of functions. There's aggregation functions like, sum, average, maximum of a number range, minimum of a number range, and much more. And in fact, these are the popular ones. And again, make sure to mention that there are many types of function in MS Excel, and after that pretty much they can find out if you can actually use any one of these functions. So the next question is, can you demonstrate the use of any function in Excel? So make sure that you can use a simple function such as sum or sumif to show a basic operation. Any function can actually be chosen based on how advanced the role is that you're actually applying for, but in this particular case, to keep it to the discretion of all the viewers, let us take a simple example. So if we have to use a sum function, it is pretty simple. So let's say we need the sum of all the IDs that are present here or sum of all the ages as well, right? So to start out with the formula, it always starts with an equal to sign. So let's say equal to, and we need to perform the sum operation. So let's say sum, open the parentheses, and you can see in fact the syntax right there. It shows you what number you want to basically do a sum of. But then let's say we want the sum of all of this, right? So let's see the address of this cell. It's an A2. So I say A2 and I add a colon. So colon denotes a range of values. From A2, I want all the sum till A11. So if I type this, close the parenthesis and hit enter, I have the value 100. 100 is basically the sum of all the values present from A2 all the way till A11. Again, if we have to do it for each, we start with is equal to sum of everything that starts from C3 all the way till C6. And I close the parentheses, I hit enter. It's 122. It is as simple as this, and it is very vital that you demonstrate this. Coming to the 20th question. Can you show us how to find compound interest in MS Excel? Well, this is a very interesting question, and most of the time it is asked because MS Excel has a function called as the FV function or the future value function, which is actually used to calculate compound interest very easily. So let's check it out. Alright, here is a sample sheet that I have created in MS Excel to check out the use of the future value function. So basically the future value function has a lot of parameters that you need to check. So to add it, let us type equal to FV. And here, as soon as I open the brackets, you can see there are multiple options for the future value function, right? There is rate, there is NPER, there is PMT, PV, types, and much more. So basically the rate argument is telling us what is the interest rate for that period. For example, in our case, it's 5%. So NPER is basically telling the number of payment periods. And then we have PMT, which is basically the short form for payment. And this is the payment which is actually made after each period has been crossed, right? So this has to be entered as a negative number because you will be giving money away. And then coming to PV and the type, basically PV and the type are given in square brackets because these are optional arguments. PV is just the present value of your future payments, and type basically says if there is a due at the end of your payment or not. If it's 0, it means it's the end of the period, there's a due, and if it's 1, it means there is a due at the beginning of the period. Basically the default setting here is always 0. Anyway, coming back to here. So basically, to find the compound interest, all we need to do is we need to go on to dividing the interest rate with the term in years first. So the interest rate is at C6. So we need to divide C6 by C8 first as the first argument, and then after this we need to multiply our C7, which is the particular term in years, with respect to our compounding period, because this is how many times the value gets compounded every single year. And after this, as I mentioned, the default value is going to be 0, and we're going to have to give the negative value because that is the amount which is being taken from us. So the present value is $1,000, so I'm going to type in minus C5, which is basically subtracting the present value, which is 1,000. And as soon as I hit enter here, it's going to give us a calculation which is $1,647.01. And as you can check out, this is going to be the compounded value of an investment of $1,000 in 10 years, guys. This is the final future value that you're going to obtain. And anyway, coming back to the next question, I hope I was clear with the previous one. So the next question is, what are the type of functions that are actually present in MS Excel? Well, again, there are numerous types of functions which are present in MS Excel. Everything from mathematical functions, date and time functions, financial functions, logical functions, database functions, you name it, it is there. But then these are the most popular ones used. And in fact, these days, all the statistical functions are being used for various reasons because this entire world has become a big data problem. And to go on to analyze that and to perform very good analytics on the same, MS Excel is in fact a very good tool. So to quickly demonstrate all the functions that are available, click on the formulas tab and pretty much you can hit more functions here. As you can check out, you have so many formulas that you can go on to use. You can just click on the insert function on the left as well, and you can check out the type of the function. Let's say if you want to check out all the functions, you have absolute functions. You have average functions. You have so many functions. There is financial functions again, which is used for accounting, financial rates to find the nominal part of a number and whatnot. Then you have math functions, and again, to find out trigonometric functions, to convert degrees into radians, to find out the log of a number, to find the modulus of a number, odd numbers, even numbers, and much more. You have statistical functions again to find out the confidence interval, the normalization of the confidence values, and much more. And you have text functions, you have database functions. Guys, I hope you get the point here. There are multiple functions that MS Excel supports, and you can use all of these as per your requirement. Coming to 22nd. Can you explain one example where you have used averages? Well, again, it is actually very simple to go on to do this. Many people actually tend to do this manually, but again, to save a lot of time, you have a function called as the average function, which does exactly this. So, for example, let me create another set of values here. So, let's say I have 1 here. Let us take up the same example is equal to F5 plus 3. As you can see, 1 added with 3 gives us 4. Let's try to drag this down a little and we have a couple of values here, right? So to find the average of all of these values, let me name this average. I can make this bold. So again, to find the average, as I told you, there is an average function that you can use is equal to average is the keyword. And then again, you can give out a couple of numbers out here, a set of numbers, or in fact, a range of numbers. Since we're using a range of numbers, let's work from F5, which is the first number. We have a colon, which denotes the range, all the way till F14. And as soon as I hit this and hit enter, we have 14.5. So 14.5 is average of all of these numbers that you can see. I hope I was clear with this. Coming to the 23rd question is, can you talk about formula precedence in MS? Yes, MS Excel follows the BODMAS rule. The BODMAS rule, the B in the BODMAS rule stands for brackets, O stands for order, D stands for division, M stands for multiplication, A stands for addition, and S stands for subtraction. The rule works from left to right and the precedence is given in such a way. Let me explain with an example and you should too. So, let us take up 3, 5, and 7 here. Alright, so we can remove all the other values in fact. So I have 3 values on your screen right now, 3, 5 and 7, as you can see here. So let us have a formula which pretty much uses the precedence. So let's say is equal to h5 plus, in the brackets we can have I5 into J5, right? So the value of this, if we manually calculate it, we can understand it is 38. And here the precedence has been followed again. As you can see, when we multiplied the value, pretty much it went on to multiply the value in the bracket first, because b comes first, and then it added to the value, right? Because again, if we do it in the different way, we'll get a different answer. For example, let's say we multiply these two values, we get 15, and if we add 15 to 7, we do not get 38. And in fact, if we go on to use the same incorrect rule that I just told you, 5 into 3 plus 7, well, it is correct if we do not make use of the bracket, but since we make use of the bracket, we need to be aware that it is using the BODMAS rule, right? So these two numbers are getting multiplied first, and then this number is getting added to it. Well, if there weren't any brackets, pretty much h5 would have been added with i5, and then it would have been multiplied, which would not give the value of 38. And again, 38 is the correct value out here. This is how a very simple example can be shown on how precedence works. And then coming to the 24th question, the 24th question asks, can we display the current date and in fact even the current time in MS Excel? Well, yes, it is actually possible. And the easiest way to do it is to actually use a function to fetch the current date, and the function is called as the today function. The today function basically returns the current date in the date format in the MS Excel sheet. Well, let's quickly check it out. So let's say I want to print my date here. So all I have to do is equal to today, and I put in the parenthesis because it's a function. I hit enter, and as you can check out, so today's date is the 6th of February 2020 at the time of the recording of this particular video, and hence you can check out it is already formatted to be the date as well. So coming to the 25th question, it is, can you give us an example of how to use percentage in Excel? Guys, we have already checked this out, but then I'm going to give you another example, because making use of percentages are extremely vital in the field of data analytics, and in fact in the field of making use of Excel in an advanced way as well. So let's have 10, let's have 50, and let's have 80. Let's consider these to be marks obtained, and next we can have total marks. So let's say these are the marks obtained by some students in the class. This is just for an example, right? So the total marks is going to be 100 for everyone, obviously. And again, all you can do is pretty much drag and drop this, and you can save time instead of manually entering as well. So to find out the value here, again, you don't have to do it manually, is equal to D5 divided by E5. And this is going to give you a value of 0.1. Let me drag and drop the same. And in fact, now you can actually select all these numbers, right click, format cell, the number category, and here you have percentage. Here you can actually choose if you need decimal places or not. Let's say we do not need decimal places. I'll bring it to 0. And if I hit OK, you can check that this person got 10%, this person got 50%, and the other person got as 80%, right? If you change this, the value will actually change. So let's say we have 13 here. As you can see, the value changed automatically. Let's say this person obtained 50.5, but then we'll have 51 because it's being rounded off. But then if we do not need it to round off, you can have the decimal places to be shown. As you can see, 50.5%. So this is a very simple way to go on to use percentages in MS Excel. This brings us to question number 6. Question number 6, what are the various report formats in MS Excel? Well guys, you need to know that there are 3 report formats in MS Excel that you can put out. One is the tabular report, the other is the compact report, and then we have the general report as well. So make sure you answer this question very diligently by taking all the 3 types of the report formats that are existent: compact reports, general reports, and tabular reports. And this brings us to question number 27. Question number 27 asks, how can you explain a Vlookup in MS Excel? Well, Vlookup is again another very interesting function that is basically present in Excel, which helps to fetch values which are actually placed vertically in the columns. So when you think about the name Vlookup, the V in Vlookup actually stands for vertical, and Vlookup is actually used when there is a lot of data which needs handling, and this again makes life very simple for an Excel developer. Coming to question number 28, what is the main use of macros in MS Excel? Macros, as the name suggests, is basically a simple set of instructions which can be recorded by users. So why do we need to record any instructions? Why can't we do all these instructions every single time? Guys, there might be certain repetitive tasks which need to be done again and again iteratively, and this can get cumbersome, waste a lot of time, and in fact demotivate a human being who's doing the repetitive task. So macros step in here. Macros are used to reduce redundancy on a big scale, and this is actually used primarily to create a set of automated instructions which can run on repeated instructions and in fact on functions as well. This brings us to question number 29. Name any 2 or 3 best practices to use always when working with MS Excel. Well, here is how you can answer it. Here are 4 best practices, in fact. So if they've asked for 2 or 3, make sure you give one extra to show the interviewer that you might know more than 2 or 3. Well, the first one is to create multiple tabs while working. Instead of working on a single sheet, it is always recommended you have multiple sheets that you work with to ensure that there is less error rates and better visibility. And the second thing is to add a table of content when you have a lot of data to ensure that your data is always structured or looks structured at least. And then aggressively commenting makes sure that you or anyone else in the team working on this particular aspect, this particular sheet or this workbook has an idea of what's going on with respect to each particular cell which is important in that particular sheet. And then coming to good visualizations are very important because it is at the end of the day, it is very easy to create a simple graph, but it can be a challenge to create a very good looking table. So having the skills, having the required designing skills to make sure you can make a graph look good is extremely vital. And this brings us to the last question in our top Excel interview series. So the last question is, what is the shortcut to show syntax of functions? Well, the syntax is actually shown in a very convenient way while inserting the function itself as we went through, right? But why is this done? Why does Excel show this to us? Well, it is actually done to ensure that the person uses the correct syntax when inputting the parameters, because it is very easy to input the wrong parameters and have the wrong results. So let me dive back to Excel here. And as you can pretty much check out, let me use a simple function again. So again, coming back to the future value example, as soon as I hit FV and I open the brackets, you can see the parameters which are shown here so that the user can always look at this while entering the values in case if the person is using the function for the first time. So there's another way to do this. You can click on insert function in the formulas tab, and pretty much you can go on to search for the function here as well. So if we need the FV, we can have to scroll down and click on FV. Again, it tells you what the future value function does as well. So it's basically future value of an investment based on the periodic constant payments and the constant interest rate as well. So if you click OK here, it adds that, and you can add the rate, NPM, PMT. It's in bold because, as I've mentioned, these are the compulsory values and PV and type are optional numbers, and pretty much it will tell you what each of the columns actually be put as well. For example, this is the interest rate, and this is the total number of payment periods as I mentioned, and PMT is basically the payment made in every single period, and you can see it is conveniently shown in MS Excel. So just like this, there are multiple ways MS Excel makes life easier, and in fact, working with MS Excel is considered to be a very good advantage for a person looking out to increase his skills in MS Excel, or in fact looking out for a data analyst job and more. So you've reached the end of this section. I wish you all the best for the interviews that you're going to attend, and make sure to revise all of these questions thoroughly.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides advanced Microsoft Excel training mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below. So guys, we have come to the end of the session. If you have any doubts, please put down in the comment section below. We will try to answer it as soon as possible. Hope you all enjoyed the session. Thanks for watching.